Am I going to kill freshies? If they need to be killed, yeah. Probably not. If I'm a freshie, I might kill freshies. But if I'm geared, I'll unlikely kill freshies unless there's a reason to kill freshies. But if I'm a freshie, then I'll kill a freshie. But if I'm geared, then I probably won't kill a freshie because I'll be where the geared people are. But then I might be geared and then get shot in the geared place and then spawn where the freshies are, and then it's possible I might kill a freshie. But either which way, killing freshies isn't a problem, okay? Don't believe the nonsense. Guess what? If a freshie dies, what do they become? A freshie, you know? They were a freshie 1 minute, they're a freshie the next minute. Whether they live or they die, they're still a freshie. It's okay.
Good afternoon, young sir.
Let's normalise killing freshies. It doesn't matter. Killing the person that's been alive for an hour and a half is much bigger of a deal, okay? That's the one that you hurt, not the freshie. They don't mind. They don't mind. They're still a freshie. Don't get me wrong, right? Like, if you're playing Churnerus and you take a DMR to Electro to shoot people as they spawn in, you ain't got much of a life. But even if you did do that, they just spawn in again, you know? It's no big deal. It's okay. Don't worry too much. It's the mid-tiered people and beyond that get hurt when they die. The freshies don't matter. Freshies are irrelevant, you know? You heard it here first. Kill them all if you want to. But if they look like been alive for 45 minutes, then it hurts. Dave Angel Run, if you get killed with gear 2 hours after being alive. Oh. Yeah, you take the risk of them getting the DMR. To be honest, I'm not extolling the virtues. It's just the first message I read. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all good. It's the first message I read as I went live, so I went and I ran with it. But people get hung up about shooting freshies. I think a lot of that is overspill from Frankie on PC's videos. And he created this narrative about what was right and what was wrong. But some of that was right and some of that was wrong, believe it or not. Like, Frankie is an amazing dude. I wouldn't be playing the game without him, but he isn't the arbiter for all of the ways to play the game, and he knows that as well, I'm sure. Darth Fester, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the 100-month inning. That's insane, dude. Cheers, Darth. Thank you very much. He'll say that strangling kittens is wrong next. Quisling, thank you. Hunter, thank you very much. I thought you were going to say he'll be saying that he'll be coming up with a reason why it's okay for a minute. Oh, rain. So I did say I might do a different map, but Bitterroot is only up for 2 more days, so I'm just going to do Bitterroot. Let's just do Bitterroot. Why not? I don't know where this is. This is new to me. Will you do solo for real on today's stream? Big man, I was solo for real yesterday. Yes, I was solo for real yesterday, just like I am today. So up your bum. What map is? It's always in the title of the stream, Lewis. This is Bitterroot. I think it was a joke, Redline. I don't think people are stuck on it.
Love.
I think it was a joke. Ooh, look. All these lovely things we're finding. KOS today. Specifically new spawns. Yes, we're going to KOS every new spawn for sure. Oh. I've just had the most unhealthy breakfast/lunch ever. It was amazing. Full English, fried bread, the works. It was amazing. I think Frankie is in Africa again by all accounts. I don't think he'll be playing much DayZ at the moment. I'd like to see him make more videos again. That would be good. Played Perception mod. Is there a cheat people are using? I get spotted in woods, no sob. I don't know. I've not said Perception, I guess that is. But yeah, I don't know. There are cheats, but I don't know if you were having that or not. Why is the map going down? It's up on test, so Bitterroot goes up for tests. It's still a work in progress, right? So it comes up, they gain feedback, they make changes, and then it goes down, and this is the last one, this is the last test, and then after this it will be announced and it will go live, and that'll be that. Bitterroot will be available for everyone to host, and whoever wants to host it can host it. Oh. Shoes, Blam, cheers for the support as well. Thank you very much for the 48 and the 9 months, respectively. Thank you. Well, it's a bit warm today. It just feels so muggy. Not actually that hot in the UK, but it feels it. And that definitely is true. Some people do change their settings so they can see more easily. That definitely happens. Not quite sure where we are. We might be on the Jasper side somewhere, but I'm not 100% certain. Eric, thank you very much for the gifted subs once again. You're very, very kind. Cheers for the continued support, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, went out. Me and the missus went out for lunch. It was good stuff. The bacon was good. The frankfurters were good. Everything was good. The only thing that wasn't good was my my archeries. You know, they're all coagulating, full of stuff. But the taste was good.
My sub is finally catching your age. Kappa.
My sub is finally catching your age. You can go right off some people, can't you? Thanks, Wildcats, I guess. Just for the support, dude. Hope you're good. Hi, Chum Skywalker. How you doing? Yeah, I like Bitterroot. Bitterroot's been really fun. I've enjoyed it more on this patch than I ever have before, for sure. I think some of the stuff in the north has really helped. I think the spawns have felt less tiresome. There's still some challenges with the loot economy, and I'd like to see a few more tweaks, but it's really doing all right.
Hope you had a great birthday.
Roll in, thank you. Yeah, it was all right. I didn't get up to too much, but it was okay. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. Right, let's eat that. Let's snaffle that. I should probably sit in my chair properly. That would be a good start. When's the next team up? Happy Bombs on
Wednesday.
Monday. Happy Bombs on Monday is the next team up. Oh, that's a good point. I'm fine with that, by the way. But Monday is my 10-year anniversary of doing YouTube. 10-year anniversary. I've got a really cool giveaway coming, and I was just found out today that I thought this would be the case, but the one thing that's really frustrating about the giveaway, sorry America Land peeps, it's a Euro only giveaway, but I'm quite excited about it. But it's Euro only. I can't help it. It is what it is. I've seen lots of America Land creators that do giveaways and they're only America, but this one's Euro only, so apologies in advance, but there we go. It'll happen. There'll be lots of moaning, no doubt. Is it a Tesla? No. Obviously other continents are available, but it's usually America Land peeps that are likely to be the majority of those disappointed. There's others as well, like Australia Land and New Zealand Land and Canada Land, South America and so on, you know. All put land on the end. All the other continents, you know. Yeah, Africa Land. I don't think we have too many viewers from Africa. We do have some. South Africa more so, I'd say, but we do get a few. It's all Africa, isn't it? Rest of the world land, yeah. What about Asia? Well, yeah, we get some viewers. I've definitely seen some people chatting from India, the odd one from China as well.
My eyes. They burn. Happy 6 months, Paul.
Dan, dude, well, I'm glad you got over that. Cheers for the support, Dan. Thank you very, very much. BFG, thank you as well. Eric, cheers for the bits. Happy belated birthday, dude. Thank you. I need to get in this house and I need to make my chair right. My chair's all fucked up right now.
Paul was a real one yesterday. Dead radio and all.
She didn't sound right, did she? She sounded a bit funny there, but anyway, at least it worked.
Hope you had a great birthday in Chinese.
John, thank you for the membership.
Too. Great IGL tactics, I have to say.
Ah, the event was so good.
GG.
The event was so good. It does sound a bit like she's got a cold. Australia is a continent. Well, Australia is a country as well. I believe the continent is Australasia. I don't think it's just Australia. Australia is a country. Like, New Zealand is in the same continent as Australia, and it's not Australia, is it? Australasia is the continent, isn't it? I think that's the correct terminology. Where the fuck is the out? There's the toilet. There's one out. But how can Australia be the continent when New Zealand's in it? Like, New Zealand in the continent of Australia. It doesn't make sense to me. I say no. Oceania is the continent. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, Australasia was my guess, but yeah, that Oceania sounds correct. Come to Tasmania. Can I put the Taz in Tasmania? Guys, give me 1 sec. I just need to check something. Okay. This means we're going west. I just wanted to check which... The sun is setting, I believe, so we're heading west. Firecube, thank you very much for the prime. Daiki, thank you very much too. John, Dan, thank you as well. I know New Zealand isn't part of Australia, but it's in the same continent, right? That was exactly my point.
TRMZG Heart.
Kane. Well, what Paul trolling the Aussies and the Kiwis saying they live in the same continent? That's not a troll, that's a fact. New Zealand is not in a different continent to Australia. It can't be. There's only like... It can't be. It can't be. I hope you're doing well. Glad I can finally catch you live. Woke up early today in America land. Well, thanks for coming in. Hope you're good. Maybe they're trying to drag New Zealand off to South America land or something, but I think it's going to take a while to get them towed that way. That's a bit of a toe job, that, isn't it? Oh, a toe job. David Mellor. That's a update that, sorry, a reference only very recent people will get. David Mellor and toe jobs. Oh my god. What time is it in Australia? It's late. I would guess it's very late. Like bedtime late. Where is their missile silos in the map? In the northwest, dude. If you find an in-game map, open it up, look in the northwest. They're the ones that are all called like Delta 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe 6. The Deltas are the missile silos. Is Arnie Slot going to take the Reds to Premier League glory this season?
The Reds to PL glory this season?
Sorry, Robot Lady, I stole your thunder. Yeah, absolutely. Of course he is, yeah. First, we've got to sell off all those rubbish players like Salah and Diaz. I don't want Diaz to go. They seem to be after a left winger, so I feel like Diaz might go. But I don't know. I hope he doesn't sell Diaz, and I kind of hope Salah stays as well. But I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance that Liverpool... I think there's a chance they could win the league. It's probably slightly less than if Klopp was staying, but they've got a chance, a small one. Maybe like a 10% chance. Arsenal have probably got like a 15% chance. And then that leaves 25. So I'd say City have probably got about a 70% chance. I run duos with a mate from Australia and I'm in Canada. One of us is always tired. I can imagine why. Holy shit. Have I seen Salah wearing a Coke spoon around his neck? Nope. That's a lot of stirring from a Man U fan just because you've made a signing or two, Jambon. I think that was very unlikely there would be any really early signings, given the players have only just come back and the manager's only just taken over. They did, Gooner. They used about fucking 50 players as well.
TRMZ love.
But losing your first or second pre-season friendly is no big thing, is it? You know, United lost the other day. You didn't even hear me going on about it, and there's a reason, because it's fucking irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Even I'm understanding of that fact, right? I missed a weapon, did I? Oh, there was a gun. In which house? It can't have been this house. I'm guessing it was the one before it. I'm still looking in this house though, but do you know what? Let's make a bag. Why is Bitterroot up for 2 more days? I didn't anticipate questions about that. It's up for test. It goes up, it goes down. But yeah, I don't think Liverpool are necessarily in trouble. They may not have much money to spend in the transfer market. Despite the fact they've spent serious money in the past, that's always been the case. That's not new. They always spend... They don't outspend most of the other teams in the top 4, despite what people say. They just spent the money that they made on some big transfers and whatnot, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if they spend not much more than net 60 or 70 million in the whole summer.
That is all.
Am I going to catch Ipswich versus Liverpool? I seriously doubt it, dude. DayZ, but only crawling is allowed. That sounds awful. So I missed a gun. Oh, a Savage as well. That's good. Ollie Rex didn't seem keen, but I think I'm quite pleased if I find a Savage early game. It's decent. 2 bullets as well. Yeah, well spotted, guys. I didn't see it at all. I need to go back and make that bag now. What's a Savage? It's a modded... oh, there's a dude. Hello. What's that way, do you know? Hello? Really? Okay, good to know. Love you, bye. His mic isn't working. He doesn't know it's not working. Now he still doesn't know it's not working. He was trying to talk, or she was trying to talk, but it wasn't working. A lot of other streamers dislike the Savage for some reason. Well, they've not used it enough. It's not as good as a Tundra, but it's better than like a BK or a Repeater or a... it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Let's say that. I think that's fair. Padge, I don't ever remember dropping an aid in my life.
Nothing smart to weigh.
What happened to my other character? Well, I died yesterday at the end of the stream, if you mean on Bitterroot. I died. Yeah, I don't think there's too much going on at Liverpool at the moment. They've got... I think they did a really good job towards the end of the season getting all the relevant people in place for this season. And I think they did that well. The new manager's come in. He's not seen any of the players. There's been a Euros. They're only just getting some of the squad back now. I wouldn't be surprised if Liverpool don't sign anyone till mid-August. For obvious reasons, you know, like they're trying to assess what they've got. Liverpool need to strengthen the midfield. I think they might need a holding midfielder maybe. But a holding midfielder and a centre-back would be the two most likely. Possibly a striker, but it depends. It depends who's going. There was a new spawn just running this way. I think they're in that house.
Hope you had a great birthday, Dave.
Actually didn't instigate that. I was trying to be passive, right? Trying to be passive just to see what they would do, and then he gave me a good excuse to shoot him. Why do you pick up nails? Nothing wrong with having a gun out, Dope Biscuit. Having a gun out is quite normal. Raising your gun, that's aggressive. Gun out, not so aggressive, I don't think, dude. To each their own, though. You play your way. Obviously, I had my gun out, depending on how he was going to do, you know, but he, just as well I had my gun out. He wasn't for talking, was he? There we go, look. Self-defense. That wasn't KOSing a fresh spawn, that was saving my own life from that bad doer. The evil doer. You do get cut by fists sometimes. It's kind of annoying when it happens. I just realised that I had the... still got the earplugs on, so my hearing is not so great in game right now, which is not ideal. Oh yeah, I've got that. I ought to use it really. Yeah, they've got Stefan Bajtic. I can't even say his name, but he was all right. But midfield on the whole for Liverpool is pretty strong. You know, they've got old matey that they signed from Bayern Munich, whose name escapes me right now, but I can see his face right now. Obviously, Szoboszlai and McAllister and Endo. They've got the nucleus of a very, very good midfield. They could do with a first-class holding midfielder. And probably a centre-back. Gravenberch. Well, yeah, well done. No, Thiago's gone. But I don't think Liverpool are too light in midfield. They maybe need a long-term replacement for Endo. Endo was okay, but yeah, we've obviously lost Thiago. He barely played last season, but there's other young players coming through as well. I doubt midfield would be priority number one. Yeah, I haven't even mentioned Curtis Jones as well. He was injured for a lot of last season, but Curtis Jones is decent as well. He's not a holding midfielder as well.
I tried your upside down toast. God damn. Okay, I'm sorry for even questioning it. Happy Subiversary.
Another person that's realised the error of their ways. The only people that don't catastrophic are those that aren't prepared to admit they were wrong. That's the truth of it. Dude, thank you very much. D, thank you as well. Rexler, hope you're good, dude. Thank you very much too. Region, Magic, Drake, Blackleaf, Brad. Cheers for the support.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Anything? I think there's some bullets on the back. Two whole bullets. Do with more police zombies, to be honest, but we ain't seemingly seeing none of them. Any of them. Gravenberch started to look a bit more okay towards the end of the season as well. I think he's a decent player. Not sure he's like Premier League winning starting material, but he could be Premier League winning midfield squad player material,
Hello.
perhaps, you know, but it's hard to say. Paul Monty, yeah, I've tried 980p. Like somebody was trying to tell me to do 40, well, not tell me to do, but asking me if I can do 1440 because somebody else was doing it. Twitch ain't ready for 1440p. The bitrate is not high enough. It's not. Yep. If I was going to change resolution, I'd probably go down from 1080, not up to 1440 at the moment. But I see little point. I've been on 1080 for a while. I'm going to stick with it. I've not played DayZ Hideout. It probably is too modded for my taste, yeah. Did I forget to chamber the new bullet in the Savage? Yes. Yes, I did. What do we think for top four? City, Arsenal, Chelsea, Arsenal? Chelsea and Newcastle. Tim Rudd, you must be a Newcastle fan, or maybe at a stretch a Chelsea fan, but I don't see it. I think Chelsea will not be in the top four, and I don't think Newcastle will be either. If anyone squeaks into the top four that didn't make it last year, I suspect it might be Man U. I hope I'm wrong, by the way, but I don't see Chelsea or Newcastle top four in any way, shape or form. Call it Robbie. Yeah, we found Robbie. Robbie Savage. How about 2 days until the Olympics? Yeah, I'm not really excited yet. I will be once it starts. I will be once it starts. Like I'll be excited over a bronze place playoff in like some sport. Like I don't know, clay pigeon shooting or target shooting or some nonsense of like, oh brilliant! I can't wait. I remember this guy Fred McShooty. Last time he was going for a bronze and he only came fourth, and this time McShoot's definitely going to get a bronze. This is great stuff. And then I'll instantly forget it again afterwards.
Why is Santa's sack so big? He only comes once a year. Almost 1 year down. Thanks for the fun.
Big Red, thank you very much. Be Proof, thank you as well. Pick Up the Can, thank you. Liam, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Cheers for the support, thank you. Probably should have waited, but there was a player near me with a gun. Yeah, I saw the chat talking about it. I didn't see him. I'm sure you're correct. I just didn't see him. After I've died, people can tell me I should concentrate more on the YouTube comments later. The map is going down again, yes. I see pumpkins. Lots of pumpkins. I can't have a jerky in the back of the van. That sucks. Nothing beats a good jerky in the back of the van, eh? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry. Oh, I love watching all kinds of sport. It's just the time, but for me, like the Olympics is one of my all-time favourites. Like, I'm not excited now, but when it's actually on, yeah, I can like sponge that shit up. What are my top DayZ maps? I don't rank the maps because I'm a snowflake. I'm a DayZ snowflake. I'll rank the official maps only. Chernerus number 1, Livonia number 2. The end. Big Red, thank you very much. Tacky, thank you for the follow on YouTube as well. Did I play DayZ back when it was armor-based? I started when it was DayZ standalone. My first play was something like January the 2nd, 2014 on DayZ standalone. So I did try the mod version, but I played DayZ first on this, if you like. I tried the mod thereafter, but I got into DayZ just as it came out on standalone, so I started with that. Oh, fuck that up. I don't mind the Winter Olympics. I prefer this one. Like Team GB do really quite well in the Summer Olympics, considering the size of our like population. We punch way above our weight usually. We might not this time, but in the past we haven't. But more recently we have done really well. So hopefully it'll go well again, you know. But in the Winter Olympics, I only really can get behind it so much when there's like Team GB are in with a shot at something, and in the Winter Olympics that's like the curling. In the past, once or twice we've had half a shot in the bobsleigh or something like that, but we're not normally very good at the Winter Olympic sports. We don't have any mountains really. We only have a couple of mountains. We don't really have any skiing in the UK. Tiny little bit in Scotland, but we don't have any winter sports. We have rain in the summer and rain in the winter. So no chance for winter sports. Yeah, I think that was a very brave top four. Man City, Arsenal, and then Newcastle and Chelsea, or Chelsea then Newcastle. I think that's... you just never know. You never know. Chelsea have got a young team, but they were just getting going at the end of the season. Now they've sacked the manager. It looks like they might end up selling Conor Gallagher. They've got all sorts of problems with that Argentinian player they paid 100 million for. Chelsea look like a bag full of fucking horrors. They'll lose as many games as they win, probably. There is just the smallest chance they could be amazing, but I suspect Chelsea will be a shit show. Yathel, I support Liverpool.
Line of puddle sports.
Cole Palmer isn't overrated. Cole Palmer's good. I don't agree he's overrated. I don't think one player makes your team, though. They had Cole Palmer last year. They still did what they did, didn't they? If they can do as well as they did last season, this season, they'll be doing well, I think. Because they've got another new manager, everyone's getting to know you. They've got to repeat last season again, and the owners are fucking batshit crazy. So I don't see it myself, you know, unless they get incredibly lucky with some good early results. It's not going to go great. I don't think Sterling is overrated. I don't think that's true either. I just don't think he's as good as he was anymore, you know. Sterling's been a really good player 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago. He's just not quite the same player now. He was really good in his prime, Sterling. He wasn't overrated. He was England's best player for several tournaments, but arguably. I don't play modded servers with traders bikes, so I'm not your guy to ask that question, if I'm honest. Nothing wrong with them, it's just a little bit more modded than I play, so I don't have a favourite server with traders. Not quite true. The last one I played was Aftermath. They're pretty good, but I don't play them really. Sorry, John the Australian, you got done for caps there. Is it confirmed this is Pep's last year? It's not being confirmed, but if he was going to sign a contract, you would think he would be signing it this summer. I think it will be. I think it will be. I think, let's face it, he's probably going to be... I wouldn't be surprised if he's quitting in around October or November when they have that court case that decides the outcome. If they are guilty and they get found guilty, I think he'll walk out on the spot. I really should have washed my hands. I can do it in the lake that's coming up, I suppose. Why is Bitterroot map only up for a couple of days? I am regretting that title now. It comes up for 2 weeks while the creator can test it. And then it goes down again. That's what's happened so far for quite a long time. He will then take the England job. I don't know. I don't see him take... I'd quite like to see it. I think it would be interesting to see, but I just don't see him taking it. I think it would be interesting. Do I watch any rugby? Not really. Like latter stages of the Rugby Union World Cup, and that's about it. Like club rugby, never really been my thing, either union or league. But like the latter stages of the World Cup. In the past, I've watched a few Six Nations games, but I couldn't give a shit about the Six Nations. I've never really, rightly or wrongly, because I'm not a huge rugby fan. To me, the Six Nations feels like nearly every Test match in cricket, kind of pointless. You know, they have it every year. It doesn't really... Like, it's great. I guess it's great for the players and it's important to win it, but it's every year, you know. It's the same teams. It's not that... You have to be a real rugby fan, and then I think you're really into it, but I'm not. Like, if England are in the... Like, I watched them in the final of the last World Cup. Right, and many of the preceding games from memory as well, but I haven't really ever bothered other than that. With Man City likely losing points, Klopp not at Liverpool, I wonder how Arsenal will bottle the league this year. Well, obviously Liverpool are going to win it. That's how Liverpool will win it. Arnie Slot's Red Revolution. You heard it here first. 1 PM EST. So that's what time's 1 PM EST? That's 6 o'clock UK time, I think, isn't it? You're not even going to beat Ipswich. So don't give a daisy if we do. Hunt the cow. Nah, I don't want to. The cow can fuck off. Who do I think should take the US national team coaching job? Oh, it doesn't really matter. You could literally put the actor that played Ted Lasso in charge. You'd get the same outcome. Sorry, allow me a low blow, okay? You could just take on the dude. Or is it Jason Sudeikis? That's his name, isn't it? Put him in charge. He'd probably do a decent job. I think that's his name. I think that was quite a good catch for me as well to remember an actual name. That's not. It's a bit gloaty, but not really, because the US national team they've outperformed where they should be most of the time more lately. But it's just not a sport that American and top sports stars go in, you know. So my point really is true, you know. Like it's not really
Pushing closer to
critical.
3 years. Thanks for all the great entertainment.
Because all of your best sports stars go into other sports, you know. Everybody knows it. It's not really a harsh thing to say. It's true. I maybe should have took the... Well, how come he not mentioned about Newcastle doing so well last season with over 10 of their players injured most of the season? I don't think Newcastle did great. I don't think they did badly. Everyone has injuries, though. Like I'm not trying to measure. You know, like you only know about your own injury problems at any great length. But Man United blamed everything on injuries. Liverpool kind of could blame everything on injuries. You know, go back and look at the squad that won the League Cup final. That team that played the League Cup final all look like they should have still been going to fucking nursery. You know, like everybody has serious injury problems. The reality is Newcastle didn't have the squad to cope with the Champions League and the Premier League in the same season, which is exactly what I said would happen for Newcastle before the season started. This year they're not in the Champions League. They maybe might cope a little bit better, but they're a ways off from being a regular top 4 team, I think. They were unlucky with the Italian dude that got, like, they signed and then got banned. They were very unlucky with him. Why am I even looting this shitty fucking building? I don't think Newcastle will be finishing top 4 anyway, but they may do a smidge better than last year, maybe. Might depend a little bit on Eddie Howe as well, you know. He might end up in the England job. You never know. I see you figured out streaming on 2 platforms. Right, well, it's not so much that I couldn't figure it out. I was never allowed to do it. As soon as Twitch said I could do it, I started doing it pretty much, you know. So, as a Twitch partner, I wasn't allowed to stream on both platforms. That changed in late October, so somewhere around early November, I started streaming on both. Gamma is not already on. Good shout, though. I should do that. Are there any mistakes to avoid when running into a PvP situation for new players? Yeah. If you're a new player, don't run into a PvP situation. For a start, crouch in and go slow. Like, take your time and shoot only when you've got a good shot. Is Chelsea in the race this year? No, they're not, Maverick. Not with a new manager and all sorts of problems. Seemingly having to sell players to meet financial fair play rules. You know, there's still talk that they're going to sell Conor Gallagher, who... I don't think he was amazing for England, but he's quite an important player for Chelsea. I don't think he really wants to leave Chelsea, so if they sell him, that doesn't seem smart. You know, I'm not sure that's a good move. Yeah, I really hope this season is the season where City get dealt with. Sorry, Metric, if you're watching, or other City fans, but it's time. If they are guilty of breaking the rules and they've been trying to hide from it, it's about time it got sorted. So yeah, hopefully that's not going to happen now. I don't know. You remember, like I think it was June, they were taking the Premier League into some kind of 2-week arbitration to try and make it so they could sponsor themselves, you know, like other companies that they own could sponsor Man City, and they thought it was unfair that they couldn't use companies that they owned to sponsor their own football club. Like, that was meant to be a 2-week thing. I'd never seen an outcome for that. Why was there never an outcome for that? Like, it was only meant to be a 2-week thing. Well, the 2 weeks have definitely passed. Are there any bases in this server? I don't know. I've not seen any. I've seen nails, but I've not seen any bases, so maybe not. I don't know. Cheers, Victor. Take it easy, dude. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Bourbons or custard creams? They're all fucking glutinous for me, dude, so none. None of the above. Although if I had to choose between bourbons and custard creams, it's bourbon all the way. There ain't even any fucking shadow of a doubt in it. I don't agree that their lawyers will protect them. I don't agree at all. I think if they've broken the rules, they're going to get done. The reason they've been poring over the charges so long is to make sure that they can actually get them for stuff if they're guilty. Which is better for the VSD? If you mean scope, then the best scope in the official is the PSO1. If you mean in vanilla, the best... Sorry, if you mean in modded scopes, the modded servers, my favourite would be the Zenit mount to allow you to put on the Spectre. Base building is boring, what's the point? Well, it's not for the people that like it. Some people enjoy the kind of base building, base raiding kind of meta that's a bit more Rust style, you know. It's not my favourite, but I understand why people like it. They are currently questioning the impartiality of the judge in the case. To me, that seems to be legal suicide and a last effort to get out. Well, they're trying everything they can, aren't they? But it's not going to work for long. I've come to enjoy just travelling until I die. I really enjoy trying to survive with what I have. Well, I can see I enjoy the survival. Like, I certainly enjoy bumping into players and having a proper fucking shootout. But I like the survival as well. I like it when it's situational and not forced, you know, like you wait. Sometimes you can force it on yourself, but I don't know. Like yesterday, I went over the hill and far away on this map to try and get to the summer camp, and I knew I was fucked. But when I got there, someone tried to shoot me, and I ended up knocking them out and taking their stuff, and that gave me fish, and it gave me a knife, and it gave me a future. It did. All until I cooked all the fish and ate it, and then someone came along and killed me, you know. But I really enjoyed situational survival, where you're struggling and then you have to really come up with a solution to make it work, you know. That's fun. Jambon, do not buy any of those on the aftermarket. It's certainly not that one. I think the aftermarket is about as low as it will go on most of the established ones, but that will be 3 or 4k less than that in 3 months' time. All of this could have been avoided if Max Verstappen didn't stay up all night doing sim racing. Yeah, the knives are out for Verstappen at the moment, aren't they? It turns out acting like a baby when you don't do so well on the radio, something they all do. Hamilton does it, they all do it, but turns out when things aren't going your way and you turn into a fucking man-child, it doesn't make you look very good. Oh, they all have their reasons, you know, but the reality is if you believe you're the best driver on the grid, when you don't win, you have to have an excuse, you know, like it's part of their, like, makeup. Do I still get adrenaline jumps during after PvP? Not all, Professor, but some, yes. What time is it for me? 3:13 in the afternoon. Max is the best driver on the grid. It's so hard to say that, Robert. It might be that up until this year, Alonso was the best driver on the grid. This year, not so much, but it's so hard to say. You can never quantify it. You know, you never get that answer, do you? But at the end of Max's career, you can judge his career against Schumacher's, against Senna's, against Hamilton's, and so on, against Vettel's and others, and you can judge him against some of the all-time greats in some way. But Verstappen is the best driver at Red Bull.
Yay,
that's all we know.
I hope you
we don't know if he's quicker than Alonso if he had the same car and time to set it up. We don't know that.
TRMZ love.
We don't know who's the best if they have the same opportunity. Just like we didn't when Hamilton was winning all of his. But as a rule, the best driver tends to get the best car. So it's probably true, but not guaranteed to be true. Yeah, his first World Championship was dog shit, wasn't it? You know, but it's okay. I really hope this year we get a different winner. I'd love to see Lando Norris win it, or whoever. I don't really care who wins it, but it would be really good to see someone else win it. Because Verstappen winning it is... even if it's just this season, and then next year Red Bull are back to in the ascendancy again, at least it will be a bit varied, you know. It has been dull. The last while where different people are winning different races and Red Bull are no longer on top, it's much more fun. I actually didn't see the race, so I only know from the news, like Lando and Piastri. I know it didn't go down very well. I'm not sure how it went, but I didn't kill that one, did I? So the race was on when I was doing True Colours, so I haven't seen the race. I've not seen the highlights or anything. I don't think I killed that one on the right, which means somebody else has been here. Zombies only last 6 minutes, which means we're really not going to find anything. Is there a difference between the PSO1 and the PSO11? Yes. The PSO1 has a really nice reticle that works kind of nicely, and you can, at mid to closer ranges, you can aim the reticle and really aim it on the target. Whereas the PSO11 has this massive great triangle of shite. The reticle on the 1.1 is not good. Has this great big fat triangle stupid reticle on it.
Hello Paul, I'm new to PC DayZ but have played on the Xbox for years. Was wondering any good recommendations on maps that are modded and good PvP LYB.
Right, let me get there.
About 23 months following with 19 subscribed. Thanks for the countless hours of quality entertainment.
Thank you. Cheers, Shabazz. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you, Shabazz. Saucepot, I'll get to the question in a sec. Alky1, thank you. Alan, thank you for the gifted memberships, dude. You're very, very kind. Thank you very much. Right, let's try and get back. Zenik, thank you for the new sub. Alky1, thank you again. Medic, Steve, Blestrex, Fish Nasty, and Thuddy, thank you very much as well. Saltade Monkey, cheers for the support. Boata, thank you very much too. Any good recommendations for maps that are modded and good PvP? If you want PvP, and I play lightly modded, but the best PvP maps at the moment are probably Essica, Anastara, Alteria, and if you want like crazy PvP with some hardcore survival, Namalsk. They're the most PvP orientated maps. But the smaller maps are the higher action maps. Essica is all about PvP. Alteria and Anastara are very similar to Essica, but a little bit bigger. And then Namalsk is much smaller, but cold and challenging. Wando worked hard and was going to win, but then the team told him to give position to Piastri. But isn't that because Piastri was given, like, shafted by the way they pitted them or something like that? I don't remember, but by all accounts, I don't think Lando was very happy. If at the end of the season he loses out on the title race by like 2 points, he'll have a point. Otherwise, it shouldn't really matter. Zenit, dude, thanks for checking out. Appreciate it. Sorry, guys, 1 sec. There we go, sorted. Sorry, back. So if the McLaren did make a mistake and it hurt Piastri, then I don't know. I've seen that happen in the past. I've seen it happen where someone gets shafted by a decision and then they reverse it. It was a risk, actually. The cold is a risk for me right now. I was intending to make a fire at those huts back there, but the reason I haven't is because there was a zombie there that I didn't kill that was dead. And so I don't want to risk making a fire there because it could really bite me in the ass. The thing I didn't do, though, I should have set the I've got a heat pack, which I didn't activate. Boata, thank you very much. Once again, Stephen Robbins, cheers for the support as well, dude. Thank you. If City are charged and potentially relegated to the depths of despair, do you think the fan base will go back down to 6 guys and a pigeon? It sounds like a Man U fan question, that, dude. But when they were in League 2, they still had quite a big fan base, dude. Like I had an ex-girlfriend when I was in my early 20s. She was 30 at the time. Cougar she was. And she was going to watch Man City, and they were in League 2 at the time. They still had fans, dude. They had quite a lot of fans considering the division they were in. That's one of those loaded questions. Who won the event the other day? The Team Purple, the team I was in. I died right near the end, but our team won. It was very cool. Holy shit! I'm red health. It's starting to get serious. Oh, fucking hell! Maybe I should have got those sticks and made a fire there. I'm gonna have to make a fire just in a tree. I was gonna wait and go. I was going to wait to make a fire. There's a summer camp shed right near me, or summer camp sheds right near me, but I don't think I can wait. I think I'm going to have to do it now. Can't believe I'm fucking red health. Oh, bollocks. I've cancelled that. That's smart. I could maybe do some fishing. I think I need to, though. I ought to get a stick and try and cook a few things. Get rid of that. I don't need that shit anymore. I ought to cook the chicken just because I could. Just because I can, sorry. Oh, Relic, thanks for coming in, dude. Appreciate it. Actually, let's do it with that. Can I actually do... Oh, I might not be able to cook there because it's so in the tree. Oh, well, that's a pain in the fucking arse, isn't it? Oh, well. At least it's getting light. I can't believe I've let myself get to red health. That sucks.
TRMZ.
Without any spoilers, where do you suggest I go? Jackson Falls. Go to Jackson Falls, find a sniper, and then get killed a few times. You'll love it. Jackson Falls or the military base just to the east are decent spots to go by all accounts. I could just make a cooking stand. It's just too far into the tree, it won't let me do it. I could make a cooking stand, but it won't do anything because I don't have a cooking pot.
So glad I caught this stream. Was hoping to see this map.
Galactic, thanks for coming in, dude. Had a good run on it the last week or so. Joystick, dude, well thank you. Cheers for the support. Thank you for doing that, man. Got a wet sack.
Can you still combine fireplace and stick to give the prompt?
Can you still provide... I don't think you can, no. I can try, but I don't think so. I don't think you can do... You can't do anything like that. You can't move the... I don't think... I've never done it that way, I don't think. Oh, no. Yeah, you can. You're right. I've never done it that way, ever. But yeah, you drag the fireplace to it and then it lets you do it. Good shout. I've done other things that way. Like, that's how I lit the fire, but I've never actually done that, ever. What's happening with the map? Gene, it's just going down for another test. This is a test phase, the very last one. So I believe in just under 3 hours, Matty is announcing when it's going to be officially released. I did the same thing about 6 months ago and said the same thing. That sounds right, Alf. That sounds right, believe it or not, yeah. There does come a time when you forget things you used to know. Or learn things you've already learned. That definitely happens. Why am I so low on health? Cold, dude. Just cold. Nothing else. What was my job before full-time DayZ? I was a fluffer. I spent 20 years in retail doing shit jobs, and I started at like just as a shop worker, and then my last job was regional manager, not assistant. But for a small company. So I was like in stores, everything up to store manager, and then I left to went to a small company and did like a regional job. You think I'd make a terrible fluffer? We haven't seen my technique. It wasn't hard until I got to work. Is there a Spotify version of Labisch? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Oh, God. Facing up, we used to call it in Asda, Alf. Facing up was the worst thing ever. I remember when I was doing my training at Asda, they sent us to Asda Wembley for about 4 weeks. And like everybody has to face up. It's like one of Asda's things. So everybody on the store at a set time has to face up. Doesn't matter who you are. Everybody does it. Everybody. Like, if you're in the store training, you have to face up. If you're in the store and you're visiting from head office, you have to... Or this is how they said it to us. Probably not true, but everyone at a particular time, I think it was about 3:30 then, 4:30 maybe, everyone faces up for an hour. That was the rules. But they had me facing up toys for a week. And it was during half term. I was training during like the summer holidays. You would start facing up, like there would be like 10 bays, and you start, and by the time you got to bay 4, they'd wrecked bay 1 already. You know, it was absolutely pointless. Facing up is like in a supermarket as things sell. It all gets, people pick things up, and then the stuff gets like the stock that's at the back gets very much further back, right? So if you've got new stock out the back, you can bring more out, but facing up is obviously bringing everything to the front of the shelf to make everything look good, because shelves where all the stock is half the way to the back of the shelf look shit, you know, so you face it up, right? But if you faced up toys, you'd literally finish a bay, start the next bay, and if you didn't look at the bay to your left and you just faced up the bay, and then as you'd finished bay 2, you look back, a load of kids had wrecked the bay you'd just done. It was just pointless. Just fill up shelf. Well, that's not how supermarkets work. If you're saying they should just fill it up, GB, the supermarkets keep nearly all of their stock on the shelf. They don't have a massive storeroom out the back that's twice the size of the same size as the store, where they store a load of surplus. Most of the stock is on the shelf. That's how it works. That's how supermarkets are meant to run, with limited store and everything on the shelf. That's how it works. So it sucks facing up toys during like a time when there's kids looking at the toys is utterly pointless. It's like trying to dry your hair in a rainstorm or something outdoors or something like that. I don't know. Is Paul okay? I'm fantastic. I don't think a fluffer is necessarily an urban legend. I believe there is such a thing. I'm not going to even bother. Let's just get rid of that. I'm not fucking about. I'm not relighting the fire. Gavin, well, they're not meant to, are they? You know, right, they're not meant to. We were asking about Sour. Oh, okay. Well, he streamed on Saturday, so he was off. He was off for the best part of 4 weeks, being ill. But he was in the True Colours event on Saturday, so hopefully he's on the mend. I don't know if he's streamed since or not, but it seems like he's a bit better anyway. Oleg, I don't have it so much in the pantry, but if we go to a supermarket and it's not faced up, I end up facing it up. Like I don't go around doing the whole shop, but if I like, I don't know, if I'm think of a random product, if I'm getting tomato ketchup and it's all like pushed back, I'll take a tomato ketchup and then I'll pull all the others to the front just for the thing that I've taken. It's a good idea to wring out wet rags. If it stopped raining, it is, yeah. If it's still raining, it's pointless, but if it's not raining, it's a good idea. USG, baby. We can get another stick another time. Shotgun.
I know the title says Bitterroot, but what map is this? Kappa.
This map is Umbongo land. That's what it is. It's a new land. What am I doing here? Do I need that? Yes. Let's take that. I'll take the Kumpai. Oh, fuck off, car.
Hey Paul, have you heard the term 86it? It doesn't stand for 86 months subbed, which I am now, but it's funny nevertheless. And by the way, how long do you plan to be 38 years old?
Just for the time that I'm legitimately 38 and no longer. That's it.
So glad you got me playing this game. Never had more fun being scared to death half the time. By the way, I'm from Umbango land.
Are you? Oh, welcome along. Thanks for coming in. Lord Ram, thank you very much. Garrett, cheers for the support. Gundam, thank you very much as well. Have I heard the term 86it? Yeah. Yeah, I have. I know exactly what that means. Ha ha! No, I haven't heard of it. I think we can turn off the earplugs now. I need to go this way for summer camp. It comes from 1930s soda counter slang, meaning that an item was sold out. There's a very anecdotal evidence about the term 86 was used.
Market going?
That's news to me. I'm not as old as you, Garrett, so clearly I wouldn't know that one. It's flat at the moment, Darkvet, I believe is the term. It's pretty much flat. I think it's kind of bottomed out. But not for the Ghost or whatever it's called. Not for the Bruce Wayne Jambon. Don't buy one of them at the secondary market, no matter what. You'd be a fucking idiot. Darkvet, Lord, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. You can 86 a person, meaning they get kicked out of the bar. Blimey. Ay, 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 ay. Do I believe in Ghost? I've seen the film. Patrick Swayze and others. Yeah, it was alright. I wasn't that keen. It didn't make me want to do pottery. I definitely believe in the film Ghost. If you mean, do I believe in ghosts? I don't think so. Yeah, Demi Moore was the other one. I believe in the film Ghost, and I believe that in The Sixth Sense that little dude sees dead people, for sure. But I don't think I believe in ghosts. And certainly those shows that they have where they do the ghost hunting only make me more confident that there is no such a thing. Except for, how can we rig some entertainment out of this nonsense? Wasn't Harry Kane in The Sixth Sense? He should be in the fucking 6-yard box, but he didn't make it there very often, did he? That's good. That's really good. Proper scope for my Savage. Just need some proper bullets for me Savage.
Paul, was Robin of Locksley a real person in history?
Was Robin of Locksley a real person in history? I don't know. I certainly believe that Robin Hood wasn't a real person in history, but Robin of Locksley might have been. I don't know. I'm not a history buff. I don't believe Robin Hood. Robin Hood's is a fictitious tale, but Robin of Locksley may well have been a real title for all I know. Joker 2 is a musical. I don't know. I'm not too worried, however it's done. If it's made by the same people as Joker 1, it could be great. It gave me palpitations as well, Beards, dude. Thank you for the support. Darkfair, thank you for the bits. Cheers for that as well. My Google account, wow. Wow, thank you for the support. Sent a link on Discord about Swedish handmade Damascus watches in April. I might have seen it. I might have seen it.
Stream highlight videos, TRMZ.
Post it again and at me this time, dude, and I'll try and check it to make sure. I may have seen it though. I do go in the watch Discord and just scan through what I've missed, but every now and then I miss something, I guess. But I don't miss much in there. But by all means, just post it again and at me, so I'll definitely see it that way. Worn, pristine. Okay, very good. I doubt I'm even going to do any fishing. What I'm after here is some Savage bullets. Do I plan on revisiting Pripyat? Not unless there's a lightly modded server for it. Probably not. I really like it. It's a fun map, but I don't want to play on a too heavily modded map, and Pripyat probably is suiting that. The Bear is on Disney Plus in the UK. I started watching it, and I quite liked it. I quite liked it. It was pretty decent, but the missus wasn't feeling it, and we started something else. It was very, very serious for stuff that was really just about some dude in a restaurant. It was a bit. It was very good. It was nicely done, but it was very serious for just like cooking. You know, if I want that kind of drama, maybe I can find it in a slightly better setting, perhaps. I don't know, but nonetheless, I think it was pretty decent. I ought to watch it. I must say, I really liked Redline's advert for Apple on Twitter. I so nearly replied Redline. I didn't know. It was written in the style of someone that was being sponsored by Apple.
Do ghosts believe in you? Congrats on Team Purple going the distance. That last stand at the Rock gave me heart palpitations.
Thank you, Beards, dude. Cheers for the support. I wrote it with you in mind. I tried to troll you. Well, I'd actually half-typed a reply, and then I thought, nah, don't bother. It was going to be quotations, and then afterwards, an Apple shareholder or something like that was going to be my reply. But it was written in the style of that. I've got 3 months Apple TV at the moment because I just bought a new phone, so because I've got the new phone, I've got 3 months fresh Apple TV subscription, which I just started. I've not watched a single thing on Apple TV since it started, but I've got it. That's 50 degrees. That'll be okay for now. I probably don't need the rags, do I? I might keep them because I might need a splint. I have experience breaking my legs on this server, haven't I? I started watching Silo. Severance is amazing, Lawyer. I agree. Severance was really, really good. Silo was okay. I wasn't into it the same. It was all right. It was a bit like it was better than this, but it reminded me a little bit of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and that's a really weird thing to say, but it just felt like an entire episode was just filler, you know, like they needed to get the lady from the bottom floor, and she's like, oh, I can't do that until I fix the until I fix the Oofa Doofa, so now we have to have an entire episode where it was like it turned into an episode of Scrap Heap Challenge. I just like, can't you just move it along to the bit where it becomes more of a whodunit again? I don't need to see you fix the fucking Oofa Doofa. I'll just move it on, will you? and in Falcon and Winter Soldier, they seem to waste an entire episode where they just like sanded a boat and tossed each other off. Or maybe it was not quite like that, but that's how I remember it. Bucky would be very good at that, by the way, wouldn't he? He'd be the champion, you know. He might not be one of the best Marvelous, but he'd be the best at that, wouldn't he? Fucking hell. What's your elevator pitch for a DayZ streamer series? I don't have one. Just don't make it. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, it was great. Have I watched For All Mankind? No, that was one of the ones that I meant to watch and then didn't. I want to kind of watch that Gladiator rip-off that's on Amazon at the moment. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I kind of want to watch it. Those Who Are About to Die. Like, it's Gladiator, but not as good. I want to watch that. Is it shite? It's got Sir Anthony Hopkins in it, and he's good. Ah, very nice, Scott. You bought your mum a silver necklace when I was a kid. She was heartbroken when she accidentally broke it. I bought her another one today and I texted her, try not to break this one. Oh, Scott, that's cool. I've watched the first 4 episodes. It's not terrible so far. Yeah, you tend to find that. I've seen Greyhound called Red. Yeah, that was okay. Greyhound was better than that show that they did on Apple. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was called Masters at Not Being as Good as Band of Brothers. You don't know who the fuck anyone is because they're all wearing masks, and then one dies, but you're not quite sure which one it was, and then you never see him anymore, and then you realise. Lex Hawthorne used to be a ghost hunter. Legitimately, he said he didn't find shit. That's insane. I feel like that's one of Lax's made-up facts, but... I'm kind of okay for Gladiator 2, except for the trailer that they released, which just doesn't work. Like, the trailer was fine. The content of the trailer looked good. The cast looked good, but the music they chose for the trailer just doesn't work. I intend to watch Wolverine, yeah, Wolverine Deadpool, or Deadpool Wolverine. I am kind of marvelled out, but Deadpool will be okay. I'm going to watch that at the cinema for sure. Jacko, very cool. Thank you for the super chat, dude. And yeah, hopefully the coffee or tea will taste all the sweeter in the new mug. If you want to see really hilarious, watch something really hilarious, watch Buffalo 66 on DVD. Where are the shots? Oh no, too early for shots, Elijah. We have to drink 8 pints of Crony before we get the shots. I appear to be blue health again. Very cold today, isn't it? Just want to see Hugh Jackman in that yellow spandex. Yeah, dirty boy. Of course you do. Right, I'm gonna have to make another
Received
fire.
my coffee mug today. You have great merch. Keep running.
We did hear a few shots, but I haven't been running towards the shots on account of the fact that I don't want to die. Just what the world needs, another Captain Underpants type movie. Well, Deadpool is a little bit different to those, Zagorki. Deadpool doesn't take itself too seriously, so the only danger with this one is it is actually in the Marvel Universe, so it might actually try to take it. And also it's got the TVA in it, and that's not a spoiler, it's in the trailer. But one thing I know from the Marvels is that the TVA equals dull. Ugh. Anyway, hopefully it'll be okay, because Deadpool is normally just kind of funny. Like, the action's kind of good, but there's good comedy in it. It's like decent black comedy. It's good. Yeah, like the TVA stuff might be okay, as long as they don't have any like loom bending missions. You know, we've got to unwind this loom of destiny. It's going to be really fun, you know. And then they have an entire episode where they just go get the boondangle from the Ujima flip, and then we need to stick it in there, and they just come up with like random words of nonsense, and that's the kind of the plot, you know, random words of absolute nonsense. Man, that show sucked. I'm sure some people liked it, but I like Loki, the character, but they made like one of the most interesting characters in the Marvel universe dull as fuck. You know, like they turned him into like a borderline librarian. He's actually kind of like a mischievous kind of like anti-hero, and they just turned him into this dull fucker that goes around saying words that no one knows what they mean, even him. What's the TVA? The Time Variance Authority, I think. Quantum Mania wasn't far off. Yeah, that's true. They did with Ant-Man. They did a similar thing with Jargon, but they just put Quantum Realm at the end of every sentence. Like, absolute random nonsense of words that sound futuristic, and then put in the Quantum Realm at the end, and then that explains the plot. Nate, I know you like it. I know you like it. You're one of a select few. Apparently they're going into a phase now of doing X-Men. So I think like the Marvel Universe is switching to the X-Men phase now, which could be good or it could be shite. I quite like. I've always quite liked X-Men films, but that one they did, the last one they did with the new characters, was absolutely dross. You know, it was terrible. It was like a bit of a remake of one they'd already done. It was pointless.
Have a beer. Better yet, have 2 beer mugs. Cheers to another day above the dirt. TRMZ Whiskey Man.
Elijah, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. X-Men haven't been abused within an inch of their life. Let's give it a go. Yeah. I can't wait until they find like the most like insignificant character in the X-Men universe to do like a 2-part series or 2 series on. Do you get stats on where your viewers are watching from? What percentage of UK you're I do get stats, Jack, but I don't study them very much, to be honest, dude. It's not something I focus on, but as a rule, US is number 1, UK is number 2, and then in the next sort of several places, it's a tally up between Canada, Germany, America, Canada, Germany and Australia. But usually America's
Run,
number one,
Forest,
closely
run.
followed by UK number 2. They're focusing on the mutants as a whole, which includes the X-Men. Ooh. I think there is plans for another 3 Star Wars films, isn't there? Upcoming. I bet they're going to be good. Upcoming Star Wars movies. There's a Mandalorian film that's meant to be coming out. Yeah, Mandalorian and Grogu is a Star Wars film. That could be right. It was revealed at Star Wars Celebration that a new movie is coming out that will focus on Rey. The film will be set after the rise of Skywalker. Everybody needs that. That could be okay. There you go. Look. James Mangold Star Wars movie. Unknown. Indiana Jones 5 director James Mangold is working on a film that will be set thousands of years in the past, focusing on the first Jedi. When I was first started talking to Kathleen Kennedy about doing one of these pictures, what occurred to me was that blah 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 blah. Yeah. Thoughts on allowing me to move your merch store over to Fourth Wall? Well, I could stop paying for Streamlabs Ultimate. The one reason I would like to move to Fourth Wall, and I haven't done yet, Redline, but the one reason I would like to move to Fourth Wall is that I can put it on my YouTube channel. Like, if you go to, I think Ish might have had this, but it would be hard to check right now. But if you go and watch one of the Freshborns YouTube videos right now, the very first thing you'll see at the bottom of their video is links to their merch. Right? They must make decent sales because of that. Because the amount of people that watch the YouTube videos that don't obviously come in here and, like, let's face it, I only sell any merch when somebody else buys it. Then people go, oh fuck, you do merch. That's pretty much the only time I ever sell any merch. But if it was actually advertised at the bottom of the video, it would be a bit of a... but you can't link Streamlabs to that. You can link Fourth Wall, but you can't Streamlabs. So yeah, I ought to do that at some point. I feel like I'm going to the edge of the map here. I don't know where I am. Oh, it's okay. I know exactly where I am. Thanks, Redline. I've got to try and track down all of the stuff, but it's something I could do. It's something I ought to do. I don't know how we set it up and actually link it to my YouTube thing. I think I'm probably going to have to do it, I suppose. I don't know, but it seems like my focus right now is the editor. And Finn's doing a great job, right? But he's only on video number 4. Like this morning, he sent me a draft for video number 4. And I've reviewed some of that, and then I've gone back and been like, let's scale it down to this kind of thing, and like keep it to such things and such, you know. But I'm still kind of in focus on the editor mode right now. Barbaric, I think that was tongue in cheek. They are pretty cool dudes, though, to be fair. I'm pretty sure I only said what they were thinking, by the way, whenever they suggested I was moaning. Trust me. They weren't in much of a position to moan in their penthouse fucking apartment with butlers and whatever else they had laid on, you know. What they didn't get when they turned up was a room with a bed in it, with no pillow and nowhere to hang their clothes. Literally, it was like if you think of an office room where you used to have like someone's office, and then you took the office out and you just threw a bed in. You just threw a bed in and nothing else. They didn't have that, did they? You know, that's not my fault. It's lucky them. They had less to moan about. They didn't spend 6 hours hoping they might have a pillow to sleep on that night. Did they? No, they didn't. No. Well, I didn't even have a way to lock the door. Neither did Happy Bombs. You know, I had to leave my stuff there. I couldn't even lock my own fucking door. wasn't quite ready for the amount of people they were trying to put up. I know, by the way, the people that were there, the people that worked for Bohemia that were there were working very, very hard. So I ain't really trying to like moan at them. They were working very, very hard, but they were working very, very late and with not much time and clearly not much budget. It is what it is, though. Bristow, he's on holiday. Yeah, he's on holiday. He's gone away with his little one. So it was a planned holiday. He's got his YouTube channel back now as well, which is very cool to see. It's not got all of his videos back on it yet, but he's actually in possession of his own YouTube channel again, so he can get that changed and set up again. What is that? An AR-15. Wish I had a mag for that. Fuck. I want to take that. The 15th of all the assault rifles. Hello to future YouTube commentator that wants to tell me what AR stands for. I look forward to reading your message. Oh dear. Well, one of you two can't even spell Armalite. I'm not going to tell you which one it is. Cox, thank you very yeah, Cokes, let's go with Cokes, shall we? Thank you very much for the support, dude. Oh, I'm not happy about this. I'm going to have to drop the Savage. Oh, no. It's badly done. Oh, I can fix it. It's okay. I've got to do it because I've only got one Savage bullet, whereas I've got 20 Blaze rounds.
32 months gone fast.
Just put this here. I think I got 40 blaze rounds, maybe. I can't remember. I prefers armadillos anyway. I prefers armadillos to Armalites. Everybody knows that. Sounds a bit like cigarettes, doesn't it? Armalites. I smokes Armalites, I does. Right, let's go. Rossinator, thanks for the 32. Cheers for the support, dude. Gone fast it has, you know. When you first subscribed, I was approaching 38, and here we are now. I am 38. Beautiful, look at that. We've got a proper gun. And I quite like the Savage, but I can't take it over a Blaze when I've got bullets. Do you know what will happen now? I'll find a box of 300 Savage. Watch Buffalo 66 on DVD. Oh, I can't get that fucking song out of my head now. Here we are. 300 Savage better than 308? Not necessarily, no, but I quite like the Savage is one I've only used a bit, and I've done alright with it. It one-taps. I think it's got higher uncon shock value than this Blaze does. So if you shoot somebody at, say, 50 metres with a Blaze with one bullet to the chest and they're wearing a plate carrier, they don't go unconscious. If you shoot that same player with a Savage, they do go unconscious, because I did it last week several times. So in terms of knocking someone out, the Blaze doesn't knock people out as well as the Savage does. $300 Blackout. 300 blackout. A blaze double shot would knock a player out, obviously, but that's not what I said, you know. I am somewhat surprised that I bothered to pick up the buttstock. That's really hopeful to expect me to get a better one. Legs at 200, yeah. Canteen on belt. I don't have a canteen or a belt. Alf, yeah, it's pretty consistent, and he's always had a top 10 car as such, hasn't he? But it's still a crazy stat. There has been times where they couldn't even finish in the top 10 qualifying though. Even in more recent times, when he's been nowhere near in terms of qualifying, he still ended up finishing better than he started more often than not in the race. Like where he's been out qualified by Russell, he seems to catch some of that up in the race very often. You know? Jambon, it's a very contentious subject, so I'm making a light-hearted jibe about it just before. In the case of an AR-15, it definitely means armor light. But there's a lot more going on to that topic that I don't really want to get into. It's too tedious. It definitely means armor light rifle, sorry. But that does. People love to tell me that. They've been telling me that for years, so. Disconnecting. Oh, it's back. I don't know what went on there. So there's shots up ahead at the airfield. This is where we went last time and died. Same thing again though. Same problem as always. The Bitterroot problem. It always is the Bitterroot problem. I'm about to arrive at my first military base. I've not seen a single vest. I've not got a stab vest. I've not got a press vest. There was no hope of me finding one. So now I've got to go to this place and pray, because whoever shoots at me is likely to have a shotgun or a blaze or a savage or an SKS, something that can one-tap me, and I've got to go there with no vest, like pretty much every time so far, unfortunately. By the way, Nate, if you're there, thank you yesterday for help looking for melons. Rossinator, thank you for the 32. The quest for melons. Angry rebuttal. Ooh.
Did you ever have that moment that you thought, oh God, I'm becoming that neighborhood guy, like the guy who destroyed balls when flying over the fence XD?
No. I've never become that dude. I get grumbly about shit that I absolutely should get grumbly about, but I always give the balls back. Stuff that used to really hurt me as a kid, like, oh, you can't put it over there, they never let you have your ball back, you know, I could never be that person. There used to be a house a couple of doors up from my cousin, and they had, like, every ball that had ever come into their garden was, like, they'd, like, jammed it into the drain pipe next to, on show, so they'd, like, wedged it into the drain pipe coming down from their guttering so that all the kids could see their ball but not have it. They would keep them, but then also put them on shows to make sure the kids knew that they wouldn't get the ball back, you know, right? wherever they are in hell now, I hope they're having fucking, like, tennis balls inserted into their rectum. But yeah, no, I couldn't do that. No, it ain't right. It was a different time then. If somebody tried to do that now, they'd probably get something stuffed through the letterbox or light, you know, like kids used to take more shit then than they do now, I think. And kids today get a hard ride of it, that's not what I mean, but I think they don't just take shit the same as they used to. I don't think I need those red sunnies, do I? I'm just looting and I know there's players here. I should be being a little bit more on the ball. There really could be somebody in there.
TRMZ love.
It looks possible. What's that there? An AK. No mag though. Definitely just heard shots. There's somebody around. They look like flies from a dead body. I think it was just ambient flies, but it sounded like flies from a dead body. Unless it was a dead body that just despawned. Where's the zombies gone from over there? There was some over there, wasn't there? I saw some over there. It's never normally this cold, is it? It's strange today. Seem to be freezing my nudges off. I'm very surprised. We heard shots just before I arrived. I'm kind of surprised that we've not seen any evidence of dead Zeds or dead dudes or whatever. Shoot through the windows with vines covering them. Yeah, there's no vines on this one. There's no vines, dude. No vines. Feel like the shots might have been at the end. How do I donate? Ella, if you're brand new to the stream, don't. It's fine. You know, I'm going to be here most days, well, 5 days a week. Stick around, and if you're still here in 2 or 3 months, you'll have worked it out by then, and probably be a better time to do it too. Can we just check in there, see if we can get a vest of some sort? That would be good. Oh, there's boots there as well. I hate looting these buildings, but these cars, these trucks, they do have decent loot by them very often. I don't know what condition they are, but badly damaged. My boots are damaged. Yeah, let's go. Just have a quick look in here, see if we can get a vest. Nope. That can he? Maybe there'd be a vest in here. Nope. There is police loot though. At least there's police loot, just not a vest. So there could have been a vest. I just think I was unlucky. The server restart wasn't that long ago. All these doors are open. The server restart... Oh, it was probably more than an hour ago now, but... Someone's been in here since the restart. Dark blue again. Is it me, or is it just a lot colder today in this map? Like, I don't seem to be able to stay warm. Not necessarily a bad thing if it's the same for everyone, but like having to make fires. Like it's Namalsk. I guess it's just because it's been raining a lot, I suppose. But usually you're not dark blue just because it rains. It feels like it's been set colder today. I might just be having bad luck, but it feels like it's colder. And it's obviously the rain gene, but even if you're in Chernoris, if it rains you don't normally go dark blue unless you're like way up in like Sinistock or something, you know. We might be up in a higher area now, you know. But it was like it in the spawn zone as well. These houses spawn military loot. I would be surprised if they do, but you never know. I need a bush. No bushes. All just great big fuck off trees. I need a bush, man. Gonna be yellow health in a second if I keep this up.
My B-Day is my best friend. It is my cleanliness. I must master it as I must master my cleanliness.
I need gloves
Without
and a
me,
mask.
My B-Day is useless.
They will help. But gloves when you're wet and oh, so good. Masks when you're wet. That's been dropped by another player by the look of it. It's wet. But yeah, gloves and masks when you're wet don't really actually warm you up any, do they? Because they're wet. Busy. Well, thanks for the insight into your B-Day requirements. Good to know. Cheers for the support, dude. Move Maker, thank you as well. Pheasant, Overdose, Swedish Meatball, thank you very much. And Mr. Pheasant, thank you for the tip. I answered the question, but I never said thank you. Thank you. Right, I'm just going to make the fire here. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but that's what I'm going to do. So Jimmy, I don't know, it just seems cold today. It might just be the way it was yesterday, but it barely rained. But if you remember yesterday it was raining a lot. I was much lower down in terms of height. I think that might be why, but I didn't have this trouble yesterday. It was pissing down for ages and at no point was I dark blue. I might just be higher up in the map and it's the altitude combined with the rain maybe. I just don't know. I have 4 toilets that are all that are electric and built-in water heated seats and remote control. Fucking hell, naked pig. 4 toilets. I barely used 4 toilets in my lifetime. What sandwiches I had today? I haven't. Me and the missus went out for lunch to a cafe type place and I had an English breakfast. It was fucking amazing. Shouldn't have had it. I was intending to have a jacket potato, and then I went there and I looked at the breakfast. I was like, fuck that. I'm having the fry up, and went for the unhealthy option. Am I bald? No, I'm not. No, I've got very, very thick hair. What's a baked potato is what a jacket potato is. Turbo, thank you for the follow on YouTube, dude. Thank you. How long does it take you taking a shit? Just sit and get it done, pretty much is what you said, Kiki. I can see your point of view. I think it depends really for me whether I take my phone or not. Sometimes I can get slightly distracted if I take my phone. I try not to, but I fail miserably, you know. I don't think he was asking about your head. I'm pretty sure he was, Liquid. Just... I can't dry them out, can I? Mr. Pheasant, that was another question. Ever had a moment you look back and thought, how the fuck did we not die? I had a few close shaves. This is not to do with you, Liquid. I've had a few close scrapes whilst driving over the years. Like where I was maybe like going too fast, not paying attention, turn around, and then I've got to like skid to a halt in space that doesn't feel long enough to stop. But I've had a few close scrapes, but I've thankfully not had many, no. Actually got asked that question the other day. The day I broke my nose, for all I know, could have been dangerous. It's one of those things. This is not a good tale. It's a very sad tale. But I was walking home far too drunk with my hands in my pockets, and I fell over and broke my nose. But I tripped walking down the curb, crossing the road, landed face first in the road, and broke my nose. Right. But I have no idea how long I was on the floor for. I could have been on the floor for seconds, or I could have been on the floor for 5 minutes in the road. I don't know. There's no way of knowing. Like I just know that I know where I fell, and I know I made my face a right fucking mess, and my nose was really sore. But that could have been... a car could have driven me past and not ran me over for all I know. I don't know. Yeah, and I also ruined my watch as well. That was my first nice watch. It was a Tag Heuer. It was only a quartz, but I bought it in Barbados with money that my granddad had left me. And I bought a watch with the money he'd left me, obviously, when dying. Left me £1,000, and I spent it on a watch. The idea being that I'd always have it, you know, like I could have put that £1,000 in the bank and then just wasted it on whatever and then not have anything to show for it. So I thought I'd buy something with it was the idea, but then I fucking got drunk and ruined it. That was smart, wasn't it? I shut that. No, I didn't open the door, did I? I came off the roof. It's just not stopping raining, is it? That zombie has now appeared. The door was closed before. Zombies have appeared over there as well. Alf, well, it was from a proper jeweller's. It wasn't just from some looky man or something on the beach. It was from a proper jeweller's that were like Tag Heuer dealers, you know. They have shops in Barbados, right? They have shops in like the main towns and whatnot. Funny enough, it was 2005. I can't even remember the name of the big town in Barbados. I can't remember it. Bridgetown, that is exactly correct. Yeah, well done. I remember I did go. This could cause jokes that I don't want to hear. I remember going to the Mount Gay rum factory or brewery, sorry, and doing a tour and trying some of the rum, and not liking it. But I don't really remember much about the holiday, to be honest. The beach was all right, obviously. That's kind of running. It's just ran off. That zombie's just managed to get off the roof. That's impressive, isn't it? Where have they gone as well? Those two zombies that were there seem to have not... They're not there again. Now it's back inside the fucking building again. Can you explain that to me? It was stuck on the roof. It was stuck on the roof. Then it was running off the roof. Then it was outside. Then it was back inside. That zombie's like become somewhat intelligent. It can open and close doors. GD Lepto just downloaded DayZ. You're in love with it, dude. That is cool. Quite nice that they're the right height for that. That's kind of cool. There's just no zombies here that are dead. There's no zombies dead at all. Gun on that roof. I think that's the commander thing that I had yesterday, isn't it? I never found a mag for it, but I might change. I think it's full auto, whereas this is not, so I should probably get that in a minute. Did I find a map? I thought I'd found a map. Glasgow Air Force Base. I guess after that it's Ruby Ridge. These towns are new. Niceville and Baylor. I've never been to the west checkpoint. A little bit of military there. I probably should have been there. I was up at Camp Bliss the other day. If I'd known there was a milli base there, I probably would have gone. Every time I'm on this map and I see Ruby Ridge, it does spark that same conversation that I've just seen. It does spark it every time, pretty much. West checkpoint is 3 tents and 3 medical. Well, that sounds good. Chance for some MB Sawyer. Oops. Yeah, it was the SSG Commando dealie. Really like to find a mag for this commando. I want to be down to 2 guns. I'm fed up of carrying 3. If I could find, after finding that box, if I can get myself a UMP mag, then I'll drop the shotgun. Not clearing this, like, if there was a player in here, I'd be in deep shit. Baby AK, that's another baby AK mag, sorry, AK bullet that I'm not getting. The triple gunning thing is just stopping me from doing it. Can it be fooked? Doesn't jumping off things ruin boots quicker? I think only if you fall from a significant height. Have I done the new quest series on Deer Isle while diving? Hots, plots, no. I haven't really bothered trying. I really enjoyed doing the quest as it was before it changed last. Honestly, trying to do it solo on stream seems like something I'm not likely to do. I think in order to do it solo, you've got to like bury some stashes and like, I don't know, like collect up NBC and then store it somewhere and then like do sections of the quest and then save the bit that you've got, like save a bit of the hammer and then go and find the other bit and so on, you know, like I just don't think it's going to be easy to do solo whilst streaming. I don't fancy it. I think it's perhaps a bit too complex. Gonna need a bigger bag. White men, because there are, well, it's going to be announced soon, but it's the last test of the patch before it goes stable. I'm going to need any boots very soon. I can do it maybe with the teammate hotspots, but I just don't know. I like stuff like that. I really enjoy doing like as a solo quest. I could like, for example, Deadfall. I've gone into Deadfall solo once or twice. But if I do Deadfall again, I'll play like last time I did Deadfall. I played with Muller. You know, like Deadfall to me is a map that I'm not going to do solo anymore, and probably Deer Isle maybe that needs to fall into the same category. But like, it's not something I could do in one stream, you know. Like I think Mullard's done it with some friends while streaming. It took like 40 or 50 hours, you know. Like, that's kind of cool. But yeah, I just, if it takes 2 people 40 or 50 hours, it's not something I want to stream. Is basically the answer. Missed another bottle. Well, I don't have duct tape. One is enough. I don't have a I don't have a duct tape even, and I don't have a sniper rifle that can use the bottle suppressor anyway, so not that big a deal. Daniel, yeah, I'm not carrying this bottle, as others have said. I'm not carrying it for the canteen. I actually have a canteen, but I'm not carrying it for the water holding properties. I'm carrying it for the potential to make a suppressor. Jambon, we'll have to wait and see. And certainly some of the players that Klopp was bringing through looked really good, you know, like some of the newer ones that got some trials, or like around the time of the League Cup, they did look good. Right, a dead chicken there. But I don't know, like I have a little bit of a worry about holding midfielder and central defence. And I'm not entirely sure about Núñez either. I want to really like Núñez. I like his attitude in a game. Maybe not his attitude to the stadium, perhaps, but he was provoked somewhat. But nonetheless, I like Núñez, like his try-hard ability, let's say. But I'm not sure about his goal-scoring ability, you know. Yeah, I've seen about that. They're calling. This always rings alarm bells. They're calling him the Japanese Messi. That's always alarming when you hear shit like that. They never work out to be like the Japanese Messi. But yeah, I'd be interested to see. I don't know. I think Liverpool will sign a player or two, but I'm not sweating it yet. You know, we'll see. That's literally all the bullets I've got. I just was trying to check that. Somebody was here. Drivable Humvee there. I don't think they'll go for Gahey. I think Gahey will be too much money. They did spend serious money on Núñez a couple of seasons ago. They will splash out, and maybe that wasn't the best buy. I still like Núñez. He just costs too much money. You know, I think he's all right, but I'm not sure he's the answer to Liverpool's woes. But anyway, more zombies locked in. I seriously doubt Liverpool are going to be able to afford Gahey. I don't see him spending 60, 70, 80 million on one player. I could be wrong. I hope I am, but I don't see it. It feels like more of a nudge season to me. Like, first season with the new manager. Last season was a fairly strong season. I didn't think I'd got it. That's why I came back. I think they're more likely to nudge, like, a little. I don't think they're going to go crazy. Normally, a manager, if they're smart, doesn't blow a load of transfer budget in their first transfer window when they've not had any actual management time with the players, if that makes sense. You know, like, I feel like next summer, assuming Slot does an okay job and has still got the job, next summer he'll probably spend more money than this. Yeah, Flan, I've seen several, but unless I see a mag, I'm not going to bother. I probably should have picked one of them up, but I haven't done.
Hello?
Hello? You alright, dude?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, shit. I didn't even know there was anyone in here.
You trying to shit at me? I was lucky I heard you. I was halfway through a meeting at work. I'm just coming here to get out of the rain.
Oh,
And then I
okay.
had a call from work and I was like, oh shit, I need to go somewhere safe.
No, you're okay. Well, if you're still on the phone, it's alright. I'm not looking to kill anyone. You're fine.
Thanks, brother. Thank you.
Right, have you looted all those barracks?
Not yet, no. I came from further down the hill and I saw this tower and I just got straight in it and then I've been on call.
Alright, well, I'm going to have a look in a few barracks. Don't shoot me, okay?
Alright, bear with me. I'm out the window now.
You alright, dude? Yeah, I'm here.
I won't kill you. I won't kill you.
Oh, that sucks. Well, it's cool that he spoke. Should I be taking one of these? I just haven't got the space. What I need to do is find a commando mag. Which is good food-wise, anyway. We get rid of the fishing rod. So whoever's been here, someone's looted this in the last hour or so, but it's long enough ago that loot has started to respawn, which is good. Oh, I thought for a minute that was a plate carrier. I'm trying to go commando, but I'm failing at the moment. A set of bastards, yeah. Miller, I've been keeping a little bit of an eye on the transfer window. There's a few being mentioned, but it's just all paper talk, dude. I don't buy any of it at the moment. There's some talk about Eze from Crystal Palace, who apparently Tottenham want as well. There's talk of Anthony Gordon, but again, I'm not convinced. I think most of the stuff that's about Liverpool at the moment is paper talk. I really do. I don't think it's legit. I don't think it's legit at all.
Oh, Jesus, shit.
Is that you? Holy shit, you scared the piss out of me.
Whoa, whoa. Fuck me, the zombies scare me and then you fucking...
I ain't finding a lot, dude. Before I arrived, there were shots like... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, you don't happen to have 5.56, do you?
I've got a couple, but yeah, not many.
Do you want to trade?
Yeah.
I've got an AK, full mag.
Alright, yeah, okay.
15.
I haven't got loads though, but let me see what I've got. I've got 9 in there. And another, I think I've got a box as well. Yeah, I've got a box there. There we go. That seems
Do you
like
want to trade then?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
that's
I don't
fine.
mind if you want to keep it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm only using a UMP, so that's better than a UMP. So yeah, might as well. I'm just going to go into the shower room and I'll have a little fuck around with my loot.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you. I think I might as well do that. I know I've got another box, but I might as well keep the other box, mightn't I? Keep the other box for me. Well, he's definitely got a commando mag because he was after 5.56 for his commando. He was holding a commando in his hand, so that's why he wants the 5.56. So that's not a trade I'm going to get, is it? Yeah, it is annoying. You don't have like a leather kit or an epoxy kit that you can trade for something, do you?
Epoxy, I've got.
All right, well, here we go. I can trade.
Duct tape.
I'll trade you another box. I have only got one more box, but that seems like a good deal.
Oh, legend.
Yeah, my vest is badly damaged, so that'll help me no end. Thank you, dude. There we go. Look at that. You could just kill him. Yeah, see, I could, but then it's nice sometimes to be getting told off for not killing him rather than getting told off for killing him, you know? Like, whichever door I pick, kill or don't kill, someone's going to tell me off, but it's nice to vary the telling off. I know you're not really, by the way. That's tongue-in-cheek, but my point still stands. It's nice to vary the thing I'm getting wrong between killing him or not killing him. I actually have one whole more bullet you might as well have. Just outside your door. There you go.
Legend.
I was carrying a commando trying to find a mag, but I see you've got one with a mag, so I might as well I've just dropped it.
Oh, right. I was going to say, I do have a spare mag.
Ah, no, don't worry. I've given you the bullets now, so no point. I'm going to carry on looting the next barrack, dude.
Yeah, no reason.
I do kind of need to keep my gun out, really. Right, any other find from now, they're mine. Oh, fuck off. No, I'm not taking it. I'll find more mags. Bit worried about this one. Why was the door closed? Maybe there's a zombie that was trapped in it and went on the roof, but it's been looted, but the external door was open. Yeah, someone trapped a zombie in here. I'm not a huge fan of the baby AK, but it's better than the UMP. And oh my god, I bet I've just wasted it. Oh no, that's okay. Oh, yeah, damaged and badly damaged. I still would have needed it. It's nice to see a few vests though. That's kind of cool. They are a little bit past where you need them to be as such, but it is nice to see a few. That's still my biggest, I don't know, issue is the right word. Piece of feedback is still about that. Low tier vests not being until you get too far into the map. I guess the other piece of feedback from today is that will it ever stop fucking raining? Jesus. Now I'm dark blue again. It's like playing the mouse. It's like I have to make a fire every fucking 10 minutes, otherwise I'm dying. When will it stop raining? It's bright and fucking sunny. I feel like there's something wrong with the server. 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think it's been raining the whole time. To be fair, it's actually restarted, so it can't be. Me. I'm going to run towards those shots, dude.
Hey, man.
Guessing he doesn't want to run towards those shots. You've tried turning it off 3 times since you've been here. It's going pretty well. Never trust if you're trying to use your Amazon Prime or your Twitch Prime. Sometimes there's a little lag between one ending and one starting, so just be patient, or maybe even just leave the stream and come back. It usually then kind of corrects itself. So if we're leaving the base and we're going north, I did say to him where I was going. I gave him the chance to tag along. I don't think he really wants to. Simply back. Sorry about getting laid off from work, dude. Hopefully it leads to something better.
Got Prime to work finally. Had to wait it to actually expire.
Rat Buddy, well thank you. Cheers for doing it, dude. Ambo, it's a test like always. It comes up for a couple of weeks, then it goes down. But it's being officially released soon, and the announcement for when the release is later today. So we've just left here, and we're running north. I guess the shots were probably at Ruby Ridge, probably. So we need to go slightly northeast.
Insert witty message here.
Try this. I'm dark blue. It sucks. I'm gonna have to make another fucking fire. Sloth, hope you're good. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Hope all is well, dude. You can't make a torch in the rain, Shay. It goes out. The rain puts the torch out. You can make a fire if you make it in the base of a tree. But if you make a torch and run around in the rain, it puts the torch out. Right, where's that road then? That must be there. So I'm probably about here. So I need to go properly northeast. This way. I'm going to get me some sticks and make a fire as well. I'm going to have to make a fire. It's weird, isn't it? It is like playing the mouse. There's something slightly wrong. I don't know what. Some kind of tweak somewhere. Because it's like sunny and raining. Which is not normal. Sounds like the British rain. Well, without the sunny. Clint, thank you very much for the bits. Maestro Benton, thank you for the prime. Scared Banana, thank you for the prime. Cheers both of you guys for using your primes. Thank you very much. Codeman, Rat Buddy, Unicron, Clintbox, thank you for the support as well, guys. Thank you. Clint, well, thank you for doing it, dude. Appreciate it. Cheers for the new sub. Saving the matches for a rainy day. Well, unironically, dude, when your matches are in a rainy day, you can't use them because they get wet. So, effectively, you have to save your matches for a non-rainy day, otherwise you can't use the fuckers. Put the matches on the fire to dry them out. Yeah.
Hell, TRMZ love.
VM, dude, thank you very much. Hell. Hello, dude. Hope you're good. Hello! It's a bit like Jodie from Just One More Watch, that. Hello! VM, thank you very much. Aaron, thank you. Clintbox, cheers for the bits, dude. Thank you. Maestro Benton, thanks again. Gib plus symbol, please. Is it bad to wear sunglasses while it's raining? It's on you, dude. Glasses in the rain is very annoying unless you've got some kind of hat to keep the rain off your glasses, right? But or maybe you can have some of those like little window wipers, glass wipers. Does the firefighter outfit keep matches dry? Yes. Lots of outfits do though. Firefighter outfit's too heavy, but if you keep it in a press vest, although press vests pretty much are non-existent on Bitterroot at the moment, you keep it in a press vest or keep it in plate carrier pouches, it will keep them dry. If you keep them in a frying pan, it will keep them dry. If you keep them in patrol pants, patrol jacket, a raincoat, they'll keep dry. I think the M65s keep them dry as well. I forget what they're called, but lots of different things keep them dry, as well as firefighter clothing as well. Yeah, I've been white with a gap. I just can't stay warm. It's weird. It's not meant to be raining now. You can tell it's not meant to be raining, I don't think. I think there's some kind of glitch in the matrix for the server today. It wasn't like this yesterday. It's got stuck on everlasting rain. Yeah, the patrol stuff is it's basically waterproof. It's like, they used to be called Gorka, but the Gorka top was always waterproof as well. It was like a raincoat, like the military raincoat, basically. Where are you off to? Ruby Ridge. Ananab, thank you very much.
It is better to have loved and lost than paid for it and not liked it.
Very true. Yeah, I think that's very true, probably. Thank you very much, Ananab. Cadfry, and I know it's not Cadfry, but I can never get your name right. C4, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Numpteen, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for the support as well. That looks like where we're heading. Hello, the True Colours event was amazing. Finally convinced me to play DayZ after watching over a year. Can you recommend me any community vanilla servers with no mods or very few? If you want community vanilla, then that's Spaggy, S-P-A-G-G-I-E. Chernarus or Livonia, they're no mods at all. Lightly modded, or Zero has a no modded server as well. Zero does. If you want lightly modded, then you're on to Zero, Day One, Karma Crew, DayZ Underground, stuff like that. Just going to stay on the hill briefly. I want to have a look just to see. We did hear shots. I'm not sure if they were here or not. I've not been to Ruby Ridge on this entire patch. So I just want to have a quick look from the hill. I don't think the shots were here, but I feel like they might have been a bit more north, but I don't know.
Can you say Ruby Ridge in a Scooby-Doo voice? P.S. Love you.
Can I say Ruby Ridge? You want me to say it in a Scooby-Doo voice? No, I can't. I know what you want me to say, but I can't do a Scooby-Doo voice. You got to know your limitations, and I am severely limited. I can't do a Scooby-Doo impression. I think I used to do a Scrappy-Doo impression, but I can't even remember how he talks now. Delirious, thank you for the reset. Sorry, I badly let you down. I'll make up for it one day. Have I ever tried to be a dev or make your own map? No, because unlike most streamers, I can't do any coding. Like, to be fair, making your own map, I believe you can use the map editor, but no, I haven't got the talent for that stuff, dude. It's not my area of expertise, no. I have opinions on the game, of course, and how things are balanced and stuff, and I think I'm able to see how well a map is balanced because I can play it and I've got experience. And doesn't mean I'm right, but I have my view based on my in-game experience, if you like. But I'm not a map creator and certainly not a developer, you know. I have no idea about developing a game at all. Do you have your hotbar hidden intentionally? Yes. I don't need to see the hotbar. I always have sniper rifle on number 2, backup to save my life in CQB on number 3, ideally something suppressed to kill zombies on number 1, and melee weapon on number 4. I don't need to see the hotbar. It just gets in the way. It's really annoying if you, like, I used to make a lot of my YouTube thumbnails from a screen grab of the game, and you can't really do much of a thumbnail if those are in the way. They really get in the way. Let me just try and catch that message. Been watching YouTube videos religiously for a while. Discovered I had an old Twitch account from 2015 which I managed to reactivate. First suggested channel was yours. Glad to be on board. Thanks for all the great content, and I'll send some bits, bobs, whatever they're called when I figure all this out. Red Mist, no worries, dude. Thanks for tuning into the videos. Appreciate it. I think they're hitting an animal, aren't they? Yeah, there's going to be a dead pig over there in a minute. We'll go and get that. Oh, fuck me. Oh shit, I'm talking away. Sorry, I'm talking away. I didn't even know I'd muted, to be honest. I don't know how I did that, but anyway. I might have caught it when I hit the changing server screen or something. I don't know. But anyway. Sorry, I'm back. Blinky Billy, just in case you missed it, thank you for the 2 months. Hope you're all good. Yeah, I was just saying, thank God it's not raining, and then it started raining again. I think something's wrong. Something's got glitched in the matrix on the server. I don't know what, but it's raining and it's clearly it shouldn't be. Look at the sky, you know, like it's raining when it shouldn't be. I was enjoying the silent stream. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, something's got stuck, I think. There's a glitch in my stream which prevented me from talking for a while, but there's a glitch in the server for sure. Might as well take that one. Well, that's 4 PM EST, so it's going to be fixed. Oh, so Tony, so they're changing from Community Online tools at 4 PM EST. Which is 9 PM, so too late for us today on this stream. So yeah, it's going to be like this for ages. I don't know. And it's still full. It's still full. I don't know if I want to play on constant rain though. It's going to be a bit tedious. I think we might change servers. Fair play that they're having a go and fixing it, by the way. That's cool, right? That's a very good thing, but I just don't think I want to play in the rain for 5 hours. Yeah, that's what someone was just saying, Nate. Apparently there's a fix coming for the next server restart, which is not for a good while yet, you know. Moin Papuga? Yeah, Papuga. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good one. Yeah, think of my ears, exactly. Shame though, I'm really enjoying Bitterroot at the moment. There's still a few tweaks I'd like to see, but by and large it's really going well. I think I saw another hunting shot this way. I'll just check the roof there. I had a Ruger mag, didn't I? I fucking dropped it. So I could take the Fireflies jacket and it would keep me a little bit drier, but it would also piss me right off because it's 7 kilos and I haven't got enough stamina as it is. Couldn't find any PvP for 8 hours. Holy shit, that's bad luck. Right. Time's time. I think we're going to change. So we're going to need a map change. Sorry, a stream title change at some point. I've no idea what we're going to do, but I think it's time to not do any more Bitterroot for the rest of the day because the rain is doing my nutting. I think we're going to do like an old school map, either Cherna or Sulivonia. Just as a heads up, I'm not looking at the chat right now, so people that are typing do this, do that, I won't see it. We'll do whatever we end up doing, I'm afraid to say. Where are you? I'll try that one. Whatever happened to Melkart? It's still there. Melkart's cool. I'd like another go on Melkart, actually. That would be good. Blinky Billy, thank you again for the 2 months. Right, I'm just trying to get into a server. It's going to be Churnerous, by the way, so mods can say Churnerous is the map. Regular Churnerous. Glenn, we don't do conspiracy theories or political discussions or stuff like that. And if you want to argue with the mods about it, just don't, dude. Like, I'm not here to have a conversation about whether that is a thing or not. It's just boring, dude. So either go to Reddit and talk about those kind of topics, or don't bring them up here. I'm talking food, Glenn. I can see all your messages. I can see the one that got timed out. Let's be honest. Like, don't tell me. In fact, you know what, Glenn? Don't bother. I'm not going to have a debate. I can't be bothered. Just hit me. I'm not interested. You're gone. I'm not interested. You're arguing with the mod, and then you're telling me you're talking about food when I can see what message was deleted that you're arguing with the mods about. So no, thanks. I don't even care whether you're right or you're wrong. It's not the point. I'm so bored of people coming in on a soapbox trying to talk nonsense about bullshit, you know. Twitter's a good place for that by the look of it. Go there. I quite like Twitter,
TRMZ,
but you can tailor it to see what you want to see, you know, just like we can in here, the chat as well. Dissy Dre, thank you for the 7 months. Sandrover, thank you as well. What if it's not a conspiracy anymore? Well, Freshco, it could be or it could not be. That's the point. But I just don't really care. You know, there are topics that are just really tedious, and some people want to talk about only those topics. You know, I don't want to do that. Do I have priority on this Churnerous server? Yes, Rat Buddy, but there's a few people in front of me by the look of it. But I'm sitting in the queue now. I'm not far away. Cheers, Pinkster. Thank you. Do you know what, Pinkster? Like how we do the titles now to try and be right for YouTube. I still got in trouble for it. Not in trouble. That's not the right term. But the other day I played with AmishZ, right? And he went early, so I played Bitterroot, and AmishZ was there for like 5-6 hours, and then I played for a couple of hours afterwards. So the title changed to whatever it changed to, Bitterroot, right? Workday. And then I had someone at the end, like, perfectly fine in terms of the way they were expressing their opinion. They weren't rude or anything, it was fine. But they were like, if AmishZ was in the stream, why wasn't he in the title? Because I look for the collab streams. And like I think at some point the YouTube titles are going to be like, by the end of the stream, they're going to be about 1 billion characters. Because the title's never enough to let the person know what they want to know, apparently. The one thing that's good about YouTube is a lot more people do go back and watch the streams than they do on Twitch, you know. Very nice turtles. Yeah, Seikos are decent. Jacob, Amish had his YouTube channel taken over by some shysters. He's got ownership of his YouTube channel back yesterday, but he's on holiday at the moment, so his videos are not re-uploaded yet. So his videos are there, but they're not visible at the moment. So when he gets back home, I guess he'll. At the moment, his channel is all Tesla nonsense, and when he gets back, he'll remove those videos and reinstate his own videos. Well, very nice, Hans. You're in pretty good company there. Negronis, red breasts, and DayZ, eh? Very nice. Right, we've just got to the front of the queue. Thank you, Demonic. Cheers for the support, dude. Cheers for coming in. Damper Pants, thank you as well. Dissy Dre, Sandrover, Sharp Fate, thank you too. Well, I don't think from what I gather, Crowd Control, just looking at his Twitter, this is in the open, it's not something he's told me privately, but he didn't have his phone that was wanting to do the two-factor authentication, so he couldn't get a two-factor thing because he didn't have the phone. I think that's what I saw him saying on Twitter, so he was struggling to recover it. I don't know what the fuck this is. I hope I'm not geared. Maluda, will I do any more videos named Lone Wolf Play on official server? I will if I can, Maluda, because if I can do that, I will. Like on the basis that those titles do really well. There's one on me of me playing Livonia. That's the most popular video of this year. So, yeah, the problem with playing on official servers, dude, is that I get killed by hackers all the time. You know, I was playing with Joito last week, and we ended up on an official Livonia server. We died to a hacker inside about 20 minutes. So it's hard to make content on official if you're somebody like myself because you get killed by hackers really quite quick, unfortunately. Not always, but sometimes you do. My most popular video this year is where is it? When a 13,000-hour lone wolf plays official DayZ Livonia. That's the best viewed video I've got this year. It's doing quite well. It'll one day trickle to 1 million views. It's on 644,000 right now. Any video that gets 1 million views is crazy high for me. Raging, the problem with keeping the problem with keeping the you got done by Nightbot, by the way, there, Raging, not a mod, but I can fix it. The problem with keeping the collab in the title after the streamer's collab is over is that for the next 2 hours of the stream while I'm still live, people come in and go, "Where's Ish? Where's Ish? Where's Ish? Where's Ish? Where's Ish?" If you take it out of the title, a lot less people do that, so it just keeps the stream from being really repetitive. Oh, this is an interesting spawn. We're up near the tents. I must have been, I don't know. So yeah, you have to. It's quite hard. You certainly trying to make the last couple of hours of the stream flow is more important than anything else. But then trying to change the titles, you know. But the reality is that YouTube want quite a lot of things that I can't deliver, you know. Like, it is what it is. It's a nice surprise for the dude when he when he clicked it anyway, and then it was a collab, right? How did I die? I didn't die. I've changed maps, dude. It was constantly raining on Bitterroot, so I've changed to. It's being fixed later today, by the way. So the constant rain on Bitterroot will be fixed in about 4 or 5 hours. 4 hours, in fact, on the next server restart. But I didn't fancy waiting for a fix. I just thought I'd switch, try something different. I kind of fancy doing Churner. I've not done it in a while. Obviously, other than the True Colours event the other day. Kind of felt like Anastara here a little bit. I like both of those maps, by the way. I wouldn't mind doing a bit more Anastara again. I don't know. I just thought we'd change to this. There's no prize money, Tissimo, but there is some little things from the devs for the True Colours. So the 8 players in the winning team on Saturday and the 8 players in the winning team on Sunday. I can't remember. The thing that I remember is that we win a paper map for Sakal, which is kind of cool. I've got a paper map for Livonia. I've got a signed one for Churnerus, signed by some of the devs when Yugen was around. Yugen was the project lead back then, so I've got a signed map from the devs. Do you know what? If I was smart, I'd have taken that map when I went to Prague and got all of the current devs to sign it. If I was a smart person, I would have done that, wouldn't I? But I'm not a smart man. Well, they're playing Summer Generous this morning. It was raining since he got on. Well, they're probably using the same mod. I'm sure that mod will get fixed, but by all accounts, Community Online Tools had a mod update, and it's caused a problem that's making the rain constant. That's what it is. It's Community Online Tools. Pinkster, yeah, I'll forget. Dirty Goose, thank you for the 70 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Jumonic, thank you as well. Cheers for the bits, and thank you for checking out the VOD as well. Tax collector, I just got bored of the constant rain. Which tents are they? They are between Berezino and Gorka. Pretty common loot route. Jenny is a cow to Forrest Gump, isn't she? She's not very nice. Not all ladies are like that, but Jenny's not very nice. Like Forrest is pretty alright, but Jenny's not a nice lady. Just as well she's fictitious though, eh? Yeah. Okay, we'll have that. I can put my pistola in there. Oh my god. I'm not reading that Forrest Gump generation joke out. I'm not reading that, Vinny, no. My mother-in-law is called Jenny and she's horrible. Well, I hope there's nobody around in the background that can hear the stream. Yeah, alright. I can chamber the gun. I could chamber the gun, yeah, I do have 4 bullets. It just feels nice to be playing Churnerous, actually. It's like playing Churnerous is kind of nice, you know, like back into good old faithful. I've said this a lot, but it's very true. Like getting back on Churnerous is just like it's like sitting in your comfy chair, you know, like sitting in your comfy chair. Everyone's got one, or putting on your comfy slippers, or whatever it might be. Why am I doing that? It's like putting on your favourite TV show that you've watched like umpteen times, but I don't know if everyone else has that, but I have like ASMR shows that I'll watch, like one of my favourites. I've not watched it for a while now, but the White House and Mortimer fishing show, you know, I put that on when I'm tired but I can't sleep. I'll put that on. It's a bit like that. When I was young and 37, I only used to play Cherno, so it's like coming home. Yeah. I used to play Cherno when I was the best part of 38, pretty much. Yeah, it's true. 3 guns and all of them chambered. Friends for you, is it? Yeah. Well, you can be approaching 38 for quite a while. Need to clean my glasses. Dirty Goose. Very long resub once again, dude. Thank you. Crazy. Well, thank you. I'm your favourite TV show going on 3 years. The 38 joke hits different when you're going to turn 38. It certainly hits different when you're the wrong side of 38 by a stretch. It felt funny when I was... it felt funny when I was 39 and 40. It felt funny then. Now it feels desperate. Now it feels desperate, like I'm actually doing it because I'm desperate. That's the... And thankfully I'm a long way from 50, corn shitter, so you can shut up. When did I turn 39? Not yet. I was just having an out-of-body experience for a minute. Oh, shut up, you trat! You hit 50 last year, blimey, you old bastard. It's fine. It's fine. I was reading the other day that if you play racket sports, you live an average 10 years longer than people that don't play racket sports. So I'm going to take up tennis when I'm 80. I think that's how it works, right? You're 48, are you, GS man? I am not, thankfully. And that's true as well. When do I get my bus pass? A long way away yet, young man. Actually talking about that a little bit to the missus earlier, it's one of those stats that it's probably bullshit. Like, if you play tennis, you're going to live 10 years younger. It's probably much more likely that the kind of person that plays tennis in later life or other racket sports is just all round a much fitter and healthier person. And if they've got access to the sort of facilities where you can play racket sports, they're probably of a certain like wealth. They have a certain level of healthcare and all sorts. It's probably a bit more to do with other factors than just that, you know, like the kind of person that's able to play like racket sports when they're 60. Yes, there's a fitness element involved, but I'm quite sure that there's a lot of other stats going on, you know. There are quite a few Zs, aren't there? Yeah, they're pretty tasty numbers. Ugh. It's like saying eating caviar makes you richer. I don't think it's quite like that. But I think it's probably a bit to do with that as well, yeah. It's hard to say, but there's lots of other sports that don't have that 10-year advantage, you know? Like, if you play golf, you don't live 10 years longer. And golf is a sport that's not cheap. You know, you need to have quite a lot of money to do it. You need, like, alright, you don't need loads, but if you're going to play in a golf club, it's certainly not cheap to do, you know? Like, maybe it's the type of person that does it, and perhaps, but yeah, I can see your point. It's a tricky one though, but you can also see that like playing tennis or playing a racket sport, it's very good for you mentally, but it's also very good for you strategically. You have to think on your feet. Like even playing DayZ is quite good for you. There's strategy involved. You're always thinking of stuff. It's a stupid thing, but it keeps your brain active in a little way. You know, stuff like that as you get older is quite useful. None of us are that age yet, you know, but little things like that can help, like making fast decisions regularly and having to, that can keep your brain a little bit more active than not doing, you know. But yeah, and obviously tennis is very good for you cardio wise, but it's also a lot of, it does your upper body and your lower body. There's a lot of range of motion involved. You need to be able to start and stop quickly and whatnot, you know, like it's a good all-round exercise, and there's strategy in it. If you want to win, you know, like, there's strategy in the actual game itself. there's kind of less strategy in golf unless you're really, really good. You're just trying to hit a good shot. What happened to my Twitch subscription number? I took it away. It's currently 4652. It's on the changing server screen. It might come back. So it's on this screen now, but I took it off the DayZ gameplay. And I took it away because we've got Finn editing DayZ videos now from the stream footage from YouTube because it's a 1440 stream. So it just allows me to, like, on the edited videos, we've not got the little spinning Z. For an edit, like, it's not, I wasn't that bothered, but sometimes you're doing, like, slow-mos and stuff like that, you know, like if you're doing fast cuts or you're doing a slow-mo, then the Z goes a bit funky, you know, like that spinning Z I used to have, so I just thought I'd take it away. You could also draw a connection between people who drive Porsches. Yeah, the difference there is, though, dude, that like there would have to be a stat whereby people that drive Porsches live 10 years longer, but people that drive Lamborghinis do not, or people that drive, I don't know, Bentleys don't, you know. There's lots and lots of sports, just like there's lots and lots of cars, right? But it's particularly racket sports that have that, you know. Like, there's lots of affluent sports where mostly rich people... There's no... If you play polo, you live 10 years longer, you know? Like, do you know what I mean? There's lots of sports, but it's that one, you know? Like, so it'd have to be a bit more specific than that. Well, of course there are plenty of fit and healthy people that don't live as long as they might, crew. There's a crew, there's genetics and whatnot in it, but you can give yourself a better chance, you know. Like, I can certainly say right now, in my my current state, I'm not giving myself the best chance of having a longer life, you know. I'm not eating very healthily. I had 39 days of no alcohol, and since then it feels like I've had alcohol every second day, pretty much. Never trust a heart. Thank you very much for the resubscribing. Pro, thank you as well. Define alcohol. A whiskey or two. I want to say a glass of wine or two, but it's rare if I open a bottle of wine that I don't just drink it. Like, sometimes the missus adds some, sometimes she doesn't. I don't drink much wine, but I think in the last month I've drank 3 bottles of wine, but every time I've opened the bottle, I've drank it that night. In fact, that's not even true. Once I didn't. But I haven't been drunk since I was in Prague. I got drunk the first night we were in Prague, for sure. But I haven't been drunk since early May, but I've had a few drinks. Like, maybe 3 times a week. I'm going to take the BK over the repeater. Do you know what, actually? Might as well shoot a goat with it, mightn't we? My grandparents lived to both 97, never had pizzas, french fries or burgers. Well, my grandma is 96 and she's had full sugar Coke and she's had burgers here and there. Her mum lived until 102. She never had, like, margarine. She always had butter, but she's mostly lived from an age where it was like meat and 2 veg, you know. So she had like food that you made yourself. I don't think the occasional burger is necessarily a problem. It's a lot to do with the kind of crap that we eat all the time, like processed, like packaged food and shit. Like a load of the shit I eat. I know butter's healthy. That's why I'm saying it. Well, margarine was introduced as a healthy thing, but we certainly don't believe it to be that now, do we? You know, it was sold as the healthy alternative, high in polyunsaturates and all that bollocks years ago, but it's not. Oof. Ananab, oh dear. We're lowballing the Welsh sheep shacking jokes, I see. I'd just like to say at this point, any Welsh people in, that Ananab does not share any views of mine. When it comes to Welsh people and sheep, anyway. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Pro-Philistine and never trust a heart. I guess that's meant to be a fart, isn't it? Oh, it's shart. I didn't see the S. Never trust a shart. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
What do you call a sheep tied to a lamppost in Wales? A leisure centre.
Ananab, thanks again. Told me, well, the thing with the burger is that it's usually from a fast food place where it's then like heavily processed and fried. And burgers are beef if you make them yourself, right? If you make them yourself, that's just minced beef, maybe some pepper and whatnot. But if you buy a burger in a store, it's usually got lots of chemicals in it because that's how they make their money, right? So that's the thing. Like, a burger isn't necessarily bad. Of course it's not. But a burger that you like, burgers that you buy pre-made, and I have them, you know, I'm not, but they're very often got extra things in to make them have a longer shelf life. That's the thing that causes a lot of our issues, is that everything is made, like, if my nan wanted a burger 40 years ago, if she was ever going to have such a thing, it would have been made locally and it would have been made fresh. She would have made it, or wherever she bought it from would have made it. Whereas now, if you go to a restaurant even and have a burger, it's probably been made more often, not always, but certainly in a fast food restaurant, it's been made in a way to make its shelf life be longer, so that it can be made and then transported in lorries to different stores and have a much longer life and then be eaten at some point down the road, right? That's the thing that affects the healthiness of a lot of the stuff, right? Like a lot of the McDonald's products effectively have no best use by date. They're still kind of edible in a long way down the line. Anyway, I know knowing about these things is easier than doing them. You know, I'm not anywhere near as healthy as I should be right now. I had a really good year last year. This year I'm not having a good year. I need to get myself back on track. See you later, LHG. Have a good one, dude. Or dudette. It's got ourselves a spare bullet we have. That's good. It's not too bad, actually. We're finding okay stuff, all things considered, you know. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of soda, Sword. I occasionally have a soda if I'm out having a meal. But I don't drink any full sugar soda anyway, although diet soda has aspartame in it. It's not that great, but I don't drink a lot of soda. I don't really like it very much. I kind of drink mostly water and tea. Eat real whole food. You'll probably be fine health-wise. The less processing, the better. That's easier said than done, though, right? Like, it's easier said than, like... and we're good at making excuses for ourselves, I guess, but... in terms of society, right? Like, it was maybe easier to eat whole foods in the 1930s, or maybe the 1950s or 60s or whatever. I'm not saying times were necessarily easier, but when you were in a family, let's say you were a regular... like common or garden 2.1 children, you know, you had like a mum and a dad and 2 kids. It was a bit easier then when probably the dad went to work and the mum didn't, and you could afford to buy a house and buy transport and live from one salary and have somebody that was at home to prepare meals and food was fresh and there wasn't any processed stuff. Nowadays, that same 2 families, both parents work, the kids are being looked after by grandparents or they're being after school club, both parents are full time, they get home from work and they're tired and then the kids are wanting food and it's normally microwavable, like fast food or quickly prepared junk, because we're not in a position where one person can support a family unit very easily anymore. It's not very easy anymore, you know. It can still be done, but it's more expensive and it certainly costs a lot more time. Avid, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. What is that on the... oh, it's a helmet in front of the... or a helmet, I think, in front of the well. It looked like something like a dead body for a sec.
That lure pack isn't cheap, what face?
Kyle, thank you very much for the super chat. It definitely isn't Mr. Handman. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Avid, thank you very much for the Prime. And Kyle, cheers for the super chat, dude. This hasn't been looted in a while, so I'm going to just check a bit, but I should probably cook the chevron while we're here. You have to watch the whole picture for Live Healthy. Food is just one colour. Alpha, I'm not sure you're wrong. I'm not. In fact, I don't know. I'm going to try. I just want to play devil's advocate a little bit. I don't think 80 years ago, everybody, or 50 or 40 years ago, everybody was absolute fitness fanatics going out on cycles and jogging and like watching like Get Fit DVDs or whatever else and going to gyms and whatnot. I think most people just lived their life and ate fairly healthy food and probably did okay, you know. I think the food you eat is probably a massively more important factor than anything else, other than staying mobile and walking a little bit, you know. At the same time, 40 or 50 years ago, kids walked to school. They didn't get driven to school. Parents probably did a bit more walking in general, you know. They maybe didn't have access to a car so much. Maybe they walked to get their shopping, or maybe they walked to the grocers and the butchers or whatever, you know. But they were probably a bit more active in terms of being on foot. But they probably weren't, like, I don't think there was as many fitness fanatics. They were probably just vaguely moving more because of the lack of availability of cars and cheap transport and whatnot. But I kind of think you're right, but I don't think you need to be out on, like, running up hills or anything. $50 years ago, not every house had a TV. 50 years ago was 1974. I should think most houses did have a TV. I should think most houses did have one. Might not have had one in every room, but there would have been at least one in the main room, for sure. I don't know 1974 well, Redline. No, I'm not quite as old as you. Kyle, thank you again, dude. My granddad would fit because my mother used to send him up the shops for smokes during the Blitz. Yeah, that would probably keep you fit, wouldn't it? I think a lot of it is to do with the bad quality of the food that we eat without realising it. And the way that we buy and eat the food. I think that more and more and more is coming out about that now, you know, like it used to be, like if you went back to 1974, there was no supermarkets, right? So you'd go to your town and you'd buy your meat from a butcher's and you'd buy your veg from a grocer's and your bread from a baker's, and it would all be fresh and made locally. Like nowadays, you pay a lot more for local produce, and that's like the premium. You know, that's how everything was back then. You know, like that. And I guess whereas now, you go to the supermarket, like you go to your local Tesco's, and there's or you go to your local Walmart or whatever, and there's hundreds of those in your country or thousands of those in your country, and all of their stock comes from central hubs, and that all gets sent from. It's not the journey from farm to fork is somewhat long, you know, like with an awful lot of additives thrown in. I think probably a lot of that is where our health issues come from. A lot more than anything else. Kind of want to go up there and check for the maybe I should go up there, check for the convoy, and then come back, because I want to cook this poik. Make way for poik, boy. I thought processed foods were widely available in the 70s and 80s, but maybe just in America. Bill, it wasn't the same then, dude. Like, we didn't really have plastic in the 70s and 80s, dude. It wasn't processed like now. I mean, I can't speak for America, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't that. Like, in the UK, we didn't have proper supermarkets until the supermarkets really took hold in the 80s and the 90s, you know. Like, before that, there was still a lot more independent shops. And there was packet meals, but they were much less common, you know. Like, my meals in the very late 80s, when I was a very young nipper, were mostly meat and 2 veg still, you know. There was a lot less packet meals and stuff even then. And there's a lot of sugar in an awful lot of foods that don't need sugar. You're just talking about their Mega Shack Attack, you know, like sugar and other things gets added to all sorts of stuff that you wouldn't necessarily need it. Tapper, there's been a lot of research more lately about processed food and how Dr. Michael Mosley, who sadly died in a very unfortunate circumstances, has done an awful lot before he passed. And there's been a lot of studies about processed foods, and the only people that seem to be saying that processed food isn't actually bad for you are the people trying to sell you the processed food. Anyone that's done any studies on it seem to be suggesting that it's not as good for us as you think, you know, like most things have got additives in to make, and you're right, some of the processing is about making it more addictive and making us want to eat more, adding fat and adding salt and sugar and stuff, but most things have got way more ingredients in them than they need to try and make them last longer and have longer sell-by dates, you know. And it's ultra processed is the thing, right? That's the thing. When ultra processed is the taking something like bread that should have 4 ingredients, and then you go and buy a loaf of Hovis and it's got about 1 billion ingredients, you know. Bread should only have a handful of ingredients, but the bread you buy and eat in your sandwich, that doesn't have 4 ingredients. When did I start using that? That's it. Yeah, it's very hard to like you're saying there. Like if you're earning barely enough to get by and like support yourself, then trying to eat healthily is very, very hard. And I completely agree. Like trying to eat meals like they did in the 70s and 80s and 60s or whatever in the modern world is a lot more expensive than buying a loaf of bread that costs next to no money and sticking a slice of ham on it, which costs next to no money, both of which are ultra processed. You know, like compared or likely to be compared to buying like cuts of meat and. You lot don't know you're born. Beards, thank you for the support. Definitely not sounding like a curmudgeonly old fucker or anything there. Definitely not. I definitely can't relate either. Should they teach basic farming in school? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't. Maybe I haven't thought that through very well, but I think an awful lot of people don't have access to any ability to do any farming. So teaching someone how to farm who lives in like central London or something seems a bit stupid. You know, they might not see a farm very often. Never mind do any. You know, lots of people don't have any garden at all. You know. Is tinned fish popular in the UK? I see a lot of streamers doing reviews for it. There's a lot of reviews for tinned fish, is there? Well, either one of two things has happened there, dude. Either MS, that is. Either tinned fish has suddenly become really popular among streaming circles completely randomly, or big tinned fish have started sponsoring people to make more sales. I suspect it's the latter. I buy, for example, eggs at my local farmer for a pack of 10, cost €3. But if I go to the supermarket, you pay even more, but don't know where it comes from. That's true, but then there's the time aspect of that, isn't there? You know, like you might have saved €1 or two on buying a pack of a dozen from the supermarket, and you can buy organic ones from the supermarket, right? Like, but the difference is like you've saved €1 or two maybe, but you've perhaps cost an hour. You know, like. If you factor that over lots of other choices, not everyone's got the hours, you know. Like I'm not saying you're wrong. That's cool, you know. Like buying stuff from the local farm outlets is no bad thing, but more often than not, if you try to go to like a farm shop in the UK, the eggs are more than the supermarkets here. It's not. They're not like you can maybe go direct to a farm or a little place where they sell eggs at the side of the road or something, you know, but. If you try to go to a farm shop, they're normally like fucking extravagantly expensive. Like a farm shop like Clarkson's farm shop, you know, like they're normally more. Just look at the price of Clarkson's fucking beer. Jesus Christ, like £16 for 4 or something. No, £16 for 6, I think it is, sorry. I don't know, Plumber. If you go to most farm shops, the price is not the thing that makes people buy it. You know, like there's loads of farm shops around my way in Suffolk, right? The price is not cheap. If you want to buy 6 sausages in a farm shop, it's not like you can get 6 what would be classed as quality sausages in a supermarket for about £2.50. It'd be more like a £5 in a farm shop. You know?
A lump of coal to eat.
Which obviously the supermarket's driving down those prices. That's not to say that they're bad value. But they're much more expensive than the supermarket ones would be, you know. No, we want this one. Grateful for living under a tarpaulin, were you? Ecky thump. I'll go to foot of me tarpaulin, eh? Supermarket sausages are the worst food. Well, some are better than others. It depends again on which ones you get. No sausages are likely to be particularly good for you, really, but there's better ones than others. It depends how much meat there is in them, you know? Like, if you're above 90% actual meat, it's certainly a lot better. Redline, yeah, somebody said, that's cool. It's 4 PM EST makes it 9 PM for me, so too late for this stream. That's why I moved to Chernobyl. Am I in the August event? Tom, if that's the one Ariana's doing, no, I'm not. I was invited into it, and I would love to have gone in it, but I couldn't. It's the weekend when my kids... I've got the kids for 2 weeks in August for the school summer holidays, and the weekend that the event is on is the weekend when the kids are here. They put a lot of shit in it to make it last long. Again, it depends on which ones you buy, Zen. There's different options in the supermarket. Some are better than others, dude. They're not all bad. But no, none of them are particularly good, necessarily. But there are better ones than others, you know. Like, there are more farm-orientated sausages for a premium price, even in the supermarkets, right? Corbin, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. My BF sausage is meaty. Said no girlfriend ever. How can you see when it gets dark in Cherno? You can't. You just have to know the map and fumble around. Like, if I'm lucky enough for Mrs. TRMZ to feel a bit sexy, and it's in the middle of the night, like I can still perform even without the light on, right? But I can't necessarily see what I'm doing. It's a little bit like that. I can still support. Let me get that right. I can still perform to my same disappointing level. I'm probably not going to watch any of the Olympic football, Sword. No, I couldn't give a shit about the football. If the final's on and there's some exciting teams playing, I might watch that. But the kind of weird Olympic sports like football and tennis and golf, I'm not so interested in. Because, like, if you're watching the golf in the Olympics, it's not as good as the Open or the Masters, right? If you're watching tennis, well, we've just had the French Open and Wimbledon, you know? Like, it's just like bad versions. But if you're watching the track and field or the velodrome, like, if they've got a rowing final on, that's the pinnacle of rowing for the 4 years, right? Whereas it's not the pinnacle of even this season for cricket, like tennis or, I need to say cricket then, tennis or golf. Do you know what I mean? It's not as meaningful. I couldn't give a shit about football at the Olympics, really. And obviously that's partly because Team GB don't enter a team, so I don't get to watch our own team play. Ah, so they've announced the release date then, August the 1st. I didn't think it would be very long. Cheers, Uncle Food Dude. I didn't think it would be very long, because this is the last test. I expected it would be soon. That's kind of cool. Do we go up there? We could go up to the castle. I think I might go this way. The Tour de France has just finished. Yeah, but with cycling, there's different... Like, track cycling is not Tour de France, is it? So the velodrome stuff, the pinnacle of the cycling for velodrome is the Olympics, right? But the time trial, the pinnacle for time trials is more related to... Like, the best time trialers, the road version, the road race of cycling, then those ones are more concerned about, like, winning, like, legs of the Tour de France or whatever. But for the velodrome cycling, it's much more tailored towards that, right? They have with the track cycling, it's World Championships and the Olympics. The French are really into cycling. It probably won't be the case anymore. I feel like Team GB and cycling maybe are possibly on a downward curve. I don't know. A lot of the best cyclists like Chris Hoy and Laura Kenny and whatnot have retired. But we'll see. I don't know if there's a new group coming through. I guess we'll find out in the next 2 weeks. But it's always quite funny in the cycling in previous years, like lots of other teams, like French and German teams, do really well, and then it gets to the Olympics and Team GB win more medals than everyone else, and they all get fucked off. But in the past, Team GB have particularly aimed at the Olympics and not really bothered about the Worlds as much, you know. I remember a few years back in one of the previous Olympics, the French teams were moaning about the type of bikes or the type of wheels that the Brits were using and stuff like that. Tom, am I in the August event? Yeah, I did catch that. I am actually in a August event. Towards the end of the month, it will be the final of the Project Cerberus series. So the final round of the 6 qualifiers is at the end of July. So it should be at the weekend. And then after that, next month, should be the final. So I'll be in the final of the Project Cerberus event, which I've been in. So that's like the Mouse 30 solo players down to 1 event. French moaning, surely that can't be true. Well, the Brits are good at moaning as well. I'm not going to pretend that we're not. Chris Hoy was so exciting to watch. Like, he did some of the most exciting events as well, you know, like the ones where they're like pissing around for ages and then he has to overtake everyone on the last lap, you know. Like the size of that dude's thighs, you know, like I could never be turned, but his thighs are impressive, you know. like him turning for the last corner and he's got like 3 people to overtake for the gold medal. Seeing stuff like that is so fucking exciting. I ain't gonna lie. I don't watch any cycling ever, but when you like if you get to watch that as it happens, it is cool. Gaz, yeah, that's right, yeah. Can I remind you of who you think will lead in the medals? I don't think it's anything to boast about, Redline. If America doesn't win the medal tally, then something has really gone wrong. You know, it's like having a penalty shootout with no goalkeeper. You know, like you're going to win the medal table. You know, there's just no there's no gloating there for you. I'm sorry. Maybe China will win it. I hopefully China will win it. Just to shut you up. I am outraged, RD. I wouldn't worry about it. It's only Redline I want to see butt hurt, nobody else. Okay, I can't do those ones. I should actually really have cleared this out properly, like checked for other players before coming here, but I've done it anyway now, too late. When I didn't die, no, I've switched to Chernarus. There's a bug on Bitterroot that's being fixed at 4 PM EST, which is in 3 hours' time, just under. So I just switched because I didn't want to do Bitterroot with the bug. Man, I think conversations like that are utterly pointless, dude. To me, golf is a sport, or it isn't. It doesn't. It's an irrelevance, really. Like, if you like golf, you probably consider it more of a sport. But I think if you've got sponsors and you're doing it for your profession, if you can do it for a living, I don't think it's a game anymore. You know, I think it's a like like esports, they're not sports in that esports are a different thing altogether, but esports can still be esports. I don't think they should be in the Olympics, but I don't know. If it's in the Olympics and if people do it for money and the prize money's crazy and there's people watching on the telly, and like, I don't know. For me, it's a bit more than a pastime or a game. Games are like Scrabble and like such like, you know. I don't think esports should be in the Olympics, personally. I think esports is fine. Esports are entertaining, and I don't think they belong in the Olympics, though. I don't think they do. Because to me, esports is a bit more. You like controlling something, in a way like driving. You know, like. I don't think Formula 1 should be in the Olympics. I don't think rally driving should be in the Olympics. Just like I don't think you controlling a car in a sim racing game should be in the Olympics. I just don't think it's the place. You're controlling your CSGO character with a mouse and keyboard or whatever other game you might be playing, you know. But yeah, some people would like consider all sorts of things not a sport, but it's kind of a moot point, really. Like darts, it's not a sport in the same way as 100 meters is, but people do it professionally, and there's loads of people paying to watch it, and it's not stand-up comedy. It's more of a sport than anything else, you know. If you've got a dartboard hanging in your garage, it's a game, but if you're on the telly playing for 200 grand, it's a sport. As far as I'm concerned, that's about where it kind of starts and ends. Darts could be a sport for the Olympics. Phantom, well that's what I just said. I don't think I just literally said about esports about 3 seconds ago. Breakdancing is in the Olympics. Well, I guess if they to be fair, they have like rhythmic gymnastics, you know, which is a kind of dance, you know, like the one where they're twirling that ribbon and stuff. There's a lot of skill to it, but it's basically gymnastic-ified dancing, right? If they can have that, then I'm not going to judge until I see it. It doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel that good of an idea yet. On that subject, by the way, if you get the chance to see any. I only watched it last time. They have basketball. It's 3 versus 3, and there's one hoop. If you get the chance to watch any in the Olympics, I don't remember the name of the actual sport, but it's basketball, but it's not like regular teams over a whole court. It's just one end, 3 versus 3. It's really good. That's good to watch. Street ball, is it? Well, whatever it's called, that was good. Yeah, half a court, basically. There's one hoop, 3v3. It's really fun. I prefer watching that to regular basketball. And I think esports are a legitimate thing. They're fun to watch, but esports can be called esports. They don't need to be considered sports, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Esports they've got its own name, right? I certainly don't think it should be in the Olympics. To be honest, I'd just like one day for them to do a fucking Twitch Rivals on DayZ, you know, like DayZ's probably not a big enough game, but in the history of Twitch it's been one of the biggest games, right? If you take into account longevity and how long DayZ has been around and how long it's occupied the Twitch space, it was the 3rd most streamed game in 2014 from memory, you know, like it was popular then. It's not as popular now in some ways. Twitch is a much bigger website, but nonetheless, they've had Twitch Rivals on fucking everything, and they ought to do one on DayZ at some point, It's probably too niche of a game, but like a lot of the streamers that are really well known, like Summit and Shroud and Lyric, have all done DayZ. Some have started on DayZ, you know, like. Do you know what? I don't even think I'm going to bother. I think I'd rather use the BK-18. That might seem stupid, but I think I would. We're getting a bit dark now, aren't we? I haven't put the camera up either, so I'll do that. Ox Jellybean, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Oh, winter fucking clothes. And a winter jacket as well. Why? It's just punishing. I don't want that shit. The handheld shovel is fly away. The handheld shovel is actually a really good melee weapon. So the field shovel is like you hold it with one hand and you twat them with it. It's really good. Jacket. What are the stats looking like? I don't know. I haven't died yet today, but I haven't killed anyone. 0 for 0, no stats. But apparently they're doing a different opening ceremony for the Olympics this year, so they're doing it more of a boat procession. So they're not doing the thing they normally do. It's so dull normally. The opening procession is just like the whole team comes in carrying a flag and then stands in the middle while the next team walks in. Opening ceremonies are so dull. But this one is more of a boat parade. They're going along the Seine in like open top boats. The River Seine in Paris, right? So it's just like a boat ride. Doesn't sound that fun either, really, but at least it's not just watching people walk in a stadium for like 2 hours. I remember the 2012 Olympics feeling like quite a big deal. Who was going to light the? Who was actually going to light the flame? I think it was Steve Redgrave, but it was talk. It might have been Daley Thompson, or I can't even remember. But I know it was a big deal. Like there'll be different people carrying the torch, but who's the one that actually lights the Olympic flame? And that's like the honour that gets bestowed, right, upon someone. Lots of people who carry the torch. Whether Snoop Dogg is or not, I don't know. That's news to me. Winter Chernarus is a modded version of Chernarus. It's the same map, but it's been modded to turn snowy. A couple of modders have worked on it. The current one that's helped make Winter Chernarus actually works for DayZ now, that lad. LADD. But it's a mod that changes Chernarus into winter, so you have to join a Winter Chernarus map, or a Winter Chernarus server. I enjoyed it, Harry. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. Turn gamma on. I can't see. The gamma is on, KLD. It's just dark as shit, dude. I think we're going to take our time and... Oh, well, that's good. We could maybe try and get a Stevie Steve character on the go. Yeah, I might just take my time while it's this... Why have I got the compass? I guess it's because I've been playing a lot of other maps, but I do not need a compass on Journalist. Kind of pointless. Yeah, maybe we could get the bomber jacket and try and find a press vest or something. Hey Mig, you alright dude? Yeah, KLD, you're doing. I'm doing the OBS thing, but you're probably streaming direct from your PlayStation, so you don't have any stream software to use. That's what you mean, I think, isn't it? Yeah. It would be good. I've never streamed direct from a console, but I guess the controls are a lot more limited. What's a good amount of players on Cherners? 60 is okay. Like, if you're talking about official kind of settings or vanilla settings, I'd love to see you around 100. I don't think it needs to be crazy high, but I'd like to see about 100. I don't think official servers will ever get there with this game anyway, but I think around 100 would be where I feel it would be. Other players would see it being less, and that's fine, but 60 is a bit low for a map the size of Chernus, I think. But it just can't support it with the regular vanilla zombies. The game itself just can't seem to support more than about 60, you know. Like, I'd love to see it be more like 80 and then maybe one day 100. I think that would be very, very cool. You can get tundras in here. I get them in here quite often. We may not now because we've got the scope, but the scope is pretty useful as well. Fucking hell, it's a weapon cleaning kit day, isn't it? Got 4 weapon cleaning kits. Only now can I afford to fix that shotgun. Yeah, the game it depends. Like, some modded servers are running on about 120, but they do lots of clever things to try and buy the headroom.
Figured I'm membering on YouTube. I may as well use my Prime too.
Oh, well, thank you. Renegade, cheers for the support, dude. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, like, you get modded servers that run with more than 60, but they tend to turn the AI down, or in some cases almost off. So that, like, you've got lots of players, but it's not got all the zombies running around and so on. Like, there's a balance there depending on what type of server you're going to have. A lot of those servers with 200 players are spoofed, Spudder. There's not really 200 players on them. A lot of underhanded servers are pretending they've got shitloads of players in. And like some servers, and let's not name any, by the way, guys. I'm not trying to name any servers at all here, by the way. But some servers always seem to have exactly the same player count. Like, it might be always 63. Unless it's more, you know. Like, a lot of servers hide and pretend to have players in when they don't, you know. Aren't you concerned that 100 players would change the way you play the game? I don't think so, no. I don't think it would change the way I play the game, you know. Like, it would make Churnerus have about as many meets per hour as maybe, I I don't know, Alteria has, you know. I don't think it would change the way I play very much. Fix the pistol clip. I don't think I even have a fixed pistol clip. $100 players is a bit tight during the loot up from the coast. Maybe, Devi, but I've played on 100 pop servers on Churnerus before. I've always been fine with it. You know, like the devs themselves even had an 80 pop test, like in 2014, on vanilla. You know, like in DayZ back then. I played it then. It was fine. You know, it was good. Well, they don't need to adjust the loot tables. That's the thing that people don't understand about the loot economy necessarily. That loot respawns, right? If the loot economy is working correctly, loot respawns. Whether there's 60 players in the server or 80 or 100, the loot that's on players' back doesn't affect the loot economy. You know, if people pick up 5 cans of beans, 5 cans of beans spawn in. So it doesn't make any odds. You know, in theory, if the loot economy is working correctly, and it's much better now. You know, like, just because someone goes to a military base and picks up an SKS, it doesn't mean you don't get one. Like, another SKS spawns in somewhere at a military base, right? So, just because there's more players, it doesn't, in theory, make much difference to the loot, because it respawns, right? It's always respawning, all the time. The server's checking itself every 6 seconds and putting more loot in. It doesn't just like respawn at some arbitrary time, like maybe on a server restart or something. It's constantly respawning. I haven't checked the feed shack. At least I don't think I checked the feed shack. I definitely didn't check the feed shack. Well, out goes the Stevie Steve idea anyway. Carrying a lot of junk, all things considered. Also 2 can openers. Only 2 cleaning kits. Absolution. 1, 2, 3, 4. You do have respawn timers though. Yeah, but the respawn timers are only used for critical loot, right? So, like, there's no respawn. Like, if you pick up a tin of beans from a random house, it's not going to spawn loot back in while you're in the area. But if you go a couple of 100 meters away, it could spawn another bit of loot in that house. It probably won't be a tin of beans, but it will be something, right? There are respawn timers for critical loot. So, for example, the respawn timer for a key card in the crypt on the mouse might be 4 hours. Sorry, on Deer Isle. That might be on a respawn timer, but most loot isn't on a timer in that way. It can't all be on a... My god, this is dark, right? It can't... Every single item that gets picked up can't be on a respawn timer. You're talking about thousands upon... Well, 20, 30,000 respawn timers. It just doesn't work like that. Like, I don't think there's respawn timers on regular loot, because if you were to pick up all the loot from an entire town and you were in an empty server and then you ran away like 300 meters and ran back, loot would be spawning back in the town, you know, like there'd be more loot in there, you know. Every item has a timer. You can check yourself by looking at the types of file. But things spawn in based against a recommended level as well, right? So I'm no dev, but my understanding of the loot economy is that there's an ideal number that's meant to be in the server, and when things get picked up, it starts putting things in based on the ideal number that's meant to be. So let's say there's meant to be 7 blaze rifles on the server. You know, like I don't know what reference the respawn timers has to do with it, but if the timer's an hour and then 7 blaze rifles get picked up, that doesn't mean there's no blaze rifles for an hour. That's definitely not how it works. Like, it just means they get spawned in somewhere else. You're not, Spudder, but it's a very specific question I don't want to answer, you know? Like, if I was, it really helps. If I am not, it really helps others, you know? So it's a question that helps people work out what specific server I'm on in a very niche way, you know? Like, if somebody asks me if a particular mod is in the server and that mod only gets used on 2 servers, for example, same kind of thing, right? It effectively gives that answer without meaning to, whatever I say. You can navigate by the stars, or see, you can, yeah. I never have. I never have, but you definitely can. There is a chance somebody could be hiding in here, you know. It's the sort of... Oh, fucking hell. It's the sort of place people hide, waiting for daylight if they haven't logged out. I'm annoyed about the base because the base being there makes it less likely that, like, even these walls here, or these posts, it usually means... didn't know you could do that. It usually means less loot or no loot spawned. The base crap here. If I can dismantle everything, then it'll be doing a good service. I'm going to do it. Because nothing fucking spawns while this junk is here, right? It's not just the flagpole, Mason, it's anything. Like, if you've got, like, fences or the remnants of fences, it seems to fuck up the loot spawning. But if all of this stuff despawns, then it will be okay. The GrieferManZ, this isn't griefing, Aero. There's no base here, right? This is a base that's been raided. This is a base of 2 weeks ago or whatever, you know, like, proof of that being that there's nothing in any of these fucking crates. Like, it's all empty. Unfortunately, I ain't going to be able to get rid of these. But it means there's no loot here, you know, like, this is a good tower for loot to be, but there's no loot. What I really need to do is destroy it all, but I can't, you know. If I had loads of bullets, I could shoot all the crates and ruin them. Throw them off. It's going to take too long. I ain't got the fucking patience. We're probably a fair way through the night time now, hopefully, which is good. At least half, I would have thought. Don't need GPS. Fanga. Damaged, badly damaged, and badly damaged. Okay. Another knife won't hurt, will it? We're not getting great loot here, are we? I'll be expecting to find a tundra or a blaze, really, or a savannah. Only 2 more places left to find them. Fuck. Doesn't look like we're getting lucky. Last place. Funny, the loot where I spawned was actually pretty solid, but the loot everywhere else has been jack shit. That sucks. I got early shitty rifles quite early, but now I feel like I'm struggling.
You and your family are doing great. Keep up the great streams and YouTube videos.
Now I'm struggling for junk. Oh shit, nearly fucked that up. I don't even know why I did that, really. It's just fun. It's fun to do, I guess. Right, I think I'm going to go north. Let's go this way. Does this actually have? It does. It has the personal nightlight, but it's so weak I can't even tell it's really on. Yeah, it is on. Dismantling's usually against server rules. It's not against the server rules, dude. I've got to be honest, if your base is completely raided like that, I don't think... If talking about, like, if you're on a community server that has that rule, I think that base, there should... How you write base raiding rules like that is really tricky anyway, but if your base is raided to the point where you had 12 fences and now there's 2 fences left, every other fence is gone, all your barrels are empty... You're not building it anymore, it's gone, you know, like, all it is now is a problem for the server, right? That's a derelict base. Like, if a server doesn't reset for 3 months, right, Bruticus, like, if a server doesn't restart for 3 months, or like, refresh, are you really saying that if someone builds 1 fence wall in there, you can never dismantle it, you know? Like, how do they enforce those rules? Because that base is dead, you know, there's nothing there, it's not being built, there's no loot. It's a base from yesteryear, you know, it was raided a week ago and nobody's bothered building it back, you know. Like, the reality is that there must be some kind of cut-off at which point the base is no longer being used, you know. But the point still is, like, it has to be, clearly there must be something in a server that has that rule that makes it enforceable. It can't just be, alright, I built 1 fence in this castle now. Now it's ours. Nobody can dismantle my fence, you know. I built 1 door. Even if they raid it, they can't remove it, you know. I don't even know how long the bases take to decay, you know, like, but it seems to be too long in, like, more vanilla settings, otherwise you wouldn't find so many fucking shit bases. I think it's, personally, it's not for me anyway, you know. I know there's 1 or 2 servers that have rules on what you can do, but I don't know, like, if you build a base and then you get raided and someone takes all of it, well, tough shit, you know. I'd like, if I ever had a server and it had base raiding, there would never be any rules on it, I'm afraid. It just seems like, oh, you can raid us, but you can only take three bullets. You're allowed 3 stacks of bullets, but no more, or you can take 2 guns, but you're not allowed to take 3, or, oh, bollocks. If you get raided, you lose your shit, you know. Of course, different servers having different rules is completely legit. I respect the fact that people can do whatever they want, you know. Right, there is another convoy spawn to the left. We might as well go and check that if I can work out where we are. I think we're somewhere near Ratnoy. It's very dark, but I think Ratnoy is just over this way. Would I ever play a base building server with the aim to set up a base? Not while I'm streaming, Young Cloth. I just don't think it works, dude. I can't stay in one place for ages. It really doesn't work. So that is Ratnoy, so I'm where I said I was. Well, it's not Ratnoy, it's the houses I was expecting to see. Ratnoy's just a bit further along. They're the houses in between the 2 military tents and Ratnoy, which is just this way. But the potential convoy spawn is just here. I don't think the convoy's here, but I'm going to get closer just to be safe. Yeah, that one truck there is always there, but this is the convoy spawn. There is no convoy, unfortunately. There probably was a convoy at some point recently, though, because there's a military zombie there. I guess that's probably related. Hear it, couldn't see it. I don't think anything spawns at that one. Oh well, let's go back then. There could be loot laying around, but it doesn't look like there is. There's nothing on the ground. Normally the loot is like floating if it was on the top of a military vehicle. I ain't seeing anything, so I don't think there's anything here. Let's get back. Go back to the tents, I suppose. There's a big smoke plume in the middle of the screen. I don't know where you mean, but I ain't seeing any smoke. Gartroll, hope you and the family are doing great. Thank you. Hope you and yours are doing well as well, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the support. Joshua, greetings from Switzerland. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Guy Squeeze, thank you for the new sub. Renegade, Chav Hunter, Weirrook, Jellybean, thank you for the resubs as well. Yeah, it might be the Milky Way you were looking at, yeah. Doing okay. I haven't got a water bottle or a canteen. I'm okay. My hydration's fine right now, as you can see. But I think I might actually go to the police station in Severograd, and just try and get myself a stab vest or something. I'd like some kind of ballistic protection if I can get it. I'm very susceptible to any kind of shot right now. I haven't really gone anywhere that would spawn it yet, though. I've not gone anywhere where I would expect to find a vest. Only because we're editing videos from the YouTube stream, so it just removes that circling Z. Still on the changing server screen, so it's still there when I go AFK or whatever. But we're editing from the footage on the YouTube Twitch. Sorry, the YouTube stream VOD. And so having no Z makes it better for the edit of that. Quite a few Zs again. I had some dude on YouTube, and an old video. My most popular ever video is when a X amount of hours player plays Churnerous Official or something like that. It's my most popular ever video. There's a comment a day ago saying, this how can this be official? You found a Mosin in Cherno, and the zombie had an Alice pack on, you know? Like, you can find Mosins in Cherno. You really can. Like, you can. The loot economy may have changed now, but you definitely could then. And like anyone watching the stream has seen me find Mosins in that little square in Cherno. Even recently, you can. You know, it was a thing. It was definitely a thing then, and I think it's still a thing now. You know, like, there is a few higher tier loot spawns inside Cherno town centre. You can find, like, blue rock boots and stuff as well. You can find a few extra things that you wouldn't expect to see. I'm not liking that. I'm not liking that being on display there. That's dodgy. I don't want the grenade, really, but I do want it, if that makes sense. I think it kind of makes sense. Anyway, yeah, but the other one that was really... I found that interesting, really, but Alice packs used to be on zombies. You used to get Alice packs and armchair zombies on... I'm sorry, armchair backpacks on the Zeds, you know, but the Alice pack now only spawns in, like, convoys and... military trains and one or two other places. It's quite rare on official, but it wasn't a year and a half ago. But this dude's like that knows the game today wants to tell me that I wasn't playing official because the game was different a year and a half ago. You know, it's oh God. I think maybe I should just not read the comments. I'm a bit guilty. It's one of my guilty pleasures. That particular video. There is a clip about there's a firefight that goes on. It's like a 1v2 that lasts for quite a while. It was a really fun firefight, but at one point after I've killed one and I'm trying to find the other, and at one point I throw a grenade, and then it's exactly 40 minutes into the video, I throw a grenade just before, and then I turn to the right and I see a zombie aggroing towards where the grenade went off, you know.
20 months TRMZ
So
Potato Man
you see
Z.
the zombie at 40 minutes, and then about at 40 minutes and 3 seconds I say in the video, oh, the zombies are aggroing, you know, meaning they're aggroing towards the grenade. So I'm acknowledging that I've seen a zombie on the screen. And I must have been told about 500 times that sometimes politely, you missed the player at 40 minutes. Sometimes a bit more like, you're a fucking blind bastard, how did you not see that player at 40 minutes, you absolute dipshit, you know? And it's a fucking zombie. I've been saying for nearly 2 years, repeatedly, like once every few weeks I go in and reply, like every third message is, you missed the player at 40 minutes, you missed the player at 40 minutes, you missed I've been going in once every like 2 or 3 weeks or so, and just going zombie, 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 zombie. It's been really fun, that. Don't know why I bother, but I've still done it. It's so obviously a fucking zombie as well, but like people definitely are adamant it's a player, and you can see it's a zombie. It runs like a zombie. It's got its arms sort of splayed out like a Z. It's so clearly a Gorka like patrol zombie, you know, patrol outfit zombie. But fuck me. But that's why I happened to come across that particular message, because it's one of my guilty pleasures. I don't really do it every 2 or 3 weeks, more like once every 2 or 3 months, but every now and then I just go in and reply zombie to a few more people. Right, Zelenogorsk even. It's a dangerous place. It's not GS Man, as you well know. It never happens. I was thinking about collecting some gas loot, but I don't think I can be fucked. Amberqueef, yeah, it's on. I just said it before, actually. I don't know if we need a command for this. I don't think we do, but it's on the changing server screen. But like the YouTube edits that Finn is doing are being edited from the YouTube footage. So taking away the spinning Z and the thing, It just, like, if we're making highlights from 4 days worth of streams, the sub count might, like, be 4,250, then it might be 4,700, and then in the next scene it might be 4,300 again. It just doesn't really work for a weekly highlights video where the sub count's on the screen the whole time, you know, it's a bit confusing. And most people watching the edited video won't even know what the number is, it's just, like, getting in the way, so I've taken it away because we're using that footage to edit. Was there loot at the tree? I'll have a look on the way out.
Sup man, 2 years watching you now. Time flies when you got a great streamer to watch.
I think it would be good if there was a NBC box of some sort, an ability to carry the NBC loot maybe. I think it would be cool to see something like that, yeah. Yeasty, thank you very much for the support. Alos Santander, thank you very much as well. Zwat, thank you too.
Nice.
Girius, thank you too. I got this, I didn't even put it on the hotbar.
Always enjoy watching even when you do miss a player winking face.
Connor, yeah, especially 40 minutes in my most popular ever video. The thing that's really funny about it, though, a few times, I say it's a zombie, and then people tell me it's not. I like that even more, you know. That's a summary of the internet, you know. Like, a summary of the internet nowadays is telling people something you know with 100% fact, and then they'll tell you why you're wrong. We're not arguing over infected. I ain't playing that game. And of course I am wrong very often, but not in this particular case. I said Zelenogorsk at first, and then I changed it to Severograd when I realised what I was saying, dude. I did correct myself. It's easily done, like the names of the towns and stuff. Like, and I know I've forgotten a few names of towns in Chernobyl, you know. But if you're mostly lone wolf, the names become like they just all like kind of bleed into one. Well, this is funny, isn't it? There's no vest here either. I have to have a look out for a zombie with a plate carrier on. Do you ever get bored of DayZ? Hack? Not very often, no. Streaming DayZ is very different to just playing it, though. I really enjoy streaming. But no, DayZ is quite a varied game for me, and streaming is lots and lots of fun. Like today, I've not actually killed anyone yet. I've not really had... I had one interaction at the airbase on the last map that was kind of cool, but had limited interactions. It's been relatively slow going so far, but I still enjoyed the stream, you know. I've enjoyed the game too, but yeah, it's not dependent on the game so much when I'm streaming it, you know. The stream itself makes it fun. Are there any more police zombies? It's rare you don't get a vest here. It really is rare. Some bastard's been here. It's another police zombie, but again, no fucking vest on. Actually think I'll kill it. I was going to trap it in, but she might have bullets, mightn't she? He does have bullets. I could maybe use that SSG. I might go back for the SSG and the PD. I haven't got many rounds for the BK-18 either. I've got 3 or 4, but... Sorry guys, there we go. Just messing around with that. Right, let's have the presser. No presser. Right, I'm going to get the SSG. Do I play football myself? No, I used to when I was a lad. I don't play football anymore, no. I'm not... the only thing I do that's vaguely exercise orientated is walking, which is all I really want to do. I might change my mind. I did say earlier I might take up a racket sport when I'm 80, but I wasn't being serious. I walk a lot. I've been out for a walk today. But I don't do any stuff that makes me want to kill myself. Gavin, I'm pretty sure the SSG and the BK are about the same power. They're not far away from each other, believe it or not. I know what you mean, though. The BK is pretty good power-wise, but the scope makes a huge difference. You know, like, they're both okay. They're both. I think I'd rather have... Personally, I'd rather have an SSG. It's about the same power as a carbine. If you check Wobo's stats, it'll give you a bit more detail, but I'm not that... I don't think I'm too far off in saying that the SSG is pretty much the same power as a BK-18. It's kind of almost on a par with a CR527. Does the missus sometimes walk with you? Yeah, like she does. Yeah, like we walked the dog together yesterday, for example. So it depends on the weather, you know. Like I need to walk in the morning. Like if I'm up, like today I had to do a few things on the PC. My walk was at 11 AM. It was too hot to walk the dog at 11 AM really, because once it's up to like 23, 24 Celsius, it's kind of getting borderline for walking the dog. You know, like taking your dog out when it's relatively hot. That in some countries that's not hot, but in the UK that's relatively warm. It'd be much better for us to walk him at 7 or 8 AM or 7 or 8 PM when it's cooler again, right? So today I walked on my own, but yesterday it was cooler, so we walked the dog. You know, it just depends on the day. Chet, we have a Welsh Springer Spaniel. He's amazing, but he's also a bastard. According to Wobo Tools, the SSG is much better than the BK. I'm not surprised, okay. I didn't really want to just come out and say it, but I think the SSG is more on a par with the CR527, which is better than a BK-18. So I kind of got there, but I did it in a more polite way. But yeah, if you're taking the BK because you think it's more powerful than the SSG, you're wrong. Check Wobo's Tools for confirmation. Yeah, you don't have to speak Welsh to him, Tomty. He's a Welsh Springer Spaniel. He does what he wants. You know, like his recoil is pretty good, but they are the reason the Welsh Springer Spaniel is not as popular a breed as the English Springer Spaniel is because they are not. They're very much more willful. They don't train so well. Oh, fuck. Evil Jurgen, maybe just the one heart would be good. Jesus Christ. Just the one heart would be appreciated if at all possible, Jurgen. Cheers for the 16 months though. Yeah, she don't like emotes. I don't even know what that was. The SSG is better than the BK by 10 health points and 5 shot. There you go, look.
One heart.
Let's get together and be emote free. Sing it. There is definitely some... You could probably make lyrics for that. Because notification sounds a bit like the lyrics of... Yeah, you could probably do that. Rocket, Cyborg, thank you very much as well. Infiltrator, thank you very much
Just
for the
one
membering on
hearty say
YouTube.
TRMZ love.
Cheers for the support as well, dude. Thank you. Right, I am going to go to the summer camp next, but I'm going to go via up here so that we can see maybe if there is a convoy on the way. Noah, yeah, somebody in the chat was doing painting white Warhammer figurines. I remember being vaguely interested in the figurines when I was a lad, but I've never really been as an adult. I can appreciate the time and effort, and I get why people are into it, but it's not my bag.
TRMZ love.
So this doesn't
Cheers,
actually
Paul.
jam.
Hope you're doing fine.
This gun doesn't jam. Bolt action rifles don't jam. So even though it's badly damaged and the mag is badly damaged, I don't think I'm going to bother fixing it. Because I've only got 4 cleaning kits and I ain't about to waste one, you know. I ain't about to waste one of my precious and very scarce cleaning kits. Vinny, yeah, we were talking about it just a bit, but it must have been announced in the Discord about half an hour or so ago. But yeah, 1st of August, Bitterroot goes full release, so they can be hosted on
I am not
Zero
evil
or
again.
whoever. You know.
TRMZ love.
0, day 1, whoever wants to host one can host one. I am not evil, Jurgen. Thank you very much, Image. Cheers for the support, dude. Ascending Node, thank you for the 2 as well. Ear Pete, Ire Pete, thank you. Alright, I might as well drink till I'm full. Surely the mag can jam on a bolt action rifle coaster. The bolt action rifles don't jam. Killer, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. In theory, the gun, like, I'd be unlucky, but in theory, within those 4 shots, the gun could be ruined. So the thing I'm more worried about is, like, loading the bullets. It's possible. I think I've had this once, but I picked up a mag that was badly damaged, loaded it with bullets, put it in the gun, and then it was ruined before it, like, it ever fired. You know, like, the act of loading it in with bullets and loading it into the gun fucked the mag up, and then it was not usable, you know, but... I've had that once. If you're really unlucky, it can happen, but... But this is why we don't repair things. Look, this is... Just imagine the scene, right? Imagine I'd wasted an entire cleaning kit, cleaning the mag and the gun. And then 2 houses up, I'd found a pristine gun. I'd have been fucking distraught, wouldn't I? Absolutely fucking distraught, I'd have been. Bollocks. I didn't mean to empty the other one out, but never mind. Bow Hunter, well, thanks for coming in, dude. Appreciate it. Killer Sweat, thank you for the 25. Scotty, thank you for the Prime. Spaghetti. That's good. The spaghetti is good. We haven't got any food, so that's kind of useful. I really need myself a vest. Even a shit vest would be good right now. Right, I think I'm not going to bother with looting the rest. There is loot around here. Maybe I should loot them, you know. Do you know why? Because this smells Mosiny. Around here, these kind of houses, we're probably just far enough into the map to be finding a Mosin. I might not be quite far enough, but I feel like I am. That might turn out to be a mistake, but fuck it. The MK2 is pretty decent for killing Zeds, but the reason I should probably still be keeping the Scorpion is that I've only got 2 shots. Oh no, I got more, didn't I? It's okay. I was only running with 2 shots for the shotgun for ages, but with 8 shots for the shotgun, I don't need the Scorpion for players so much. So, like, if I fired 10 shots out of the shotty at players and I'm still alive, I'm probably very lucky. So either they're dead or I am, you know, so it should be okay. Pristine it is as well.
Where has all the time gone, TRMZ potato shaker?
We have all the time. I'm not singing it, by the way. It's safer that way. Easy, thank you very much for the support. All the time's been sunk waiting for England to win a major tournament at the men's foosball. But that's where all the time's gone. On a hopeless fucking attempt.
Who will win place 24-25th at TheRunningManZ?
That really confused me for a minute. Easy, thank you very much. No prize. Thank you as well. Cheers for the prime. Scotty, thank you for the prime. Liverpool will win it. I actually think there's a distinct possibility it will be another team because I think City are going to get relegated or have points deducted at worst. You're not doing the thing. You do the thing. You should have done the thing. Yeah, I think it's Arsenal or Liverpool this year. I think Liverpool are with my Liverpool hopes on. I think Liverpool have got a chance, but first season under Arne Slot, I think it's going to be more of a bedding in season. I think top 4 would be a success. I think winning the league in your first season is probably not so likely. He's probably not going to make many signings. I don't know. I think Arsenal might win the league this year. I genuinely do. Spencer, I have done a lot of that in the past. Do you ever go for cool appearance looks on clothing or just camo? I've done a lot in the past. Like I've done a fuck me. That's running quick. He ain't mucking around, is he? You can't really anymore. Not easily. So for a long time, years ago, I always wore capri pants when I was playing Cherners, for example. I just liked them. I used to wear one of the pairs of capri pants as my outfit. I just liked it, you know. I used to wear particular blue trousers and a blue jacket and a press vest and whatnot, but because of the way the game is structured now, like, you need high insulation or preferably best insulation clothing, so it limits what you can actually wear, you know. If you play in the geared areas of Chernarus and you come up towards Sinnerstock or Tissy or whatever, you actually need best insulation clothing, otherwise you get cold and then you need to eat more, and then it's just too much of a pain in the arse, you know, like you're shivering when you need to shoot and then it makes you die, even more likely to die, you know. The way the game is made is now, it's kind of forcing you to wear best insulation clothing, and there's limited versions of those and they all tend to be green. So in answer to your question, if on a warmer map I'm more likely to, on this map I'm much less likely to. I don't even need to loot this shit, do I? Let's just move on. Let's go give it a bit of a wide berth and avoid the other Zeds. I'm really hoping this will be the year that City get their comeuppance, you know. That the hearing about their charges is meant to be around autumn, like October-ish, they're saying. So, assuming they get the charges and they get found guilty, they're going to be, even if they're only found guilty of a couple of cases, they'll get point stock. They won't win the league with any luck. What town am I in? I can't remember the name of this little bit, but it's just north of Severograd. Dr. Struggles, thank you for the resub. I think Liverpool have got an outside chance. If City are out of it because of the charges, then I'd say Liverpool have got the second best chance right now, even though they've got a new manager. Village, we've been playing a lot of Cherno until Anastara came out, you know, like I've played a lot of Cherno and Livonia this year, but since Anastara came out, I've played less of it, you know, like we've been playing for the last, well, and Deadfall as well, but when I went to Prague, I was doing quite a lot of Chernerus, Livonia and Battle Royale. When I came back from Prague, so that was early May, I did lots and lots of Chernerus and Livonia, and then Deadfall came out, and then Anastara and Altira's had an update, and so there's just been other stuff to focus on, yeah. They should be doing it before the season starts. I think they can't. They're doing it as quickly as they can, but they're like somebody was saying earlier. I don't know if this is true or not, but they were saying earlier that they're trying to legally question Man City. Are trying to legally question the judge who's sitting on its ability to be like
62 months of wound games.
Like they're basically saying they're biased, chat. You know, like they're trying to suggest that the person that's judging it is not suitable to do that job, right? And City have done that with the best lawyers you can possibly buy every step of the way, right? So the reason it hasn't happened any sooner is because they're having to go through a process that's incredibly thorough, because City are going to sue the shit out of them when they give them what... Yeah, they're trying to say that the judge that's going to preside over it is not impartial. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Josh Bird. Yeah, I've not done a lot in the last 2 to 3 weeks, no, but Anastara and... like the last 2 weeks I've done pretty much Bitterroot, but it's only been up for a couple of weeks and it's been really fun, you know. But yeah, in other words, like the reason it can't happen before the season starts is that they're investigating 115 separate cases, and if they're going to find them guilty, they need to do it so rigorously, because City, like unlike the others, Everton and Forest and others have just gone, yeah, we have done that, sorry, and then they get punished. City are not doing that. They're using lawyers and trying to fight it, because if they are guilty, they're guilty of a lot more, so they're fighting it all. And so they're having to be very much more rigorous with it. That's where the convoy would be. There is no convoy. While I'm here, I may as well just nip up and check that one barrack, though. I still haven't got a vest. This is frustrating. Like an orange raincoat zombie, like at the top of the stairs there. It's kind of cool in a way. Yeah, I think they'll get... I think they're going to get found guilty of quite a lot, but we shall see. Coming down the stairs. Right, back to this way. I think I'm going to go to where the other convoy spawns now, rather than straight to the melee base. I'm not sure. Did the screen go black? Hopefully not. It's a shame they won't get stripped of titles. I don't know. See, if they've done things like pay previous managers from outside of the club's funds to try and help allow money to be spent in other areas. There's rumours that they paid Pellegrino outside of the club's money. If they've done stuff like that, then they should, if they're guilty of that, they should be, like, banished from the league and have to come back like Rangers did, you know. But if they're just falling foul of financial fair play and trying to cover it up, then, yeah, it's not great. The problem I think is that financial fair play in general...
Not watched on Twitch since you started to stream on
it sounds great, but
subbed on YouTube,
it's always...
but have my
it's kind of not great either, you know. People will always find excuses to hate on City because nobody can beat them. Well, it's state-sponsored sport washing for a start. That's some of the hate, I think. Like it's like the same with the boxing. Like I'm a hypocrite with it. I'm going in September to the boxing, and that's kind of relatable as well. That's being put on by the same people that are putting on all of the stuff in the UAE, I think. so yeah, I'm a little bit. Like I'll pay the money to go to the boxing, but it is a bit frustrating, the sports watching aspect. But breaking the rules intentionally does suck, you know. Like, however, financial fair play as how it is, it still feels a bit like a not a very good idea or a not a very good system, you know. Like, what it reeks of is the old school big teams trying to maintain their ability to stay the old school big teams, you know. Like, if you're one of the richest teams already, like Liverpool or Man United or nowadays Man City or Arsenal or whatever, you know, if you're one of those teams, if you introduce financial fair play, then that allows you to forever stay that way because you can always outspend your rivals, you know. If you've got the biggest income, you can spend a more proportion of your income on players, you know. So it stops the smaller teams ever growing, you know. Like Wrexham are doing very well right now, but at some point they're going to hit a glass ceiling where they won't be able to spend enough to go further, you know. Sadly, money will save them anyway. I don't think it will, Brandon. I think they will face the consequences, but I don't think money will save them. I don't know if I agree with financial fair play or not, though. I don't really like the idea that oil-rich countries can effectively state-own football clubs, if you like. That doesn't feel great, necessarily. But equally, I think the story of Jack Walker, who was from Blackburn, he was a Blackburn fan, bankrolling because he was a rich local businessman and he could bankroll Blackburn to win the Premier League once. That's great for the Blackburn fans. It was amazing for him, you know, like he couldn't do that in the modern era. He wouldn't be allowed, you know, it wouldn't be against the rules. They wouldn't be able to do it. I don't think that's right. I don't think financial fair play is necessarily correct. Because all it does is try to protect the teams that are already at the top. So I don't know. I don't entirely agree with everything that like City have done. You know, and obviously it's easy to say that, but if Liverpool suddenly got taken over by like some rich Qatari conglomerate and started buying every player, I'd probably think it was funny as fuck. You know, but nonetheless, it's it still kind of sucks, that ownership model. But the ability to spend more money and buy players should really be down to like the owners to pay for it, not. City are dominant. It's because of Pep, not the money, and I'm not. It's not just because of Pep, dude. Like, there is a lot going on there. Like, there was an awful lot of years before Pep came where a lot of money was injected and a lot of players were bought and then they've been sold later and so on. But if they've done what they've said to have done, such as pay managers outside of the books, and if they've done things like Rangers did, like Rangers were playing players in a way that made it look like it wasn't on Rangers' books, right? If they've done stuff like that, then they should be gone. You know, they should face the consequences, just like Rangers did. But Pep is a great manager, but they have had more cards at the poker table than everyone else has. Saying they haven't is just a nonsense. They have. Man U have spent a lot of money as well, to be fair, and they've spent it badly. But City have spent consistently for a long time, to the point where now they don't really need to. I've read some of the charges, Lothar, yeah, but I haven't read all of the 115. But everyone that's a City fan has rose-tinted spectacles about it, and everyone that's not a City fan is a bit annoyed about it, and maybe they're wrong and maybe they're right, but we'll find out when the charges finally come out, won't they, when they get charged with something. They already got away with it. They were banned for 2 years and used the law to get away with it. You know, they were breaking rules and they were banned from playing in Europe, and they got out of that, you know. But Lothar, I think the fans are going to try and see everything positively, and the people that aren't fans are not going to, are they? You know, that just appreciate that's the case. You know, if you're a fan, fair enough. Like, the fact that they're trying to take the Premier League to arbitration so they can effectively sponsor themselves, that's bullshit as well, you know? Like, I don't think it's unfair that you try to have a system in sport where you can't get other businesses that you own to sponsor your football club, you know? Like, Mike Ashley might have been skirting that a little bit, maybe, I don't know, but I don't think you should be able to sponsor your own football team or do it by the back door with another company that your brother owns or something, you know? That seems shit as well, you know? Thought that was a player. It went to the sport of arbitration. They got away with a fine. What went to the sport of arbitration and they got away with a fine, Lothar? I don't know what you mean. They were taking the Premier League to arbitration in June to try and change the rules on sponsorship, dude. There hasn't been an announcement about that as to what the outcome was, as far as I'm aware, but they were effectively trying to change the rules of the Premier League to suit them against the will of the Premier League. Now, I'm talking about the arbitration in June this year. Was there a rifle? Oh, there is. Oh, it's a shovel. Well, I think that's horseshit, Daz. Leicester winning the Premier League was great, wasn't it? You know, but Leicester won it during the financial fair play era, didn't they? You know, they still won it. I think that's good.
"11 months. Soon the Xmas. Keep on running."
Yeah, the arbitration in 2020 was to try and get away with it. I think they got away with it on a technicality, didn't they? That they were punished too late, you know, that the decision to punish them was too late. So they had done the crime, but they got away with it because they were punished too late after they'd done the crime. Was pretty much the reason why they got away with it in 2020, you know. They were penalised for something they had done, but too slowly. Oh, I haven't checked the other summer camp sheds, have I? Hungry dude, if you want to have a sensible discussion, by all means do. But if you want to try and turn it into some kind of like bottom of the internet drama, like you are doing, that's not for here, dude. Proper conversation, I'm happy. I like listening to different people's point of view, but if you're going to be like, oh, cry more, and all that nonsense, like, I'm not interested. Like, take that elsewhere, please. Daz, well, I think it's a good thing that other teams might win the Premier League. Like I was just saying, I'm not entirely sure I agree with financial fair play as it is. Like, it was originally brought in. I think Michel Platini had a lot to do with it because PSG couldn't compete in Europe, and then, sure enough, they got taken over anyway. But I don't particularly like financial fair play, but we have it, and if they've intentionally tried to hide what they've done to get away with it, you know, if they have done stuff that was underhand to get away with it, like other teams like Forest and so on, they've just made a mistake and spent too much and they've broken the rules and admitted it. But if City have spent too much knowingly and then tried to hide it by inflating sponsorships or like trying to make more money than they should by getting themselves paid by their own company and naming rights that were way more than they should have been paid because they were paying themselves and stuff, you know, if they've done that, that's much worse than what Forest and Everton have been found guilty of, where they just spent more money than they should have, you know. We've got some decent bullets. No convoy at this one either. So the convoy would be just by this track here. This one. No convoy. I'm not sure I'm particularly happy about going to this Millie base with no vest, but it is what it is. Little Doer, they have to abide by a budget where they're only allowed to spend so much of their income. So, like, they have like profit and sustainability rules whereby, like, let's say you make 100 million a year, you're allowed to spend 90 million of it, or whatever it might be. I can't remember the percentages off the top of my head, but I think you're allowed to spend 95% of your income, something like that. But the reason for that is so that you, like, on player wages and stuff. So they're actually allowed to budget for a loss, because if you spend 95% of your income on players and salaries, you're effectively losing money, right? Because you're going to have other outgoings like powering the stadiums, employing other staff perhaps, or like electricity and gas and so on, whatever you have, all the overheads like security and whatever else it might be. There's lots of costs to putting on a football game, I guess, right? But like other costs in the local area, I'm sure. But they're allowed to spend so much of a budget of their total income per year on salaries and transfer fees and such like. And if they spend over that, they can get in trouble and get points deducted. But what City are accused of doing is spending over it and then trying to hide that they've done it by using kind of tactics to make more money that wasn't really the money they made, you know, cooking the books to spend more money. In the past, not so much now. Mason, yeah, it's really different with American football though. That comes up a lot, but in American football you have a draft and the teams that perform badly get first pick and stuff like it. But there's no promotion and relegation in American football. It's just not the same, you know. Like in like Man City, who are the best team right now by miles. Like if you went back 20 years or so, they're not even that, you know. Yeah, well, it probably was 20 to 25 years ago. They weren't even in the top division. They weren't in the division down from that. They were 3 divisions down. They were in the League 2 at one point, right? So, like, it would be like if the New York Giants had a bad season and the next season they weren't in the competition anymore. They had to play in some more like provisional yokel league instead, you know. It's not like that in football, so it's a lot more competitive in that regard, because if you do badly, you can effectively go bust.
Another month, another sub. Appreciate the streams more and more over time. Run on, dude.
Wayne, thank you for the 30 months. Val, thank you for the 2 months. Paradigm, Bozel, thank you as well. Any competitive league that doesn't have revenue sharing and salary caps is doomed to this sort of thing. I don't know if salary caps and revenue sharing is competitive either, really, and it's hard to know. I don't know. Salary caps benefit the owners of the clubs. It doesn't really benefit anyone else, you know. Like, it's not like the ticket to go and see the New York Giants, where there's a salary cap on the players, is like a pittance, whereas a ticket to go and see Tottenham in the Premier League is much more expensive, where there's no salary cap. It doesn't benefit the fans. It just makes the owner of the club richer. That's all. I'm not saying that sports stars should earn more money, but the point is it doesn't really change a great deal. It doesn't benefit the fan.
It's time to start running!
Already a year streaming the best there is. Thank you for all the great content and keep on running, mate.
Salary caps are needed. Well, that's not the case in the Premier League because lots of teams have got the money, right? That's the thing. Now, we don't have salary caps, but they have like budget caps, if you like, which is a similar way of doing it. But I don't think salary caps is the answer for the Premier League because they'd still have, like, let's say they made it so that the top earning Premier League player couldn't earn more than, pick something ridiculous, £400,000 a week.
Apparently, it's my anniversary.
Wouldn't make any difference.
Sorry, I didn't get you a card or present. TRMZ.
They cap it in a different way, like they cap. But I don't think salary caps necessarily is the answer for the Premier League. Maybe it's worth trying. I don't think it will. They would set the cap at such a level that it would still be fine for Manchester United and Man City and Liverpool and Chelsea and the big spenders to spend the big money, and then you'd get the smaller clubs spending not so much money anyway, Just because there's a cap, it doesn't mean every club spends to the cap. That's not how it would be in the Premier League, right? There are much more varied finances, A club like Luton in the Premier League wouldn't be able to spend near the salary cap, even if there was one, like that. You get much smaller clubs coming and competing, Imagine if you could get, like, your local town, like, going to play the Dallas Cowboys for a season because they'd qualified that year, Like, a salary cap wouldn't make any difference because we don't have a seat at the table every year, right? Like, your small town that doesn't have an American football team that could ever play in the NFL or the AFL could potentially, like Wrexham could potentially end up playing Manchester United and Man City and stuff. That doesn't happen in America. Which is where the salary cap's irrelevant if you can't afford to pay the salary cap. That's the point, right? Sure they would if they have the right cap. Stop talking nonsense. JNSL, Luton can't spend, like, if they had a salary cap, it would not. They can't put a salary cap in that's going to be so low that the players just move on to some other league, right? In American football, there's one league in the world that people want to play American football in, the NFL and the AFL. That's it. If you're an American footballer, you can only play there. If they introduce a salary cap for the Premier League and they say that no player can earn more than £100,000 a week, all the best players will just fuck off to Italy and Spain or France, or they'll go to South America or whatever. You can't do it. It's a world sport. It's not just an America sport where you can control it with some really rich people that run the sport. It just doesn't work. It's not the same. Like there's for one example, the very best players are being linked with going to like Al Ittihad or wherever where Ronaldo's just gone. In the past, the best players used to be the best players and they'd stay in their favourite club or wherever, like Messi did, and they'd go to America to retire on a decent wage when they were no longer good enough to play for Barcelona or PSG, where he ended up for a couple of years, But now, while they're still in their prime or very close to it, they're being offered $600,000 a week to go and play in like Al Ittihad and whatnot, going to different places, Like if we had a salary cap, it just would mean that they could go and play there, like a bit like the golf, Like you don't get that in American football. There's no rival league trying to take all your best players to another continent. That's the point. It just doesn't work. A salary cap doesn't work when there are other leagues outside of the salary cap that will just take all your players. That's why they have like a budget cap that's based on how much you earn, and that affects how much you can spend. Otherwise, they can't stay relevant in a worldwide sport. And by the way, whatever salary cap they introduced, it would have to be competitive for Europe, so a team like Luton wouldn't be able to spend the salary cap. they have like a small stadium with a few thousand people watching compared to the big teams, you know, like. That's weird. That must have been dropped by a player, mustn't it? Hopefully it was a while ago. But I heard a door open. UK doing it for as long as I remember against Italians everywhere. Well, Emrimi, I remember when it wasn't the case, dude. Like, the Premier League came in what was it, 1992? There was a long time, even in the 90s, where we weren't competitive in Europe, and it's gradually grown to be what it is now. Yeah, you're right, but it's still competitive, though. You know, like teams like Juve in Italy can compete with any Premier League club for a player. Spain, particularly obviously Barcelona and Real Madrid, have poached plenty of Liverpool players over the years. You know that the big teams take the big players, and it happens to all clubs except for the odd one. But it hasn't always been that way, you know, like. I really need a vest. That's good. I remember watching Football Italia on Channel 4. I used to like watching that back in the day. But yeah, that's the bit that people don't get. Like, salary caps sound great until all the best players just go somewhere else, like China or Saudi Arabia or wherever, because they're outside of the salary cap. It doesn't work, like, because there is no competing league that takes your players in the NFL or the AFL. I really thought a door opened. I really thought I heard a door open when I was in that barrack, but the only door that it could have been is this door. There's no other door. Let's get the grenade up here before it explodes on me if I get hit by a zombie or something. You can change the buttstock on the 74, yeah. You can't do anything with the handguard. Oh god. Red server chain. That could make it kind of tricky. I think a PGA versus LA Live is exactly what I'm is the best example you can give. There's a disruptor that's come along, that's come along and bought half of the golf and ripped the heart out of golf for money, right? If you tried to instill a salary cap in a worldwide sport like football, you would get a Live Golf type situation that would... It's impossible, you know, like... And that still could happen because just the sheer volume of money that's available, it could still happen, but not anywhere near as much. Thank you. There is a difference, Potsy, yeah, there is a difference. Wobo's done a decent video on it, but where you can change buttstocks, there's one that's slightly better at accuracy at range, there's one that's middle in, and there's one that's better for recoil control. They're better for CQB. FIFA and UEFA could bring in a cap. You can't control world football, Hugo. FIFA controls international football. So England against Spain, it controls the FIFA World Club. It controls the World Club Championship. It doesn't control El Etihad, where Ronaldo plays. FIFA has no control over that league. UEFA can only control the European competitions like the Champions League. It can't control the Premier League, though. It can't force the Premier League to do anything. Leagues are normally self-governing, you know. They're not controlled. Competitions might be controlled, like the Champions League is controlled by UEFA, but the Premier League isn't. Num num num. It's lamb pitter o'clock. Really thought I heard a door open. I know I heard a door open, but unless it was some kind of weird desyncy thing, you know, like the server was red and yellow chaining for a while. But if I could hear the door open, I suspect I would have seen somebody running around in that barrack. Because there's no other door. This server seems crazy quiet. It's definitely got lots and lots of people in it, by the way, but it seems crazy quiet at the moment. Yeah, I only had the Sport Mag only had 2 bullets in it, but they went in the MK2 ages ago. Kind of still harping on the same subject, but just from a different angle. It's something I'd never really considered about like the monopoly that there is in American sport for American sports owners. You know, like a lot of American owners have come and taken on a football club, like for example, people that own Liverpool or the people that own United and whatnot. You know, but it's not as guaranteed in the same way. You know, like if you own a sports franchise or a sports club, like there's no real competition. If you own a basketball team or a baseball team or American football team, there isn't any other competing leagues. You know, there's no competition. If you're a starring quarterback, you're going to be in the NFL or the AFL, right? That's where you're going to go. There's nowhere else you can go. But if you're a cricketer or if you're a footballer or whatever, you know, like most other sports that everyone else plays, there's lots of competition. You know, like even in rugby, like there are English international rugby players that if they play for a team in a different country, they get banned from playing for England. And they still go and play for a French team and stuff, you know. It still happens occasionally, you know, like... Yeah, so when Americans talk about what will work, it's a bit more complex for most other sports than it is for the American equivalent, where they're literally running monopolies. This could be dodgy. If it doesn't improve in a minute, I'm going to have to switch servers. This is not going to work, is it? Like, if this carries on, I'm going to die to a zombie. I could actually die to a zombie now if I'm not careful. This sucks. This really sucks. So I've changed from I've changed from Bitterroot because of a bug with the way it was running.
Berawan has just donated $75. Thanks for streaming DayZ. I love to see you on the new map in a few days.
Everyone, thank you very much for the support. Which new map? I hope there's a new map coming. That would be cool. Thank you very much for the for the tip. That's very, very kind. When we're going to see a 360 no scope? I don't think I've got the sensitivity for a 360 no scope. Maybe if other countries could ever get good at American football, then they could have their own competitive. Well, we don't like the sport as much. That's the point, isn't it? It's almost like when you started your sports, you created ones that you could control. Almost like it was by design, right? Like you could create monopolies and like get people into the sports that you get people into. But well, have I forgot about Sakal? No, but Sakal doesn't come out in a few days. It's not going to be out until October, November time. Yeah, I hadn't seen the box of 556. Cheers for the call out. I think I'm going to have to leave here. I don't think I can loot the rest. I think it's not worth the risk. I don't know. I'm going to move on to the next town, and if the server performance hasn't recovered, then I think we're going to be calling it for this map.
One-year anniversary, woohoo, all the best mate, top job.
Little Doe, you can stealth kill, but I can't stealth kill with the server running how it is. It's too risky. Num num num. Yeah, issues. He tweeted about it yesterday, dude. He has got it back. Oh, shot. Typical slacker. I don't know. I don't really know the reason why the sport's transferred. I mean, it's a bit to do with like language and how words have changed and stuff, but I don't know if it's to do with the small size of countries and whatnot. I don't really know. I've never really read up on it, but like I guess you get used to the sports you get used to, and they tweak things. Like that's what happens, you know. Like lots of sports are like slightly tweaked versions of another sport, you know. Like same with like baseball is a tweaked version of rounders. I don't know, like American football is probably a tweaked version of kind of rugby and some other sport combined. I don't know. But it's a natural thing that you're going to develop sports that become popular in your own country over time, I suppose. But yeah, you're probably right. I think a lot of it is because these sports became popular sometimes, if I'm honest, during the Empire, you know, like cricket is massive in India. Cricket is obviously massive in India because of the former colony there, I suppose, if you like, you know. Doesn't make it necessarily a good thing, but they like cricket still, you know. Ish had some kind of malware issue and his YouTube account got hacked and got taken over, and he lost access to it for about 5 or 6 days, and he had all sorts of trouble trying to speak to a person that could help him at YouTube.
Best 2 months.
And maybe that's something to do with it, by the way. It might not just be because, and this is just conversation, by the way. I'm not bothered either way, so there's no criticism or there's no nothing. It's just a shooting the shit, right? But maybe
Hey,
the fact that
hello chat.
a lot of the sports around the world that are popular maybe weren't invented by the British, but were made popular by us. Maybe like cricket that was taken to other countries. Cricket is a good example, probably the best example, but it's popular in a lot of places like Australia and New Zealand and India and so on, you know, like for a reason, I guess, you know. Maybe the sports that became popular in America, they obviously wanted their own. They didn't want anything that was relating to England because they fucking hated England after the like Independence Day stuff. Of course, you wanted almost to try and go and do something else, you know. That's probably quite understandable, you know. Like most kids, if you like, bad analogy maybe, most kids don't want to do exactly what their parents are interested in for hobbies, you know. Not always. Maybe when they're later in life they do, but not when they're forming. You normally try and rebel against your parents. Oh, it's taken me ages to eat these lamb pitters today. Absolutely fucking ages. These noises I'm hearing. Num 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 num. Right, nearly done. Probably the only one on the server. You did just hear those shots to the south a minute ago, Remorse Code, right? You heard that, yeah? Wasn't a soundboard. Right, give me 1 sec. The server is full. Right, I finished eating. Let's have a little look. Kind of frustrating that I don't have a bottle or a canteen, because this well is one of the most dangerous wells on the map. But well, it's one of the most open. Whether it's the most dangerous is debatable, but it's not one I really want to go to. I think I might loot a few of these houses just to see if I can find a bottle. That would be quite good. That was pretty good. It was pretty late, actually. Not that I'm criticising, but it's 5 to 8. I'm guessing that's quite late. I wondered why I was getting hungry. I didn't realise it was quite that late. Sorry guys, 1 sec. Going out there.
It's time to start running!
Medic, I would contest whether baseball is more interesting than cricket, and I have never paid to see like a top tier. I've never paid to see a top tier cricket match, like I know, like a county cricket match or an international. I've never paid to see one. I've never been to see one, and I have seen a baseball game. I've been and watched the Yankees play at the Yankee Stadium in a playoff game. So I've actually seen more baseball live than I have cricket. And I would contest that a 2020 cricket match is more interesting to watch for me personally than... and it's a personal choice thing, of course. It's like taste in music. But a 2020 cricket match... Cricket has a bad rap because of 5-day test matches where they still end up a draw. But a 2020 match is really exciting. Yeah, a one-day international, a one-day match is really exciting too. But there's different formats for cricket, and some are more exciting than others. This is going well. The other server gets fixed soon. It was 9 PM my time, which is in an hour. But it's a subjective opinion. There's no right or wrong, whichever you like. But I'd strongly, if you like baseball, seriously, try and watch a 2020 game at some point. You'll be surprised how much hitting and like runs are scored and how much excitement there is, how many wickets and so on. It's very, very different than like a test match where people might bat for hours and hours and hours and like you get 6 bowls in and over, and then there's like 1 run scored if you're lucky or something, you know. I've still quite, in the past, I've quite liked Test cricket. It's an acquired taste, but there's different forms. There's the seriously properly exciting versions of cricket, which is why the IPL and the one days and the 2020s have become so popular. Like a 2020 cricket match is a faster-paced sport than baseball. Relic, would I advise first-timers to play official? Not really, no, but I'd advise you to play Churnerous, and I'd suggest no mods. So something like Spaggy Vanilla or Zero Vanilla first, just to get a flavour for the game would be wise. But there's nothing wrong with official. Official's great, but there is a slightly higher chance of bumping into a cheater if you play official. And also seems to be slightly higher chance of bumping into a red server thing as well. Potentially. Why does my DayZ crash every time I try to join a server? Fuck knows. What message does it come up with? Somebody might be able to help, but you'll need to know what message you're getting that's coming up, or what's going on. That might help. You're probably going to get more help in like the DayZ Reddit or the DayZ forums. Give me the timestamp for the thumbnail. There is no timestamp for the thumbnail, dude. You can't. How can you make the thumbnail on YouTube is not from the video. It can't be from the stream because you have to select the thumbnail before the stream starts. You'd need to be somewhat clairvoyant to predict exactly what's going to happen. The thumbnail is just a thumbnail I've used on a previous video, but how can I get this? If I start a stream and I need a thumbnail, I can't possibly get a frame from the video. YouTube needs a thumbnail before you start. Tens of thousands of hours and you still can't predict the future. I know, it's despicable, isn't it? I also hadn't realised I'd got bullets. Thank you, you're right, I did have 11.
I've been enjoying the increased YouTube videos. Thank you.
Thank you, Scanneth. Cheers for checking them out. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. It still hasn't got better. I don't know. I think I'm kind of chasing an impending death. I actually played on this server a couple of weeks ago, and it was the same then, which is shocking, right? If it's like this regularly, I don't know whether it is or not. I don't know, but it seems to get like the red chain almost every time I fucking play on it. I don't know if I should be. I don't know if I should be going down this route or not. But
TRMZ love.
I feel like Americans are very passionate about Independence Day, and rightly so. Like for us, like in the UK, nobody cares. Like it seems so long ago. Like if I went to Italy, I don't go to Italy and go to Rome and start picking on Italians because the Romans once were in charge of us in England. We don't. It's so far ago, you know. We don't care, you know. Like nobody thinks about the fact that the Romans used to be in charge, right? They built most of our roads as well, by the way. But that's by the by, you know, like, we've been invaded over the years, like, a lot, you know. But I saw a few people saying something like maybe other countries were happy being colonised, so they still like your sports. And it's just different, isn't it? It's not the same. That's where I'm trying to get to, you know, like, India was still being ruled by the British Empire until, like, the 40s, I think, maybe 50s, 30s. I don't know exactly. My history knowledge is not perfect, but it's much more recent. But it's also very, very different, you know, like, the empire's gone and good, but India was full of Indian people, and we just ran it with a few people because we had wealth and we were just taking shit, and none of that was right. But America is different, you know. It was started by people from Europe. We went there and we like, we're all kind of similar. It's a different thing for like you see yourself as so different, whereas we don't really, like, the culture between America and England is not hugely different. We speak broadly the same language, we like the same music, we like the same films, we eat roughly the same food. The culture isn't actually that different as you think. So when you're saying we wanted our own culture and with this, we're very similar, you know, like, there's not that much, there's not so huge differences between, you know. But the difference is that in India, it was kind of ruled by a few people with a lot of money and some weaponry, you know, and that's how we were kind of ruling, you know. In America, I guess it was more like, it was people moving over from the UK and Ireland and from Great Britain to actually populate America in the first place, kind of taking it over. It was a different thing. We didn't do that in India, you know, did we? You know, different altogether. But like, it just, like, to us, this is the thing that I guess I'm trying to get to. Like, Independence Day is great for Americans, but if you say Independence Day to most people in the UK, we think of Will Smith and aliens, you know, like the fact that we lost some war that time ago, we've lost hundreds of fucking wars, and we've won hundreds of them as well. Like, the empire is, like, long since gone, and that's a very, very good thing, I think, right? But it's like, it matters so much to you guys, but we don't, like, I don't meet a guy from Norway and start moaning that the Vikings came over and were doing all sorts of stuff hundreds of years ago, you know? Do you know what I mean? It's happened for so many centuries, you know? Like, there are houses, like, close to me that are older than America. I guess is the point. It just, we don't, it matters so much to you guys, but it's not so much of a thing for us. Of course we didn't settle India, that's what I'm saying, white man, you know? And then, like, likewise, you go to Rome, and some of the buildings there are way older than anything here. Same kind of thing, you know. It's civilization's kind of interesting, but it's not something that, like, here. It's just so much more history that we don't really sweat it so much. At least we don't have big noses and messed up teeth. I've seen some of both in America land, don't you worry. I don't really know where that came from with the teeth thing. We don't have quite the propensity to, like, go the Jimmy Carr teeth route, or like the Ryland teeth route. Like, not many of our celebrities, for example, go with the perfectly pearly white. They're all flat like piano keys. Only a few do that. It seems more common in America, maybe, but I don't think it's a weird one, that one. We stole countries with the cunning use of flags. Pretty much. Like I go to Rome and I look at the history of the Roman Empire and I find it really interesting, like most people do. But I don't think about the fact that they invaded England. That's what I'm trying to say, because it's so much further ago, right? Like, we don't celebrate our independence from the Roman Empire. Because I don't even know when it was. I don't know, but the point is, we got invaded a lot. You know that we'd have to have multiple Independence Days. We had the same kind of thing once upon a time, but we don't celebrate it because it was more than one. You know. It's not something you go there and think, fucking hell, can you believe they used to have like fights to the death here and lions used to come out from there or whatever, you know, like you're walking around these amazing places just soaking up all of the history, you know, like you don't think about like who used to like win what war. But you guys celebrate the royal family? Yeah, some do, some don't. That's a contentious subject. I'm not really an anti or a for. I'm kind of like not really too worried, but there's a lot of pageantry with the monarchy, but a lot of people, like for example, when King Charles was inaugurated, there was nowhere near as many street parties as when the Queen had a 70th a coronation for her 70th, right? So like, there was a lot less. I don't know if we celebrated certain things, you know, like when the Queen had been 70 years, I think she'd been around so long and she'd served that role for so long that people were very keen to mark it, and they did celebrate it a bit. There was a street party in my street for the Queen's coronation. There wasn't one in my street when Charles became king, you know. So I don't know. Like I think for the right thing, people will get together, you know. But I remember the coronation day very well, because me and the missus, we were about to get Toby, and we spent all day fucking sorting the fence out, or we had one side of the back garden is a Landai hedge, and we had to spend all day making it puppy proof so that he couldn't escape from the back garden. It was a nice thing to get done, and we needed to do it, but I was like, when we started in the morning, I was like, I'm going to get this done, we're going to get it done quick, I'm going to have a shower, then we can go into the garden and get pissed with those over the road. That'll be really fun. And the hours passed, and we just didn't it took us ages to get it done, and I was fucked by the end, and the party, everyone was already drunk, and we were still going.
Keep on running.
Lutelis, thank you for the 12 months. Cheers for the support. Freaky, thank you for the 13. Steve, thank you. Vertical, Storm, cheers for the support as well. Thanks a lot, guys. Lizard Dude, Scanneth, thank you as well. Mr. Clackers, cheers for the 2 months. July the 4th is slightly bigger for Americans than something that happened a few hundred years ago, right? Yeah, it happened more than a few hundred years ago. July the 4th was like... It'll be 250 years soon, won't it? Is it 250 years in 2026? That'll be a big one, you know. Like maybe they'll have extra fireworks. It's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, that's exactly the point, though. It was 250 years ago. So, when you're saying July the 4th is more important than to Americans than something that happened a couple of hundred years ago, it fucking was. Yeah, and maybe, I don't know, it's a weird thing, right? It's just not something we think about. But, like, if I meet a German fella in game, I absolutely would not bring up the war for obvious reasons. And that was in the 40s, and late 30s and 40s, right? Yet, if somebody brings up me being a redcoat or some bollocks every fucking day near enough, you know, like, it's a weird thing. Like, for some reason, it's so long ago, yet it still gets talked about. If you're English and you meet Americans, it comes up a lot. It's a weird thing. I don't really understand why. It's like, because like I say, when I go to Italy, I don't start talking to Romans about that time they invaded, you know, like, it was a long time ago. It's about time you shut up about it, okay? That's my point. Do I even need this Mosin? I probably don't, do I? Why am I trying to take it? Why am I trying to take that Mosin? It doesn't make sense, really, does it? I might as well leave the bullets as well. It's not really causing me any harm, is it? We got the Tundra. I have got more bullets for that. Yeah, good luck with that, Chris.
Keep on running M8.
Tim, thank you for the 3 months. Flashbang, thank you for the 33. Lutonist, thank you very much as well. Freaky, thank you too. Yeah, there's a bear knocking around. It'll be alright though. Probably having a shit in the woods. Someone's just aggroed the bear. It wasn't very far away. Oh, I'm a bit worried about this because of the way the server's running. So the bear's been killed over that way. That's crazy. Will they come this way or will they not? They have to be coming this way. Everybody comes this way. I think I've got to stay here and overwatch the house just for a minute. I don't think there's any other option. I can't really run towards them because they're in a forest. And I'm not exactly sure where they are. The one problem with this is if I miss my one shot, I am fucked because I've got no vest. If they hit me with anything like they just fired, I'll be dead. They might be cutting the bear up. And the server shitting the bed is not a good thing either. What I'm doing here. I don't like pushing, I don't like running away. I was actually thinking of switching servers because it's running so badly, so if I die, it's not even the end of the world. Of course I want to kill the player, but I might as well have a go. I'm just going to mooch my way down. I'll head down and see if I can see what's going on. I ain't got the patience for waiting, have I? Of course I haven't.
I hate parties. All that force social interaction with the heart of thinking, socially dysfunctional confounded with alcohol that serves only to exaggerate their inadequacy. Only benefit is to inflate one's self-opinion. Can't wait for Christmas.
I can imagine if you talk like that at parties that people hate you at them as well. You have to wind down the IQ a touch for the parties, okay? Cheers for the bits, dude. Thank you. I'm not actually sure if it was left of the road or right of the road. The bear was originally up here, but it sounded like it had ran down and across. When the shots came off, they sounded close to the road and just slightly over this side, I would say. But because of the way the road kinks, it could have been actually left of the road, but a bit further along. They ain't going to still be here now, though, are they? Surely. I'm going to go like 100 or 200 metres this way. I just kind of want to see if I can find the bear. I just don't know. Like, if they've chopped the bear up, they might go back to that house to cook it. It was really close, though. I don't think it was much further than this. It might be that they were following me, you know, they might have seen me leaving the other town or something, and they might have been trying to track me. And so they just fired and then tried to keep running and stay away from the road because they knew I was nearby. They might have been chasing me from behind and not wanting to then follow. I don't know. Head T-Ball, Tim, thank you. Flashbang, thank you very much too. I don't see no bear. Server's running like shit. We don't need games for drinking in the UK. I'm sure there are drinking games in the UK, but we never played any. Everyone just got drunk till they couldn't stand up. Most Friday and Saturday nights. There was no game required. That's not necessarily a good thing, by the way. I think the drinking culture is better off becoming a bit more like it is now. So weird. They were so close. They might have ran along this way towards the summer camp. I just don't know. It's strange that we've not seen them. Like, I was by the road for a while. I'm really surprised I haven't seen those. But anyway. Time to carry on. Still no chance of a vest at the net. Well, there's a slight chance at one of the civilian barracks, I guess. Unless it was the other side of the road. I don't know. What am I looking for now? They're not going to be there anymore. Like, I'm kind of hoping to see a dead bear, or at least the remnants of the bones and the pelts and whatnot. But the player ain't going to be there anymore, are they? You know, so we might as well move on. Watching Olympic football is just so weird. None of the well-known players play, so what's the point? Well, they only allowed us a small number of the recognised players. But this tournament, this Euros is... I'll start again. This Olympics is a challenge for them. But they normally... Like Neymar has played, for example. Neymar has played for Brazil. They do normally have one or two of the main players, but... They don't have all of the pros because, strictly speaking, it's meant to be more of a... Like, the Olympics originally was an amateur type thing, right? It's not so much anymore. But they try to make it more for the youth players coming up and then have a couple of experienced players. But most of the big national teams, like most of the South American teams and North American teams, all of the European ones, have just played in the Euros and have just played in the Copa America. So most aren't going to want to spare players who are expected to then go and start playing for the clubs again for the Olympics. I should think most players, even if they could play, are opting out. Like if you were in the final of the Euros just now, playing for Spain, you wouldn't really want to be like completely not having a holiday, then going to play in the Olympics and then going back to your club again. You're like, I think it's not so likely this really. No Zs. Why is there no Zs? Maybe they're not spawning in. Maybe the server's just fucked. I don't really know why I'm still in it, to be honest. Although it's got the red chain, it like the door's slightly delayed, but I've seen worse, you know. I've certainly seen worse. That's exactly the rule. I couldn't remember exactly. It has to be players under the age of 23 for the Olympics, with 3 over the age of 23 allowed. But a lot of the teams just take like a younger team and like, have it, you know. But yeah, like I said, Neymar has played for Brazil in the past. He's got an Olympic gold medal. I have not seen the news, Dr. Fat, no. It's weird there's no Zs here. It's weird that there's no player having shot at the bear. Maybe the server was like really shitting out and maybe they got badly injured or worse to the bear. Maybe the bear won, you never know. There could be some unconscious / dying of death dude knocking around where the shots were. Whiskey flavoured sweets, blimey. My future in-laws, my other half's parents, got me a bottle of Bowmore 12 for my birthday, and I really like Bowmore. It's quite smoky for me, but I'm really getting into it. I quite like it. I bought a fancy bottle of Bowmore for when I went to Prague. I had Bowmore 18. which is more expensive than I normally buy, but it was a one-off. Anyway, I really, really liked that. The fact that I drank half a bottle straight from the bottle is neither here nor there, but yeah. That was good. And to be fair, the 12 is great too, actually. It's not much... the 18 was better, but it wasn't 3 times better. Or however much the price difference is, I'm not sure. But it wasn't that enough better to make it worth the cost. Shoes are nearly dead. Yeah, I do need some new shoes. Pleased about the 74. I've actually been looking for shoes. Got to get some rags so I can make boots if need be. What makes it worth 3 times as long? Well, it's like anything with like more expensive bourbons or whatever, but with whiskey, obviously the age is the thing, the cost of keeping it. So every year you age a bottle of whiskey, you lose some out of the barrel, so you actually get less whiskey per barrel, but the cost of storing it. So it's the age that it ages in the barrel, the whiskey barrel itself, so for longer. So if you age something for 12 years, obviously there's a cost to store it for 12 years and have the barrel, and you can't use the barrel to make other spirits or whatever else, right? So if you age it for 18 years, then you've had to hold it for that much longer before you can sell it. And then you do lose some fluid. I don't know what the percentage is, but you lose a small amount per year every year. Like it evaporates, you lose some. You just do, even in a barrel. So the cost goes up with every year it's left in the barrels, basically. But the angel share, yeah, exactly, that's the term. But the aging process, it takes on more flavour. It starts to take on more flavour from the barrel, and just it being older. Like once whiskey's in a bottle, it doesn't change. Once it's in a bottle, that's it. It doesn't age and improve. Some alcohol can, but whiskey doesn't. It only gets better in the barrel. So an 18-year-old can be a lot different than a 12-year-old with whiskey. There's no need for jokes here. Absolutely none. But yeah, the older it gets, as a rule, not always, but like for example with Glenfarclas, I prefer the 21 to the 25. You know, I've tried them both over the years, and I prefer the 21. Not always does older equal better, but it's more about your taste buds. You know, usually it'll become more complex and it will add depth of flavour and stuff. But sometimes it can go to a place that I'm not so keen on. I was working with a whiskey bonding company. They spend 8 million on barrels every year. Blimey. Yeah, as a rule, if you like one, you might like the older one more, or it might be more complex. But sometimes you can convince yourself, you know, like if I sat Redbreast 12 and 15 next to each other and I tried to blind test it, I would like them both, but I'm not 100% sure I could say for definite that the 15 is the one I would like the best. I can say almost without fail that if I sat 12 next to 21 Redbreast and tried, I would massively prefer the 21. It's so much better.
If one were to be looking for a new PC, where would you suggest to go and look?
If you're in
Europe,
I would recommend you check out PC Specialist, !PC, to see what they do. I would recommend you do that. If you're not, then I wouldn't. But if you are, use the code MANZ to get a little bit of money off. Thank you, Giant Crab, by the way. I haven't done that in a little while. AK Mag in the back of the Hummer. Thank you. Yeah, good shout, guys. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah, I'm talking myself into wanting a glass of the Bowmore tonight, but I'm trying to ease off the whiskey a little bit. But I only didn't have any last night. I'm not drinking every night anyway, but where it was my birthday and whatnot, I drank a bit when the football got to like the semi-final stage and whatnot. But like, it was my birthday Sunday, so I had a couple of drinks. It was Saturday night was the evening of my birthday. We had a meal. I had a couple of drinks. You know, Friday. I think Thursday night I'd finished streaming. I had a couple of drinks, just a couple, but yeah, I don't know. I could do with not having a couple of drinks for a week now, really. I think that's the problem. Nothing wrong with the wee dram, but when you pour yourself, like if you go to a pub and order a single whiskey, like a single measure, like it barely looks like you've just spat in the glass, right? Like a double whiskey in a pub is not much whiskey. So when you have a wee dram at home, it's actually a fucking shitload compared to like an actual measure. Like a wee dram is never a wee dram if you're pouring it yourself. You know, it just isn't, you know. I don't know what my average is, but I would, like you're saying, a wee quadruple. I would imagine me having a normal whiskey at home is roughly the equivalent of it must be close to a quadruple or a triple. And that's not showing off. It's just like the measures are small, 25 mil. I think a pub measure in the UK is 25 mil for a spirit like whiskey. And 25 mil of whiskey is not very much. I must be getting like probably 3 times that into a little glass if I'm having one, at least. What would I order at the bar? I don't. If I'm in a pub, I normally nowadays if I'm in a pub, it's normally a restaurant as such. Oh, I don't know if that might help the server or not. Yeah, if I'm in a pub, I normally it's normally with food, so more often than not I'm having like red wine or something. But if I have whiskey in the pub, it really depends what they've got. You know, like I like beer in a pub, to be honest. It's cheaper to drink. The problem is the gluten. But if I'm in a pub and I'm drinking a couple of drinks, I'd probably have beer if I could. Server pop probably dead now because of connection. No, I don't think it is. It's showing a couple of players away from being full at the moment. Ploppy, I can't stand that as well. It really irks me on the not just the Portuguesers, but all in general, where you get like half letters and they're cut off by the dials. If it's cut off on the 6 and the 12, it must be a chronograph, right? I like the Portugueser. I think it looks great. Can't swim with it, by the way. Not that you necessarily would, but I wouldn't recommend you swim with one of those. There is, I think, a Portugueser that I like that doesn't have the cut-off things. I'm just looking. Yeah, there is. It's much better if you search for IW Portugueser Yacht Club. So it's Yacht Club is it's a lot of money, but the Portuguesers are all a lot of money. But there is a range of Portuguesers that don't have the cut-off numerals. They're just more money. But if you bought one second hand, you could get one at a decent price if you went to the right place. But yeah, the Yacht Club one is the one. If you're annoyed by the numerals, get the Yacht Club one. Oh, nice. That's good. Yeah, some of the Portofinos do. Lots of others do as well. There's loads of really high-end brands that do the same. Like Lange have several watches that have like cut-off numerals, and I'm sure Patek probably do as well. I think it's quite common, but I agree. I can't stand it. If it's done really well, like sometimes it's done really well and it kind of works. But if you just get like the base of a 6 and then you don't even see the top circle of the 6 or something, I'm like, why did they try to put a 6 there when it's just like the shape of the bottom of... They could have just used a marker or something. It really... I hate that. They try to do it to try and keep like some kind of like pattern to the dial, but it really irks me. I wouldn't have a watch that does that. It really fucks me off. I don't know if it's lazy, Jambon. It probably costs more money to try and give an impression of a 6 than it does to just put a little dash or a marker there instead, but it's a design choice and different companies go different ways. But some of the Langes, like I've never actually had a Lange on my wrist. I've never held one. Not true, actually. I was in a second-hand dealer once and I saw one and I held it. I'm never going to buy it, but I like. But a lot of the new ones are like it. You know, they have like chronographs with the two things that cut off half the numerals and stuff. It really fucks me off. Do I own any nice watches? I own nice Seikos and G-Shocks, yes. I'm massively into watches, but I don't talk about my own watches on the stream. How do you invest wisely? Not in watches. Mark, that's how you invest wisely, not in watches. Ploppy, the Air King's got the other numbers rammed in. I don't mind the 369. That looks really good. Like the Explorer's 369 with a triangle at the top. I think that looks fine. I think that looks really good. But because the 369 are all single digits, and then the 12 would kind of almost be imbalanced as well because it's 2 digits, right? So the triangle that's the same rough size as the other digits, that kind of works for me. But yeah, the Air King's a bit of a Marmite watch because of the numerals all around it, like the 05 and the 10 and stuff. It has minute numerals for the like hours 1 and 2 are minute numerals, and then 3 is an hour numeral, and then back to minute numerals again. It's an acquired taste, the Air King. Spudder, I don't talk about my own watches. I don't talk about my own watches too. Do I watch Vacuum from the Diamond District? I don't know. Why not, Dev? Because I didn't buy whatever I might have to try and flex about them on the internet. And also, let's just pretend for a second I owned a Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. I don't. But let's just pretend I did. Talking about owning it would probably get me like fucking like lynched on the street if somebody knew who I was, wouldn't they? You know, like, why would I do that? It's stupid, isn't it? Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime is like into the millions of dollars. But like, it's stupid. Why bother? You know, like some people are into things like. If I owned a fancy sports car, I don't think I would talk about that on the stream either. Why? Why would... Not because I'm trying to hide it, to say, oh, I can't afford one, but because I don't want to get fucking, like, stopped in the street with it, or I don't want to get... Do you know what I mean? You see that door open? I don't want to get fucking someone, like, breaking through my front door, taking the car keys and driving it away. But Dev, once again though, like, if you're in a, it's slightly different with a stream because it's like a two-way conversation. But if I went down the pub, I wouldn't feel obliged to announce to people that I owned some fancy item, and it was at home or it was in the safety deposit box or whatever. You know, like people might, like, if you're collecting stuff, whatever it might be, if you collect baseball cards. If you go down to the local place where people know where you live and you start saying, oh, I've got this baseball card at home that's worth $6 fucking grand. Yeah, I've got it in the safe. I've got it in the underground safe. The code is 323646. You know, like people tend to not do things like that for sensible reasons, you know. Like, it's a bit dumb to do that. So likewise, I think it's the same with the footballers, you know. If I was a professional footballer, there's a big if there, but the footballers are really bad for it, you know. If I was going on the telly, I wouldn't be fucking wearing some blingy watch, right? I wouldn't. Why? Like, if you're going on the telly and you're going to be like interviewed, or if you're going on you're going to play for England and you're going to be photographed a lot, wear a cheap watch, right? Because then you won't be the poor fucker that gets robbed. It'll be one of the other players that's wearing some watch that's worth 100 fucking grand. They'll be the one that gets robbed because you were smart enough to wear a fucking Seiko. Scabos, thank you very much. By the way, I don't own those kind of watches. I'm not at that level, by the way. Just to make sure you understand that before people start thinking I should be robbed anyway. What's your date of birth, your mother's maiden name, and the name of your first street? Well, look at Charles Leclerc and Science. They've both been robbed of watches they're sponsored to wear. I guess that at least there is... it's dangerous for them, obviously, but at least if they're sponsored to wear them, they'll get a replacement. Nothing wrong with the Seiko Bongo. I like Seiko. That's why I picked... that's why I said I'd wear a Seiko. What's right with a Seiko is that if you're a celebrity and you're photographed wearing a Seiko, there's no armed gang going to come and rob you for it. That's what's right with a Seiko. That's the point, right? Nothing's wrong with it. But if I was gonna be like Joe Hart, who was doing some of the football commentary, he was wearing some fancy gold Rolex of some sort. I'm not sure. I think it might have had two different ones. I don't know. But anyway, like, people can probably fairly easily work out where Joe Hart lives, and now he's just told everyone that he's probably got at least 70 grand's worth of watches in his house, you know, probably got loads more. And I know a lot of people already know this about people, but why advertise it, you know? Why go on the telly with short sleeves on where you can clearly see what watch you're wearing and advertise yourself as a target? I don't see the point. Nobody's going to be sending, like, armed people round to your house to try and rob you while you're away playing football because you wear a Seiko. Dark matter, they're great. They're really nice. You'd obviously never been to Dartford. Toe Jam, I actually worked in Asda Living Dartford for about nearly 2 years, believe it or not. I don't even know if it's still there, but I worked in Dartford for a while. Thanks again, Scabos. Thank you. Should F1 drivers be considered athletes? They are fitter than a lot of athletes, for sure. So, yeah, probably. I think, like, I don't think motor racing should be in the Olympics, for example, but I think an F1 driver is an athlete in terms of the fitness required to do what they do. You know, they have to eat certain things, they have to be a certain weight, they have to be incredibly fit, they exercise like mad, you know, like, they lose crazy amounts of weight during the course of one race, you know. Why am I here? Like, why? Like, that's not an existential question, but why am I at Tissy with a red server chain? And it just smells of disaster, this, doesn't it? The main reason I'm here is that the server I was on before, Bitterroot, gets fixed in 10 minutes. Am I going to pull you the 1869 Chateau Lafite?
What watches do you have? What watches do you have?
You old guys like Lafite?
What watches do you have? Why are you here?
Don Alonso. Dude, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. I definitely need to watch Brewster's Millions again. That's such a good film. I'm surprised. I don't want this to happen, by the way. But in an era where we're remaking fucking Trains, Planes and Automobiles, I'm surprised they've not gone to remake that yet. I've got shoes. It's okay. Thought I could get on the bed. Brewster's Millions was a remake, yeah, but it was obviously done in a very different way. But a remake of I think it was a 50s film. There's so much difference between a 50s film and an 80s film. It almost feels like it makes sense. But if they remade Brewster's Millions now, I don't think the difference is there. It would still be a similar tone of film. But I think it was a remake. I think you're right. Why not shoot the wolf? Because I'm at Tissy and I don't really want to shoot it. I'm trying to trap it in. There only seems to be one. Alright. I'm trying not to shoot it because I don't want to cause myself the grief. Like, we're at Tissy, it's a dangerous area. Believe it or not, despite the red chain on the server's still really, really full. So I don't want to give my position away and make a load of noise. Especially since it did appear to only be one. It's really strange. I know the server's chugging and everything, but it's not terrible. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, actually. See that? I shut that door. Second time it did it. So what's the most expensive item you own and your address? The most expensive item I own is my soul, baby. My right hand, and not just because of masturbation. It's my hands, okay? They're the most expensive item. That's probably my voice, actually. I could probably get someone else to play the game and I could do the talking. I don't know. I sold my soul so I could learn to play this here DayZ thing. I don't think it was worth it. I'm in so much trouble. It's not a letter. Please shut. Please shut. Yes. I am the champion. I've only gone and got myself... Oh, I've got myself a load of problems, but I've got myself a nice vest as well. Should have took that pistol suppressor, but I'm just going to leave that. Nibbler, thank you for the 2 months. Don Alonso, thank you very much for the support. Paul, I have to change the code on my safe now. Sorry, Paul. Cheers, dude. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it, man. I don't know why I'm carrying the ACP stuff, actually. Possible gas strike incoming. I doubt it. I hope not, because if there is, I am fucked. I tried to change guns in time to clear this building, and it took all that time to not swap guns. Right, if there's anyone here, they should have heard my shot. They should be on the way. There's another one there, isn't it? Tissy can be quite dead, it just depends luck of the draw. It certainly seems pretty dead right now, doesn't it? But it can feel that way, and then things are not the way you think, you know, like it can feel dead and then you're dead. I think I'm going to have to change. I can't do this, can I? It's ridiculous.
Just got back. What's happening on the runs?
I've been playing in a server that's broken for about an hour and a half is the main thing that's happening. I think I might be making a slight mistake. I'd have left the server an hour ago. And well, the only reason I didn't is that I felt I could probably come to Tissy and do some looting, you know, like it felt like the server I want to go on has a problem with it that gets fixed in precisely 3 minutes. So it just felt like I could probably do some looting, get some gear together, and then switch back to the server that's getting fixed. So Bitterroot was perpetual rain for some kind of weird bug, and they're fixing it soon. Just fucked. It's completely fucked, isn't it? Right, I can switch to Bitterroot. That I've done kind of my intention really, which was to get here, try and get a little bit more gear, and kill a bit of time, and then join Bitterroot once it's fixed. What's wrong with the server? I don't know, Gavin. It's fucked. That's what's wrong with the server. I don't know what's causing it. It's broken. That sign there means that it's the actual server that's having problems. I've played on this server a few times in the last few weeks. It seems to have the same problem all the fucking time. I'd forgotten that it was the reason I played this server 3 weeks ago, and the last time I played it, it was still like this, which is a bad state of affairs, you know. Spudder, it's been red most of the time. It occasionally goes yellow and then it goes back to red again. See? But I don't know what's going on. It's kind of a weird thing, that, isn't it? But if it's like that all the time, why is it still full, you know? So this is an official server and it's full. You know, it's full of players. Or when I last joined it just now, after they got kicked, it had 56 in it. So 56 out of 60. But why is that one full? It's actually 54 now, but I just left it, right? So at the moment it's nearly full. But why is that one getting full when it's running like such dog shit? It's not fake pop, Ritty. No one's faking pop on official servers, dude. Nobody is faking population on official servers. Like, who's going to do that? How are you going to do it? You're saying the devs are faking the pop. Community servers sometimes get fake popped, but official servers don't, dude. They don't. Right, I'm going to go for a quick piss. Footprint, Frosty, Disco Man, and Nibbler. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to go for a piss, then I'll be back. We'll do a little bit of Bitterroot. Dog thought I was finished. The dog normally gets like a chew when I finish streaming. Like I come down and he pretty much always gets a chew when I finish streaming. He was absolutely convinced he was getting a chew then, poor little fucker.
Three years I need to get out more smiley face.
Lynn, thank you for the 36. Footprint, thank you very much as well. Frosty before that, thank you. What kind of dog? Welsh Springer Spaniel. Okay. I'll have to try and join it using the official launcher, I think. Just hope the dog doesn't know where the router is. Yeah.
I have an inferiority complex, but it's not a very good one.
Best spam, dude. Thank you very much for the 31 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Lynn, thank you very much as well. You need to get out. I don't know, Lynn. Thank you for the 36 months. I haven't died all day, Pavlos, but I haven't really got any action all day either. It's been a really annoying stream, actually. To be fair, I've actually enjoyed the stream, but the actual gameplay has just been nothing, really. It's not been through no fault of our own, really. Are you able to live 100% off the ad revenue you make on YouTube? I probably could, Matthew. Yeah, I don't really look at it. And it said, well, I definitely could. I don't know why I'm saying probably. I definitely could, yes. But I don't really look at how it all breaks down, if I'm honest. But yeah, I certainly could manage to make it full-time from either just Twitch or just YouTube. Right, so where were we? We are here. I'm basically in these trees right here at the moment. So I could go to Faith's Gate, but I don't think I really want to. I think I want to go to Checkpoint West. Which, if I follow this road... If I just go in the line of the road and don't change, pretty much I will end up at Checkpoint West. I'm just going to do that. And that's true, Uncle Food. What you can live off is different than yeah. That's very true. What you could live off is very different, you know. I'm quite lucky here in that where I moved in with my missus here.
There's 30 big ones.
She's got a relatively small mortgage, which is kind of cool, you know. Like, that certainly helps. Shouldn't be running down the middle of the road, but here I am doing it. Runda hot. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Paying the bills and living, like, making it a job is not the same as, I don't know, being like, I'm trying to think of someone rich and ostentatious, but I can't think of anyone. I don't know. There are levels, right? Redline. It's not like being Redline.
Keep up the content. Hope you have a great stream.
Thank you. I'm getting the alert sounds before I'm seeing it. Green. Thank you very much, Green's Killer. Thank you. I think it's this way. Actually not that easy to get the line right. And I'm very grateful for how things have gone, you know, and it could have gone very differently. Does Redline stream? I'd like to learn how to day trade. I can't speak for Redline here. Redline doesn't stream, certainly not streaming day trading. I genuinely feel that there are some people trying to make money out of being, like, showing their trades on Instagram, but they're mostly shysters, I think. Could be wrong. I think if you're a day trader and you're doing well, you are not telling anyone else how to do it. Like, that's the truth, right? If you're making a really good living, there's loads of people making money trying to tell you how to do it, but most of those can't prove they're successful, and they're probably fleecing you to spend money on some kind of bets or puts or whatever. That if you're really good at it, you're playing your cards close to your chest. Because if you're putting it out into the open and explaining what you do, you're actually affecting your ability to do what you do to some extent, surely. It's not always the case, but most people that are trying to make money telling you how to make money are making the money from telling you how to make money. They didn't really have that much money, otherwise why they're trying to sell you something to make money. There's a few exceptions, you know, like old matey that wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad, I think would be like, there's a few people like that, but a lot of the Instagrammers and a lot of the people out on like Tickle Tockle and whatnot, they're all fucking bullshit, aren't they? they're all trying to make money from your revenue. They're not making money from trading like they're telling you are, but they're not. There's one that I keep seeing popped up on my Instagram from time to time that I think his name was Luke Doss or something like that. Luke Doss. And he's trying to get people, like, he's purporting this life of, like, living in Dubai and owning a mansion and having this great big 4x4. But it was all outed as being, like, not his. You know, the house wasn't his. The cars were leased. It's all for show, so he can make money in, like, some kind of Ponzi scheme where all the followers believe he's rich and they'll get rich by following him, you know. Like, you subscribe to find out how he makes money, and he doesn't make money except from you subscribing, you know. It's quite common. It's all fake to get money from the people he's faking it to. Allegedly. Right, where's this house? I guess that's this house, is it? If I went this way, I might have gone a bit more right. I don't see any other house it could be. I don't know. I went this way. Oh, it could be. It's this house, isn't it? That's where we are. Yeah, a little shed in the house. So I have gone that way. I'm doing pretty well.
I am subscribed to you. How do I make the money?
Paladin. There is no confirmation of money making here. Maybe I might do a bumcoin release at some point, but it's not yet confirmed. Don't look at the SMP today either. Well, thanks for sharing that nugget of information. I'm obviously going to look. I fucking told you! I told you, didn't I? Fuck me dead! I told you I should take a little bit out, didn't I? Fucking hell! What's caused that then? I told you there was a dip coming, didn't I? Remember what I told you? Don't look at Tesla today. Oh, I'm not. Yeah. I've not looked. Reinvest those dividends. That's the key. Yeah. Well. Yeah. It still doesn't. I'd rather not be in right now. And effectively, if you're in like trackers, I had ETFs and whatnot. That's all done for you, isn't it? You know. I saw Elon Musk on Twitter earlier talking about trying to suggest that Tesla should be investing money into AI or something like that. I don't know. I think maybe mentioning Elon Musk's name is a bad idea, but I'm not saying whether it was a good idea or a bad idea, and I'm not saying whether I like Elon Musk or not. I don't think it's worth it, but nonetheless, he seems very much concerned about things that aren't his company's quite a lot of the time at the moment. Oh, there's the Millie base. I've never been there before. Someone said it was just 3 tents and three military tents and 3 yellow tents. Well, I'm counting 2 Quonset huts and 3 tents for a start. FOMO buy the top and then panic sell the dip. He tries to make the world better. Maybe. Paradigm, I bet it did. Yeah, I know there's Grok is on Twitter. You can ask it questions, you know, like I asked it whether my penis was the average size or not. I didn't get a suitable answer. It's funny, I'm still going into this assuming the server's going to be bad. Have I spoken to Topper about the emote? Nope. It's okay to be humble on stream, but we all know you have a whopper. Yeah. You can all know it if you like. I know. I know the truth. Will you stop running? It makes it harder for me to shoot.
TRMZ love.
Where are you going? Oh, you fucking idiots. Right, let's go and check these cars first. Where the fuck did they get through? They just ran through here somewhere, didn't they? I can't run through there. Fuckers. Maybe it was here. MP7, I feel like that's quite a good gun. I found a lot of mags for the MP7 at that military base to the north. I don't think I've ever used an MP7 in DayZ, ever. A Rattler mag, is that 300 blackout? Yep. Got Paul. Where's the other one? That well doesn't feel very safety. I haven't got many bullets left now, have I? Is that an MP7 mag? Oh, it is. I just need to find all the bullets now. And another cleaning kit. I think whether the people want one or not is interesting, but whether I can get one past Twitch is a whole nother matter. A coin that's actually got a bum on it is probably going to get turned down by Twitch because they're rather funny about emotes. This is kind of cool. The loot is not so cool. Excuse me. It does seem like the NBC is actually... There's a lot of places you might find NBC, but when you go there, you don't find any NBC. seems kind of a problem. Pristine helmet. Anything on there? Nope. Might as well check this truck. Sometimes the trucks have decent loot. 2 bullets. Woohoo! Gambit.
Happy birthday for the other day.
Thank you for the
Must be
resub.
nearly 40 by now.
Yeah, getting there. A couple of years away, dude. Tom, thank you very much for the support, dude. Hope all is well. Getting there gradually, slowly but surely. Shirley? Slowly but surely? Who's she? So that was Checkpoint West. So if we go up towards the tower, there's a summer camp up there. I'm going to go that way. Hellraising Sour Sweet streamed on Saturday for the event, but he was ill, so I think he came back because it was True Colours.
Why would Twitch have
But
an
he's been
issue
ill.
with an emote with a bum on it? You already have this emote of an art? TRMZ cool another month. Another nice thing I've said about you, TLO you love.
Yeah, thanks for that. I already have this emote with an arse, and then it's a picture of my fucking face. Yeah, that seems nice. I definitely can see why that seems nice, yeah. Why is it foggy? Like, I guess it's the change to stop the rain, but the start again. Fuck me, I'm tired. They changed the mods around to stop it raining permanently, but this server was running a mod that stopped the fog before, so you could see like into the distance and whatnot. Now I guess that mod has changed. It can now be properly foggy again. You know, it's. Where did that battery go? Let's put that there. Let's just make sure. I don't think I've got any bullets. Let's just make sure I don't. I'd quite like to have a go with this MP7. I think it would be fun. I think it would be decent, but I don't know. I'm gonna need some bullets. So I missed the rain. Not really. At least I can run around now. On that subject, actually, I never did dry any of my clothes out. I ought to do some of that. I'm not sure if I'm heading towards the tower or not. Have I ever tried Escape from Tarkov? I have, yeah. I haven't played it for 4 years, just over. I get bored of it once you get the hideout finished and the traders unlocked and stuff. I get bored, dude. So any of the devs that run the servers, server owners, Jack, yes and no. Like, and obviously Zero is ran by Happy Bombs, who I'm playing with on Monday, so I know him. I know Spaggy a little bit, obviously, who runs the Spaggy servers, and I know Minder, who runs the Karma Crew servers. So I've met some of these people in real life. In fact, all 3 of those I've met in real life. So I guess I do know a few as I'm talking about it, but. Across the whole spectrum of DayZ, I don't know many server owners. I just, I kind of know of them. I might have messaged from one at a time. Like with map creators, for example. I don't know them all very well, but I've been playing on quite a lot of Anastara lately and Bitterroot. I have messaged a little bit of feedback to the creators of those maps about the map. Not to try and change it to my fancy, but like talking about like the underground area in Anastara and how you could see it needed to be properly dark and stuff like that, you know, like a little bit on this map about loot economy and finding maps and like other things, you know. So I know them a little bit, but not brilliantly well. Karma Crew servers are Minder, dude. Minder is the owner of the Karma Crew servers. I don't consider myself an influencer, because just because I've fed back to those people, it doesn't mean that it changes, right? They might listen and then make their own mind up, but it doesn't mean that they... Very funny, Betty. It doesn't mean that they get changed, you know. I can feed back to the devs and the devs listen, but it doesn't mean they change anything, you know. It doesn't work that way. Chiefs, would you like to see Bitterroot as a main map? Well, the only main maps can be the official ones, which are Chernobyl and Livonia. So, I think Bitterroot has got something for sure. I think it's a good map. It will be interesting to see how it goes once it's in rotation. You know, like I don't know whether it will sustain players permanently or whether it will have phases like most of the other maps do or not. It's hard to say. Artsy, no, there's been so many cool adventures. The Crazy Chris one is maybe a standout, maybe, but there's been so many, you know, like there's more like a few per year that really stand out, but Crazy Chris is definitely one. There's been so many though, like the Trumpet Brothers one with Davey and then the other dude after, and there's a dude called Hollis from 2014 really early on. And there's been a lot over the years, you know, they kind of all feel important for different ways. The most bashed map in DayZ is Chernobyl. It's also the most played map in DayZ, which probably explains a lot, you know, like, I don't know, everyone loves to hate the most popular, don't they? But Chernobyl is the most played map. Just like everyone loves to hate, I don't know, Taylor Swift, and she's one of, if not the most popular musician, or everyone loves to hate the New York Yankees and so on, and whoever else you can think of. It's all like that, isn't it, you know? Namalsk is not the most played map, Moonlander. That's just not true. Chernobyl has way more players than Namalsk. You might feel that way because a few streamers play Namalsk, but Chernobyl is the most popular map in the game. Bitterroot doesn't have aliens for Hugo. That's Banov. I'm not counting console either, Moonlander. There's way more people playing Chernobyl on PC than there are people playing console playing Namalsk. There's just way more, dude. Just go and look in the official launch. Sorry, go and look in the DayZ launcher and see how many servers with more than 100 players there are on Chernobyl, you know, like, there's way more people. There's probably more people playing official DayZ. Just official Chernobyl, probably. There's probably more people playing that than Namalsk. So never mind the community side of things, but it's a fallacy to think that Namalsk is the most popular map. It's not. It's the most popular modded map. It doesn't get played the most. I might as well have it. We can gradually start trying to get the NBC together. I haven't got a lot in the way. I've got 1.5 bandages. It's not too bad. Ooh. That might have been back. That's too far, I think. That's probably back from where I just was. See, I don't even know. You might be right. The mouse might be the most popular streamer map, but I don't know. Like, I just play whatever. Like, Namauska's been a map I played much less this year than any other. I enjoyed it the last couple of times a lot, though, so I'll probably play it again. Thinking about playing it today at the start of the day. On DZSA, 22 of the top 25 servers are churnerous by population. There you go. That kind of says it all, really. And I bet one of the others, at least one of the others, maybe two, are Livonia as well, Viking, because they just have more... What's her ahead? Don't get a gun out. Don't get a gun out. You understand? Do you have a microphone? Can you talk? Bad news. That really could have gone wrong. Yeah, I kind of thought I might try and hold him up or her up and see what happened, but when there was no microphone going on, that was it. No, I can't hold someone up and try and get them to do anything. It's too complicated to try and hold someone up that can't talk. Fuck that. There's another gun there. The dude, I didn't see that. He was shooting something else, or there's two guns on the ground anyway. I'm not actually cutting that body up. Yeah, there's an R700, which I'd already seen, and there's... I think it's an M16. Yeah, I think it looks like an M16. Dude is kitted. Holy shit. He's got a lot of NBC stuff as well, the poor fucker. The poor guy. This dude has just kitted me the fuck out. Has he got a punch card? Please tell me he's got a punch card. Oh, he hasn't got a punch card. That's a shame. A punch card right there would have been absolutely fucking amazing, wouldn't it? Yeah, I cut up the body so I didn't get any flies on the body. That was
Now
exactly
you
why
are
I
the
did it.
kitted one.
This is going to cause me some grief, isn't it? I think it's time to get rid of the MP7. But one of the reasons I want to go to the underground areas is to try and get the MP7. I probably am going to have to drop it, but I don't know.
Do your balls hang low to the drag on the flow? Can you tie 'em in a no? Can you tie 'em in a bow?
I don't think that quite went right, but I know what you're saying. Know what I'm saying? Oh shit, this vest is fucked. Two-hour delay in a Morocco versus Argentina game because of a disallowed VAR goal. Holy shit, I've never... Somebody was saying earlier, have you heard the drama about that game? And I didn't know what it was. That'll be it then. Yeah, there's no... The dude hasn't got NBC gloves, but we've got everything else. Man, this dude is geared. About the second most bullets I've had for the R700. I don't suppose we have a sharpening stone by any chance, do we? Box of 22 ammo. I don't have an MK2 anymore, dude. That was on the Chernarus server. Doesn't mean I won't necessarily take it, but it's not that important. I should have... Oh, fuck. Right, so I've got no boot and no NBC boots.
Love ya. Bye.
No NBC boots and no NBC gloves. They're the two things I've got to go and try and find. No battery in any of these things. He had boots on the body, did he? I ain't seen the NBC boots. That means they must be here. Otherwise he didn't have any. Oh, he did. They're in the backpack. I just didn't get them yet. So you're right. Leather kit. That we need. I don't know if I should take the M16 or not. I really love the M16, but I don't really want to be double gunning. It's a pain in the fuck. Like triple gunning, effectively. I wish I had an army of backseaters. I wish I had an army of backseaters, but I also didn't have to look at the chat to see them, because then I probably wouldn't need the backseaters. You probably do just fine, dude, but you're a bit less distracted if you're just... Like, you try looting while you're on the phone to your missus and she's asking you to read something out to her. And then you loot at the same time. Or on the phone to your mister, whatever. Where the fuck did that gun go? Fuck me dead. Right, that's ruined. Actually could do with another bandage, I think. No, let's just swap that one out. Is it me or is that weird? Like, it's light blue, then it's dark blue. It's light blue, then it's dark blue. Magic. Just, it's the lighting, I think, but... Right, where the fuck is the, there it is. So I need NBC gloves, and I'm done. I can go and try and find the punch card. Anything else worth having? I'm going to leave all this loot. I can come back and maybe get some. A lot of the ruined stuff will despawn, but... In fact, I might as well get rid of some of the junk, just so that it's not so easy to be spotted. This backpack is ruined, right? Yeah, so if I get rid of stuff that I don't want to stay, anything that's bright, like extra loot, if I get rid of it, then the rest of the stuff I could potentially come back if I died. I probably won't, but I could. Actually, do I need anything out of there? Yeah, let's leave the bullets. Fuck me dead. It's ruined. That one's not ruined. I don't think I can take that though. I think I ought to take that. I could drop the Mosin rounds on the ground. There's no point leaving them there. They're okay. That I can leave there as well. Might get rid of that. That can stay. Most of the other shit can go. Right, sorted. I think that's everything I can take. We're properly geared now. I just need to find NBC gloves. Big Blue, thank you very much. Dallas, thank you. Lortarian, thank you for the bits. Heck Knows It, thank you. IDMC Jax, thank you very much. Whackgatter, thank you for the 99-month tier 3. Tom, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the support, Wagger. Short 5K1, thank you as well. Right. So that dude was up on the hill, kind of overwatching down towards there, I think. Why not just leave the AK stuff to stay? I don't know what AK stuff you mean. I've only got one M16 mag. I don't really need the 2 assault rifles. But if I was going to leave one, I'd have to leave the M16, I think. I can't remember what gun he had in his hands between the AK-74 and the M16. I can't remember which one it was. I think the M16. There's a zombie there. I am too far away. Somebody's there. Oh my god. There's a bear this way. There's a group of 3. They actually look like they're coming towards this town. Yeah, they're going towards the left. I've just seen them briefly. Very, very, very small, but they're around an island of trees. They look like they're getting closer towards this town in front of me. Lost the stamina. Yeah, they're around that yellow tent. This is going to be not so easy, but if they're outdoors, they're very unlikely to stand still. So I'm going to get not an easy first shot, but this would be a cool thing to try and do. I'm glad I did that. Gee, he's standing still. The road's kind of glitching him out. He just tanked an R700 shot. Maybe I only hit in the leg, but I went higher. It's an R700. I think there's still one in the church. The other ones went left. Might have only connected with the arm, I guess. Yeah, I ranged to 4 and I aimed a little bit high. I think that should have been torso. But possibly it was an arm shot only. But from that side, it should have been arm and body, I think. See, now the problem is I don't know where they've actually gone. Maybe I should have stayed over watching. Sorry, followed them rather. They could be in this bush line with me now. Because of the suppressor, I'm hoping I'm safe up here, but one of them is bound to see me very soon. Obviously, you get shot in a town like that, you have to assume it's from the hill, right? I don't know if they carried on or if they stopped, but 2 of them went left. One of them... They may have holed up. It's hard to know. I don't know. If they went into the trees, I'm in deep, deep shit now. Oh, just seen one going in the red house. There's a zombie at it. I don't know if that's what I saw, but it looks like it's aggroed. It's aggroed, right? They've got to be in there. There's got to be at least one in there anyway. Weird, it's only 300 to there, isn't it? That's cool. I might be putting too much faith in that zombie. I think there's got to be one in. I think I'm going to have to pull this mist because there's going to be two up on the hill with me by now at least. I've got to go very, very high, I think. I don't really see a great deal of option. I have a radio. I don't have a radio. I never took it. I just took a battery. Well, two of the players ran hard left, but the other one was somewhere else, like somewhere near the church. I thought they were in the church tower. But yeah, I don't know. They're probably coming to this tree line, but whether they might have just ran away. If it were me, I'd be coming into this tree line and flanking to look for me, but they might do that and they might not. A little bit annoyed that it didn't drop that dude unconscious though. I'm surprised because the R700 is more powerful than a Tundra. I know it was at like 450 meters, but I must have only hit them in the arm or maybe a leg perhaps. I don't know. Well, no, if you get shot in the leg, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed a leg break. A leg shot isn't a guaranteed leg break, it's a chance of a leg break, right? Even with an R700, it's not a guarantee. But I suspect it was an arm shot. Or maybe it hit the plate carrier, but from that range it doesn't one-tap. They're long gone, aren't they? Those two zombies are still there, though. Maybe they're still fairly close by. Yeah, there's no zombies down there, but there are still 2 zombies over there. In fact, there's not. Look, they just disappeared. They just fucking disappeared. So yeah, I think they've gone. And you're right, there's no zombies down here. They're fucked off, haven't they? Let's just go this way. Well, it's kind of fun though. At least I took the one shot and hit it. They could have potentially gone east, which is why those military zombies didn't aggro, but I don't think they went east. They were running west towards us, weren't they? And if they went east, they would have had to go across all those open fields. We'd have seen them. Maybe there's another group. Maybe the military zombies just took longer to despawn than the ones in the town. They'd killed most of the ones in the town, probably, hadn't they? That group might have a punch card. They could be going to the. They could be going to the punch card area in here, couldn't they? Nearly 10 o'clock. I think I might just go in and see if they're down there. I don't have MVGs, but so what? They won't have MVGs either. It's been a stream bereft of action. I'm just going to go in and see if they're in there. I'm going to have a quick look on the top of the roof there, but there are Zeds there, which means players must be nearby. That light is an exit from the tunnel. But I don't know if the Zeds there can. They might spawn there when there's players underneath in the underground area. You know, like that doesn't mean there's players specifically there, I suppose. The MVGs spawn in the tunnel, but only if you've got a punch card. I think they changed it, so you can only get MVGs if you get a punch card now. I think I'm going to go in the underground bit. Just see if they're in there. And there's 3 of them. It's going to be a death sentence, but so what? Like, I'm going to go in. So they're probably in the underground section. Bengo, I think I checked that. I think I checked it. I think I double take the same thing. I don't think it was a dead zombie or a player. You can talk and team up in bunker. That sounds like no fun, silly gilly. There's 3 of them and 1 of me. It seems more fun to try and shoot them. I thought I double checked the thing that looked like a dead zombie and it wasn't one. If they have got a punch card though, we could wait on the outside, couldn't we? That would be funny, wouldn't it? It'd be very... I haven't got the patience, but if it sounded like they had a punch card, I could wait by the exit. I don't think there's anyone on the top. I think I'm going to head towards the underground section. Let's face it, there's upright zombies inside. If I go in and there's no dead zombies, then they didn't go underneath. I think I'm going to go underneath first. In order to have a chance, I might have to stumble around in the dark quite a lot, I think. If I put my head torch on, I'm going to be in trouble. Upright Z there, there's 2 upright Zs. If I go inside, or if I see more Zs inside, I'm going to go and check the roof then. think I'm going to check the roof. I think I've got to check the roof, haven't I? I think there would be, those two Zeds would be dead. A double blaze shot from the hill. Have I really just aggroed that? I mean, fuck off. The thing is, the top here, there's not actually that much there. The chances of there being someone there, like if I'd come straight to the top, there might still have been there, but now I suspect not. It's quite cumbersome to loot, actually. There's still a chance, but I don't know. I feel like I've let them slip there. It's annoying. I don't think there's anybody here.
Finally worked out how to use my Prime.
Thank you, Jamie. Cheers for using your Prime. Telemachus, thank you. Angel, Joystick, cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, there's still just a few zombies milling around. I think there's somebody underneath. See, the three of them, they might have a punch card, mightn't they? If they've got a punch card, we could wait for them and that would be epic, but if they haven't, we're just waiting for nothing. What's up with the flag? Bitterroot has got American flags knocking around the place. Because it sounded outdoors. Could do with them shooting again, but not at me. We ain't gonna get this, I don't think, but it's over this way somewhere. I'm not sure what buildings are here. It might have been someone just shooting a few Zeds at one of the deltas if there is one, but I've no clue what's over this way. Could have been down there, couldn't it? Oh, there's military. I've never been to that military. Those shots were there somewhere, right? Never been to that military. I didn't even know it was there. God, this is a cool overwatch for that nearly at this hill. I've got to get closer. If it's the same group of 3, you have to think that they would leave somebody behind up on this hill. Fucking hell. It's not on the... It looked like it was walking into the tower. It's on the top. I don't see any dead Zeds. It was... I'm sure it was over there. I don't think I've got the balls to loot down there, ever. Look at it. It's a nightmare. The shot could have been on the far side. It might have been bait, and
TRMZ love.
they might be on the opposite hill overwatching it now. There's no zombies down there. I'm not sure it was actually... that's a moose. I'm not sure that the shots were actually at anything down there. There's no Zeds. If there was a player down there, there would be zombies down there. A stuck step moose. Yeah, that's what it is. If the only reason they might not be zombies is because someone just shot them or like corralled them into a building and then shot them. We obviously just heard shots, so I guess there is that potential. The shot sounded outdoors though. That moose is having a lovely time. Look at him. I don't think it was in the bunker. I might as well go and have a look in the bunker though. I don't really see what choice I've got. Like, there's no one on the top. There's no one here. Maybe the shots were around here. Maybe they went in the bunker. Maybe they didn't. But I've got to go and have a look. I don't really see a great deal of choice.
Under metal shelter.
Under metal shelter, what? I didn't see the player. There was a player, was there? Well, we'll spot it if you did. That metal shelter there. I don't know where you're looking. There was somebody there 5 minutes ago, was there? Oh, well. Oh, shit, there is one there. I think he deserved a warning shot, because if I'd have killed him with the first one, it would have only been because of you guys. This isn't one of the others with the blue helmet guy. He's not one of the others. I was probably pissing around looking at the moose. Now I don't know where the guy's gone. At least it makes... Oh, there he is. At least it makes it fair, because I hadn't seen him at first. Or at least it makes it fairer, anyway. I don't know whether I was distracted by the moose or what, but I never saw him, and they're wearing a blue fucking helmet. The nice thing with that is that, in theory, it's the perfect crime, right? Nobody knows that I fired. That dude didn't fire. He did fire before, but I'm just going to run in and see if I can see what he's got. Somebody wearing a blue helmet like that is not normally very geared, but they look pretty geared. It is hard here. I think if you get spotted here, you might as well go and hide in a building and pray. Alice bag. Got an SR25. Don't you get that indoors? I think you get that inside, don't you? HK416 that's damaged. Breed more rounds. Got more of those. So I shut the other garage doors. There was method in that madness. I shut the other garage doors because I wanted to... I'm going to take the 416 instead of the M16. I think I've got to do that. I shut the garage doors because I wanted them all to be closed so you couldn't see from the hill which one I might be hiding in. Although it's obvious which one I'm hiding in, I guess. So I think the dude had fired there. At the zombies with this 416 because you can see it's been shot. It's been damaged. Guys, I'm sure you probably give me lots of good advice about looting, but I'm a long way from done. So just tell me just as I'm about to leave what I've fucked up, and I'll forget to see that probably. But for now, it's going to take me a while. Right, that's that. Might as well buy myself a couple of seconds warning, mightn't I? The dude I was playing with yesterday, he might have had a HK, but he definitely didn't have a blue helmet. It won't be that dude. So SR25 is a designated marksman rifle designed by... I found mags for that many times. I'm going to have to try and take that and go and find a mag. That would be cool. He has dried tomato.
1 year how time flies when you're running.
Does he? He doesn't have dried tomato. He's got pork steak. I might take the big bag. I don't really want to, though. That bag is fucking shite. He doesn't have duct tape, I don't think, does he? I would like to take the bottles to make one, but... might take those again in a minute. Suppose you've got NBC gloves, has he? No. Unless the dude's... he might be wearing NBC gloves. I didn't check for gloves on his body. Now we need to try and just eat his food, because why not? I really need to get away from here. I don't know. I need to get away. I had the 74 somewhere in case I die. If I die now, I'm not running back, to be honest, so there's little point. If I die now, I'm not coming back. Like, it's already when I'd normally stop. I normally stop about 10 PM. It's 10:15, so... I just heard something to my left. Nah, it sounded like a gun swap to my left. I hope I'm wrong. No NBC gloves. I do not fancy overwatching from here. I don't know. I'd like to try and use this SR25, but I don't know. I found mags in different places around, but to be honest, the R700 is really good. As a long-range weapon, the R700 is more powerful than the SR25. I think I'd still end up keeping the SR25 anyway, so maybe... Sorry, I'd still end up keeping the R700 anyway, so... I think I might ditch this. Yeah, that's one thing that's happened a lot lately. When I've had the R700 in my hands, the last two that I've had have been shot ruined, haven't they? .300 Winchester goes in the Stacco. That's even more powerful than this. That's why I'm keeping the 300 Winchester, because it's more powerful. I dropped the blackout rounds, but... I think that dude was somewhat brave to be not only looting the base, and I can't believe I missed him. We'll blame it on the moose. So I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for that moose. But yeah, nonetheless, I can't believe I missed him, but the fact that the dude was shooting in that base and then like staying there still. I feel like you're more likely to be shot from the hill, on the hill, than yeah, like I don't know. Down there it's just not safe, is it? But I would imagine a lot of people are on this hill. I don't think I ever fancy looting that base. I had to go and loot the dude I killed, but I wish I had duct tape. I should have. I have got one bottle. It would be nice to be able to make a weapon suppressor.
So a nice touch at the end, smiley face. 39 months. Do your thing. All the best.
Welsh Warrior, Joshua, Jamie and Danny, thank you very much. Whittle. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Duct tape does not repair weapons, no. On Bitterroot. It doesn't on most maps, but I know of a server that allows you to do that. It used to be in the game years ago. What's the black dot on the road? I don't know. Road sign? I don't know. That mill base is not a good place to go. It's so overwatched. I think that's nice though. I think it's a cool thing to have. It's so overwatched, right? But like there aren't many mill bases that I feel are so overwatched that they're almost too dangerous to loot, but that one is, you know, like I still end up looting it at some point, but like it's not just that it's overwatched, but you're literally standing over the player. You've got a crazily good overwatch with really good cover, and you're almost like aiming on top of their head, you know, you're really close. It's not old Mishkino was a bit like that, but more spread out. You had to be shooting from maybe 400 meters. You know, like the Overwatch is in such a good spot that you really, your barrel's practically touching their head as you're shooting almost, you know. So that's where we shot at those three. They came this way. It really isn't very far. I think that group of three are still around. They may have gone in the bunker. They may have done. They might be coming out of the bunker right now as we speak, for all I know. Disc Trader, you can easily miss a shot though, dude. Like, I feel no shame for missing the shot. You take a shot at a static target, they move just as you shoot. It happens all the time. Matt, 1195, cheers for tuning in. Thanks for checking out the videos, dude. There was somebody on the hill as well, wasn't there? But fuck knows where they've gone. That indoors? Sounded like a blaze double shot. That might be inside, right? See, I don't know if they're in the bunker bit or if they're just in the underground bit. Yeah, it was a blaze with 2 shots, but I don't understand the... I'm going in the underground. I don't think I can wait at the top. Honestly, even if I waited at the top and they came out and I killed all 3, it would just feel boring. It's the right thing to do if I believe they're definitely in it, but I don't know. And it doesn't feel very fun to just wait and like try and take them as they come out of that door. I'll go in and die, or I'll go in and try. You know, like, I'd rather do that. Those rocks have been added, I think. I think that's new. I think that's a really good thing. Because now you can't snipe from the outside so easily. You've got to turn your light on. That's really positive. Could almost do with a couple more about here. This is stupid. I had a suppressed shot then. This is where the bunker is. This is scary. It's so stupid when there's potentially a group of 3, but I can't help myself. That could be the door opening or closing. Run. I don't know where it is. Can't be this way, right? Where the fuck is it? Is that the outside door? That's the fucking outside door, isn't it? That's the sound of them leaving. So if I'd have waited, I would have got them, or at least I've had a go at them. Oh, that sucks. Don't have anything suppressed. So hard to get your bearings out. I don't know if I'm going the right way. Yeah, I am. Oh my god, that sucks. Come on. I'm going to drop the SR-25 when I just get outside. They'll probably be just gone by the time I get up there. If it's the group of 3, they might be feeling safe and we might get a look, but I suspect they'll be gone. Fuck me, that scared me. That may be them shooting zombies on the way out. It might be them shooting zombies on the roof still, I don't know. Oh, fuck me! That scared the piss out of me. My God. Fuck me. Oh,
Wowzers.
no. That
Doesn't
sucks.
seem possible. 34 months.
I ran
Might
past
shed
him.
a tear.
Well, clearly I did,
Big
yeah,
love,
but I didn't see him.
TRMZ.
Oh, that sucks. I was looking up at the horizon. I didn't see them if they were, like, crouched in a bush or something. That sucks. Oh, well, never mind. I still enjoyed it, though. That last bit was amazing. It's such a hard area to lone wolf. Maybe he killed you for your shoes. Maybe. It's a shame he didn't extend me the same thing that I did the other guy. In all fairness, they're like the guy that I tried to talk to when I shot the monk on. But in all fairness, that's a much more dangerous place than the hill where I was, you know. I enjoyed it. That was cool. It's a shame I died. I had to go towards it. I'm actually way late. I don't want to be streaming at 10:30 if I'm honest. 10 o'clock's my kind of cut-off time, except on a Monday. So, but being around a group of 3 and having a chance, I had to go for it still, you know. I probably should have called it after killing the other dude, but that wouldn't have been any fun. Don't really mind that I died. I'll probably do Bitterroot again tomorrow. It's been great. If you can get geared and get in that area, it's really, really fun. I think were it not for it being such a late end of the stream, I probably would have just played it a bit slower. But yeah, I wanted to finish. I wanted to finish with some kills though. Marty, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Elliot, thank you for the resub. Lawnmower, Jake Shaw, thank you. Cheers for the support, all of you guys. That's it from me. I will be back again tomorrow, just after 1 o'clock. Somewhere nearer to 2 o'clock probably. Cheers for coming in, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.